Let's do this.
Hot time in the city. My hair plugs ain't pretty. Hot times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. 7 days. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. He hasn't been with us for a while, and I have brand new music from Professor Mike Steinel that I haven't played yet, and I will work on it over this weekend. Welcome to the mop-up for September 30th, 2021. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in New York City where the temperature is 63 degrees and partly cloudy. Well, Peter Thiel made his fortune as an early investor in Facebook. He's also a founder of PayPal. He's a billionaire conservative who is openly gay, openly Christian, and, as I said, openly right-wing. Much of his fortune goes towards supporting ultra-right-wing causes, including a $1.25 million contribution to Donald Trump's first presidential campaign. He also funded a lawsuit that put the popular news website Gawker out of business, although the suit was filed by wrestler Hulk Hogan. Many suspect the reason Peter Thiel financed the lawsuit was to get even with Gawker for revealing that Thiel was gay. Well, there's a new book out. It's called The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. It's written by Max Chafkin, and he will be joining us in about 55 minutes. Max writes for Bloomberg's Business Week, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. Hollywood's editors, camera operators, grips, and other members of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, otherwise known as IATSE, will vote Friday on whether or not to launch a strike against producers of television and film. Seth Rogen and Ben Stiller have already expressed support for the union going on strike if they do decide to go on strike. IATSE leaders have been facing mounting difficulty arriving at a minimum basic agreement with the studios. Some wages are slightly above $14 an hour. That's not a livable wage in California. The industry, as we've talked about earlier, is rife with complaints of hazardous working conditions and unpaid overtime. IATSE has 13 locals in Hollywood representing 60,000 workers. Former French President Nicolas Sarkozy was convicted on Thursday of violating campaign finance laws when he ran unsuccessfully for re-election in 2012. President Sarkozy, who has been sentenced to a year under house arrest, says he will appeal the ruling. Imagine that, locking up an ex-president. I hope it's okay for the country. I hope France can handle it, because here in America, we can't lock up any of our presidents because it would be bad for the country. Ecuador's newly elected center-right president, Guillermo Lasso, no relation to Ted, Guillermo Lasso, the right-wing newly elected president of Ecuador, declared a state of emergency today in Ecuador in their prison system. It was declared after 116 people were killed, 80 wounded when a gang war erupted inside the prison. 5 prisoners were reportedly beheaded. It's being described as the worst prison riot in the nation's history. Lasso is the first conservative president of Ecuador in several years, possibly decades. The previous president, Lenin Moreno, was a democratic socialist. He had served as vice president to Professor and President Rafael Correa, who, as president, as a socialist and economist, reduced poverty in Ecuador by as much as 40%. The country has moved to the right temporarily. Professor Correa also allowed WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to take up residence in the Ecuadorian embassy in London. But now Assange is sitting in a British prison fighting extradition to America on charges of violating the Espionage Act. Yahoo News reported on Sunday that Donald Trump's CIA director, Mike Pompeo, was so obsessed with Julian Assange, he ordered plans to be drawn up that would include the kidnapping and possible assassination of Julian Assange. Yahoo reports the plans were drawn up in 2017, but then discarded after lawyers reminded the White House kidnapping and assassination is against the law. It's great that our president needs a lawyer to remind him that it's against the law to kidnap and or assassinate Julian Assange. Thanks for the legal heads up on that one. Pompeo, who served as both Trump's Secretary of State and CIA director, said this week, after the Yahoo story came out, he said that all 30 of the White House officials who spoke to Yahoo should be criminally prosecuted. Yeah, you don't get criminally prosecuted for drawing up plans to kidnap and assassinate Julian Assange, but you talk to the press in America, that's why you get criminally prosecuted. You don't get prosecuted for killing 7 kids in our last airstrike in Afghanistan, but Julian Assange releases videos of previous drone strikes where civilians were killed. He's wanted here in America for violating the Espionage Act. It's a great country you got here. As Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo and his wife were accused of using State Department staffers for their own personal gain, as well as being verbally abusive towards staff. When the State Department Inspector General launched an investigation into Mike Pompeo and his wife, Pompeo promptly fired the Inspector General. Newly released documents that came out last week from the fired State Department's Inspector General reveal that Pompeo and his lovely wife, Susan, were guilty of, quote, misleading statements to the State Department legal department, misuse of government resources on personal and political activities, potentially prohibited by the Hatch Act, verbal abuse of employees by Susan Pompeo. She doesn't even work for the State Department, and she was sending staffers out to pick up flowers and her dresses, and then she was verbally abusive, and her husband, Mike Pompeo, ordered his staff to communicate verbally, not in writing, in order to, quote unquote, evade transparency laws. That's according to newly released documents from the State Department's Inspector General. Pompeo graduated number one in his class from West Point and went on to graduate from Harvard Law School. Well, Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana, Senator John Kennedy, no relation to the 35th president or to reality, for that matter. He serves as a Republican senator from the great state of Louisiana, and he's running for re-election in 2022. He is a dyed-in-the-wool conservative. He gets an A rating from the National Rifle Association. Kind of inappropriate for the National Rifle Association to give anybody named Kennedy an A rating. He's also pro-life, but he's running for re-election on trust.
Now I'm asking for your support again next year for my re-election. I will not let you down. I'd rather drink Weed Killer. May God bless Louisiana and the United States of America.
I'm sorry, I was clearing my throat. I didn't quite catch that. What would you rather drink, Senator John Kennedy?
I'd rather drink Weed Killer.
Really? You would rather drink Weed Killer than let the people of Louisiana down? Are you sure about that?
I'd rather drink Weed Killer.
Seems a little odd, Senator John Kennedy, to jump straight to Weed Killer. You know, maybe, I don't know, resigning might be the first thing that would come to mind. I would have gone with resignation, but you went with, what did you go with again, Senator Kennedy?
I'd rather drink Weed Killer.
I think you just want to drink Weed Killer. I think you just hate yourself so much that you would probably...
I'd rather drink Weed Killer.
I think you would rather drink Weed Killer in a lot of what would you rather. I think Weed Killer is on the top of your list. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, and the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, has passed one of the most draconian abortion laws in America, where women are forced to keep their baby, even in the case of rape. He was asked about this earlier in the week by Fox's Chris Wallace.
Is it reasonable to say to somebody who was the victim of rape and might not understand that they are pregnant, until 6 weeks, well, don't worry about it because we're going to eliminate rape as a problem in the state of Texas?
Chris, I got to point out about the ways that I have fought to to arrest and apprehend and try to eliminate rape, but I sought the death penalty.
Yes, the death penalty. Given that we're talking about Texas, he should specify whether or not he's seeking the death penalty for the rapist or the woman who was raped. You can never tell in Texas who they're going to prosecute. Well, it doesn't matter. He's for the death penalty. And nothing screams pro-life more than advocating for the death penalty. You know, if I had to choose between moving to Texas or drinking Weed Killer,
I'd rather drink Weed Killer.
I'd rather drink Weed Killer. Well, Greg Abbott is a joke, but not a funny one. There are some serious politicians back in Washington, D.C. who deserve respect, like the newly elected Congresswoman from Missouri, Representative Cori Bush, a Democrat, a new member of the squad. You might remember Congresswoman Cori Bush slept on the steps of the Capitol to protest Nancy Pelosi's decision to send Congress home this summer without addressing the eviction moratorium, which had expired. Remember that? She so embarrassed Pelosi and Biden that President Biden was forced to issue another executive order extending the CDC's eviction moratorium. Of course, the Republican courts overturned the moratorium this summer, but Cori Bush literally took it to the streets to embarrass her own party. Well, the House Oversight Committee this week conducted a much-needed hearing on abortion care, or lack thereof, here in the United States, and Congresswoman Cori Bush offered up her own testimony.
So to all the black women and girls who have had abortions and will have abortions, we have nothing to be ashamed of. We live in a society that has failed to legislate love and justice for us. So we deserve better. We demand better. We are worthy of better. So that's why I'm here to tell my story. So today I sit before you as that nurse, as that pastor, as that activist, that survivor, that single mom, that congresswoman, to testify that in the summer of 1994, I was raped, I became pregnant, and I chose to have an abortion. I yield.
I don't think you'll ever yield. Wow. We live in a society that has failed to legislate justice and love. Wow. Congresswoman Cori Bush, that's the future of the Democratic Party. Representative Cori Bush, Democrat from Missouri, is the future of the Democratic Party. She better be the future of the Democratic Party. Otherwise, there will be no party. Well, Robert Kaplan, the president of the Dallas Federal, to go from that testimony from Cori Bush to these pieces of human excrement who work at the Federal Reserve. Robert Kaplan, the president of the Dallas Federal Reserve, said he would step down next week after it was revealed he had been trading stocks quite substantially during 2020 while the Fed, he was a president of the Fed, while the Fed was attempting to stabilize the economy. There is concern that Robert Kaplan might have profited off inside information. Gee, you think if you're one of the presidents, there are about 12 presidents of the Federal Reserve, and 2020 was the year they were salvaging what was left of our economy, and he's busy trading stocks. You think he might have been acting on inside information? Well, there is concern that he might have violated some ethics rules that the Federal Reserve has. That surprises me if they have any ethics rules. The Supreme Court, by the way, no ethics rules. Okay, so he is stepping down. Robert Kaplan is stepping down, as is Eric Rosengren. He's also a president of the Federal Reserve. He's president of the Federal Reserve Bank in Boston. He came under scrutiny for his trades last year. Yes, the economy was tanking, and he was sitting in on all the meetings as to how the Federal Reserve would salvage our economy, and he would step out of the room and trade stocks. Rosengren admits to no wrongdoing. He insists he's stepping down for health reasons. Yes, mental health reasons. You're sick. This is just a sick country ruled by sick white men. And the Federal Reserve is making all the decisions about the trajectory of our economy. There is no democracy. They've taken it away from Congress as to whether or not we're going to have inflation or unemployment. It's all up to the Federal Reserve. Hopefully, we will pass this reconciliation bill and we can start having fiscal policy as opposed to monetary policy, which is undemocratic. Monetary policy is undemocratic. Fiscal policy, which we don't have in the United States, that's decided by Congress. That's democratic. Well, the Federal Reserve has 12 regional bank banksters as president. The chairman is Jerome Powell, who was nominated by Donald Trump. Fed chairs serve, I believe these are 6-year terms that they serve. And the question now is, should Joe Biden reappoint Jerome Powell to head the Federal Reserve? Jerome Powell was testifying before the Senate Banking Committee this week. And Senator Elizabeth Warren, who serves on the Banking Committee, reminded me why I used to love her before she ran against Bernie and then didn't endorse him. But this is one of the reasons I used to love Elizabeth Warren until she bailed on Bernie and supported Biden. But here's Senator Elizabeth Warren talking to Fed Chair Jerome Powell earlier this week.
I came to Washington after the 2008 crash to make sure that nothing like that would ever happen again. Your record gives me grave concern. Over and over, you have acted to make our banking system less safe, and that makes you a dangerous man to head up the Fed, and it's why I will oppose your renomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You could have been president, Elizabeth Warren. Your problem is you teach at Harvard, and Harvard is a cancer. You really had potential, but it's Harvard. It just crawls into you, and it's a cancer, and you couldn't endorse Bernie. So it's disappointing. But you were right for talking to Jerome Powell that way. Sadly, you're one of the good ones in Washington, D.C., Elizabeth Warren, and that's not saying much. Well, also testifying before the Banking Committee that day was Jerome Powell's predecessor, Janet Yellen. Janet Yellen was chairman of the Federal Reserve, and she is now Joe Biden's Treasury Secretary. And I'm probably getting that wrong. There's the Secretary of the Treasury, and then there's the Treasury Secretary. She's up there. She's more important than the other one. I don't know what it is. It's a cabinet level position, Janet Yellen. She is now Joe Biden's Treasury Secretary, or Secretary of the Treasury. I'm going to go with Treasury Secretary. And Janet Yellen wasn't Yellen, but she seems to be very concerned about this thing called the debt ceiling. This was pretty scary.
Our current estimate is that Treasury will likely exhaust its extraordinary measures by October 18th. At that point, we expect Treasury would be left with very limited resources that would be depleted quickly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a word you said, Janet Yellen. You sounded like every harpy I talked to from customer service. Can you say that again?
Our current estimate is that Treasury will likely exhaust its extraordinary measures by October 18th. At that point, we expect Treasury would be left with very limited resources that would be depleted quickly.
I'm sorry. It's all I hear is, can I have your mother's maiden name and the last 4 digits of your social security number? That's what you sound like. I'm sorry. Wait, so it's financial stuff that you're warning? I don't understand what you're, it's financial. Tell me what's going on.
America would default for the first time in history. The full faith and credit of the United States would be impaired, and our country would likely face a financial crisis and economic recession as a result.
Okay, I heard that. You're saying that if we don't raise the debt ceiling, the full faith and credit of the United States would be, you said, impaired. There would be a recession. Well, it's a good thing that Janet Yellen took to Capitol Hill and went on record to issue this warning, because that's, our Congress, they hold these hearings, and Congress got the message loud and clear. Get to work on this. Get to work on raising the debt ceiling, and getting to work is what they did that night.
Democrats were trying to get caught up. Wow, this is a long.
Greg Steube with the first pitch, and the first swing is going to be a home run. Steube out of the ballpark into the left field bleachers. Steube with the very first offering from Pete Aguilar swings and sends it to left field and out. while everybody's milling with the president, they played baseball, and Stubbe wants to bring the attention back to the field.
Absolutely. I believe that is the first out-of-the-park home run in this game in more than 40 years.
Yeah, that's Republican Congressman from Florida, Greg Stubbe, hitting a towering home run on Wednesday, right after Janet Yellen's testimony. He was playing in the annual Democrat versus Republican congressional baseball game, and you saw that hit. No threat of a default there, huh? As Congressman Stubbe got ahead of a fastball thrown by pitcher and Democratic Congressman Pete Aguilar from California. And Stubbe sent that one flying deep into left field. Wow, this is a tense game. Third inning, Republicans down by 2. Then Congressman Mo Brooks, Republican, comes to the plate, and it's insurrection time. When your team is down by 2, that's the day you start taking down names and kicking ass.
Now Mo Brooks will be the batter. Mo Brooks swings and sends one down to third. Ossoff picks it up, throws it first. The ball gets away from Huffman, and Brooks is going to head down to second. If he hustles, he could have third as well.
He could go to third.
And he is. Huffman over to pick it up. Will get the ball back into the infield. Brooks gets to third base standing up.
Wow. A stand-up triple. Mo Brooks, congressman from Alabama. How does it feel to hit a stand-up triple?
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
Yeah, that's Congressman Mo Brooks, who's being sued by Congressman Eric Swalwell for the insurrection. On the ellipse on January 6th, Congressman Mo Brooks told everybody to storm the Capitol. And what did you say today was?
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
Stand-up triple at Wednesday's Democrat versus Republican congressional baseball game. They went 7 innings. It's a 7-inning game, and it was a close one. Kind of like, the reconciliation bill. This is tight. It's bottom of the 7th, right? The Democrats down by 1. This near the end of the game. They only play 7 innings. Democrats down by 1, tying run at the plate.
There you Arizona.
The 1-1 to Stanton is hit, popped up to third. Stubbe's got it, and that's the ball game. The Republicans win it 13-12 as they storm out of the first base side of the dugout and mob.
Wow, that was a close one, just by 1. I guess if it had been tied and they had to go into extra innings, how does that work? Vice President Harris has to come to the plate to break the tie? I don't know. But Stubbe, he hit a home run in the 3rd inning, and then he gets the last out. Wow, that's some game. The Republicans win by 1. Good for you. Nothing makes me feel more secure than watching Congress play a children's game, and we're in good hands. We're in good hands. Nancy Pelosi, our Speaker, of course, she didn't have time to play. She couldn't play in a congressional baseball game because she's the adult in the room, and she knows that our country is facing default, 2 infrastructure bills tied up by partisan bickering, and millions of Americans facing eviction. So she was there, but she worked the phones. She was on the phone. Look at her, on the phone with her husband, Paul, moving their $200 million real estate portfolio into safer investments like treasuries and possibly certificates of deposit. Yes, that's your Congress hard at work playing baseball and trading stocks. Ted Cruz, Senator Ted Cruz, any thoughts?
And I myself count myself emphatically in the Free Britney camp and have been so vocally for some time.
That's that's the most reason coming out of Congress all week. Ted Cruz had the one moment of clarity supporting Brittany's conservatorship coming to an end. Well, U.S. military suicides have jumped by 15%. According to new data that came out today, there were 580 suicides. 580 veterans committed suicide in 2020. That's compared with 504 the year before. That's more than a suicide a day. That's close to 2 suicides a day that our veterans are suffering. Army National Guard troops, their suicide rate jumped by 35% in 2020. Active duty Army saw a nearly 20% rise in suicides. And it's going to get worse because we continue to lie to our soldiers. That's what we do. You cannot go to war without lying to the American people, to ourselves, and to the soldiers. And the consequences are grave, not just for the people we attack, but for our soldiers, because they die in battle and then they come home and many of them suffer PTSD and end up committing suicide. You cannot fight a war unless you lie. And the only people who can rise to the top of the Pentagon, of the military-industrial complex, are inveterate liars, like our current Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, formerly of Raytheon, formerly of the Pentagon, then back to Raytheon. On the suicides, he said the findings are troubling. He said suicide rates among our service members and military families are still too high, and the trends are not going in the right direction. And either is the revolving door, Secretary Lloyd Austin. The revolving door between the Pentagon and Raytheon is not going in the right direction. You should not be taking jobs with the military-industrial complex, General Austin. It's one of the reasons our soldiers commit suicide, because they don't trust the leadership. They feel like cannon fodder. They feel like the leadership in the Pentagon, the people at the very top, are lying to them and seeking jobs once they leave the Pentagon over at Raytheon and Boeing. You're the reason, General Austin, you're the reason the suicide rate is up. So Congress, meanwhile, has been very concerned about last month's painful withdrawal from Afghanistan, and they held hearings in both the House and the Senate earlier this week, 2 days of hearings to find out what happened in Afghanistan. Congress is deeply concerned about troubling reports in Bob Woodward's new book, Peril. I'm not a big fan of Bob Woodward's writing, but he co-wrote this with Bob Costa, and I'm almost done with Peril. I won't say it's a fun read, but it's definitely worth taking out of the library. Don't buy it. Take it out of the library. Congress was deeply concerned by reports in Peril, Bob Woodward's new book, that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, a liar. You don't get to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff unless you are willing to lie before Congress. Mark Milley, according to Bob Woodward, got on the phone with Speaker Pelosi in the run-up to the 2020 election. And he also spoke to Nancy Pelosi after the election. And according to the book, Peril, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair Mark Milley agreed with Pelosi that Donald Trump was, quote unquote, crazy. And in the book, Mark Milley took steps to prevent Donald Trump from ordering a nuclear strike against China. He was worried that we were going to invade China. According to the book, Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, got on the phone several times with the leaders of the Chinese military to assure them that there was going to be no surprise attack. He was, in the book, the adult in the room. But that's not how things are supposed to work. If our president gives a command, it's supposed to be obeyed by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's not good. We have a problem with how we go to war here in America. It used to be Congress would authorize war. But sometime when we got this nuclear weapon, we decided that a president has to decide to go to war in a split second. So we have to take the power of war making away from Congress and give it to the president. The same way we took the power of determining our economy away from Congress and giving it to the Federal Reserve. We can't trust Congress to decide whether there should be inflation or unemployment. We can't trust Congress to decide whether or not we're going to war. That's the president's decision. So these hearings were really interesting, and they revealed how stupid the Pentagon is and how wrong it is to think that we go to war in a matter of seconds, that there's no time to debate war, and it should only be left with the President of the United States. That is not the discussion that is coming out of the Woodward book. The conversation that's coming out of the Woodward book is, it was so close. We had a deranged madman as our commander-in-chief, and but for brave adult General Mark Milley, Donald Trump could have launched a nuclear strike against China. And the story is how Milley saved us from the brink. Why aren't we discussing the war-making powers of the executive branch? This is not what our founding fathers intended. The issue is, why was it left to Mark Milley to decide whether or not he would obey an order to invade China from our deranged president of the United States? There are fail-safe checks in our Constitution. The president doesn't get to decide whether or not we go to war. Congress does, but we've taken that away from Congress. And so it was left to Mark Milley, a liar, an incompetent liar, to decide whether or not he was going to obey an order from a crazy president. And nobody's talking about war powers now. It's about how crazy Donald Trump is. We should be allowed to elect a crazy president. There are checks and balances to prevent a crazy president from declaring war. But we took those powers away from Congress. And now it's up to this liar, Mark Milley, to decide whether or not he's going to obey an order. Who elected Mark Milley to decide whether or not we're going to go to war? But nobody's talking about that. Well, according to the book, Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a liar. He called the Chinese military leaders twice to assure them we were not going to attack. Congress has no say in this. Milley also reportedly told Woodward that he viewed Newsmax, the conservative news network, to be a domestic terrorist organization, as is Epoch Times. Well, I'll play you a clip. Newsmax is a domestic terrorist organization, and Mark Milley denies now that he called them that, but trust me, he did. Also of concern was lying President Joe Biden, who reportedly told then President of Afghanistan, Ghani, earlier this year to lie and paint a rosy picture in the lead up to America's withdrawal from Afghanistan. There are reports that Joe Biden instructed the president of Afghanistan, our puppet Ghani, to lie and say that things are going well, even though everyone knew this was a disaster. Biden also lied when he told George Stephanopoulos that nobody in the military advised him to stay in Afghanistan. He said all his advisors said we need to get out. This is something that the liar and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, denied before Congress. He said that our lying president lied when he told George Stephanopoulos that nobody advised Biden to stay in Afghanistan. Milley says that he told the president to stay. Well, there were important hearings in between that congressional baseball game, but there were some important hearings. Here is our Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, starting the day with his first lie.
We need to consider some uncomfortable truths.
Yes, we need to consider some uncomfortable truths, which means General Lloyd Austin is now going to lie and get away with it because that's what people in the Pentagon do. They lie. That's why they're at the top of the organization. They have no problem lying about killing people. So here's his first lie.
We need to consider some uncomfortable truths, that we did not fully comprehend the depth of corruption and poor leadership in their senior ranks.
Really, 20 years in Afghanistan, and you never grasped the depths of corruption in the ranks of the army that you were propping up in Afghanistan. So that's your first lie. And to give you an idea how bad things are in Washington, D.C., it took a Republican congressman who's going to be arrested for violating the Mann Act to get to the bottom of everything. This is how corrupt our military-industrial complex is. A Republican named Matt Gaetz, who will soon be doing time, we assume, for violating the Mann Act. He was the one. He was the only one, a couple others, who was willing to speak the truth.
Question for Secretary Austin. Secretary Austin, are you capable of assessing whether another has the will to fight?
No, we're not. And that's the point that the chairman made earlier. So.
That's just like an incredibly disappointing thing for the Secretary of Defense to simply say, I can't assess whether someone has the will to fight. But it is consistent with your record. It just seems like you're chronically bad at this. And you have admitted that, I guess, which is to your credit. And you all end up in front of us, and your former employer, Raytheon, ends up with a lot of money. And we have poured cash and blood and credibility into a Ghani government that was a mirage. It fell immediately.
I'm starting to think that Matt Gaetz is being railroaded. I'm starting to think that Matt Gaetz didn't violate the Mann Act. How is it that he's one of the few Congress people who can speak truth to our military? Well, in order to rise to the top, you have to be a liar and be willing to cash in on the lives of the men and women who serve underneath you. That's why General Lloyd took a job with Raytheon. Then he came back to the Pentagon, and he'll go back to Raytheon. And it's the job of people like Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to keep the wheels of industry churning. And by that, I mean sending money to the military-industrial complex. We always have to be in a state of terror and fear so we can give all that money to the military-industrial complex and not to the kids who are starving, the people who are being evicted, Medicare for all that kind of stuff. No, we have to live in a constant state of terror that some foreign country, people of color, are going to kill us when, in fact, the people who really are killing us are the Jamie Dimons of the world, the bankers. They're the ones who won't pay their fair share of taxes, so Americans are starving and don't have roofs over their heads. But it is the job of somebody like the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, to keep us in a constant state of fear by lying.
We must remember that the Taliban was and remains a terrorist organization, and they still have not broken ties with al-Qaeda. I have no illusions who we are dealing with. It remains to be seen whether or not the Taliban can consolidate power or if the country will further fracture into civil war. But we must continue to protect the United States of America and its people from terrorist attacks coming from Afghanistan. A reconstituted al-Qaeda or ISIS with aspirations to attack the United States is a very real possibility. And those conditions, to include activity in ungoverned spaces, could present themselves in the next 12 to 36 months. That mission will be much harder now, but not impossible, and we will continue to protect the American people. Strategically, we must remember that
those medals on your chest, on your lovely décolletage, you have a beautiful cleavage there, Mark Milley. All those medals are for lying and scaring Americans. You're a liar. And you not only are responsible for the deaths of innocent civilians overseas, by lying and scaring us, you're responsible for the deaths here in the United States, the 50,000 Americans who die each year because we don't have Medicare for all. You're responsible. When you scare the American people and beat the war drum, money gets diverted away from our schools, away from food stamps. You're a murderer, General Milley, and you're auditioning for your job at Raytheon by scaring us and lying about the Taliban, who did not launch the strike against the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. You're a liar, Mark Milley. Al-Qaeda took up shop in Afghanistan. We think, we don't really know if Al-Qaeda launched the attack in Afghanistan. Maybe they launched it in Pakistan, where Osama bin Laden was killed, right? But you've decided it's Afghanistan and the Taliban that's responsible for 9/11, not the Saudi Arabians who funded the attack on 9/11. Could have been Afghanistan. No, it wasn't Afghanistan. It was either Saudi Arabia or Pakistan, but you're not going to attack them. So you're just going to lie about the Taliban. You're just going to lie and keep us scared, aren't you? Well, it took somebody being accused of violating the Mann Act to give General Mark Milley the respect he deserves.
That's an interesting answer to a question. It's just not one I asked. You spent more time with Bob Woodward on this book than you spent analyzing the very likely prospect that the Afghanistan government was going to fall immediately to the Taliban, didn't you?
Not even close, Congressman.
Oh, really? Because you said right after Kabul fell that no one could have anticipated the immediate fall of the Ghani government. When did you become aware that Joe Biden tried to get Ghani to lie about the conditions in Afghanistan? He did that in July. Did you know that right away?
I'm not aware of what President Biden...
You're not aware of the phone call that Biden had with Ghani where he said, whether it is true or not, we want you to go out there and paint a rosy picture of what's going on in Afghanistan. You're the chief military advisor to the president. You said that the Taliban was not going to defeat the government of Afghanistan militarily, which, by the way, they cut through them like a hot knife through butter. And then the president tries to get Ghani to lie. When did you become aware of that attempt?
Takes a liar to know a liar. Matt Gaetz, somebody has to talk to these monsters this way. God bless Matt Gaetz. General Milley is a liar. He is an absolute liar. And he doesn't get to decide whether or not an insane president attacks China. That's not his purview. If you believe in the Constitution and you believe in checks and balances, if we're going to attack China, which the Republicans want to do? If we're going to attack China, we get to decide. We vote. Congress authorizes that invasion, not the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's the conversation we need to be having right now, the War Powers Act. Well, Dan Sullivan, a Republican from Alaska, the Republicans want to go to war with China, and they're very upset that President Trump was thinking about invading China as a distraction, and they're very upset, and rightfully so, that General Mark Milley took it upon himself to violate the chain of command. And I'm being serious here. This isn't sarcasm. He tipped off the generals in China to assure them that there would be no invasion. This has been done before. Schlesinger did it when he was defense secretary under Nixon, when Nixon was losing it. It's not up to the defense secretary or the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to pick up a phone and tip off anybody as to whether or not we're going to invade them. So Dan Sullivan, who was looking forward to war with China, had this to say.
That's correct. Yet you're quoted in the Woodward book as telling the top Chinese Communist military commander, quote, "If we're going to attack, I'm going to call you ahead of time." Is that true, General Milley?
Well, let me tell you what I actually said.
That's not true. I hope that's
Let me tell you what I actually said, Senator. What I said, if there's going to be a war, if there's going to be an attack, there's going to be a lot of calls and tension ahead of time.
But what
you're going to
said,
get called.
Your testimony was that you were certain President Trump would not attack. That's your testimony this morning.
That is
okay, then why would you?
And I was communicating to my Chinese counterpart on instructions, by the way, de-escalate the situation. And I told him that we are not going to attack. President Trump has no intent to attack. And I told him that repeatedly. And I told him if there was going to be an attack, there'll be plenty of communications going back and forth. Your intel system's going to pick it up. I said, I'll probably call you. Everybody will be calling you. We're not going to attack you. Just settle down. It's not going to happen. And I did it twice, in October and January.
I think if you're giving a heads up to the Chinese Communist Party.
I didn't give them a heads up we're going to attack because we weren't going to attack.
If we're going to attack, I'm going to call you ahead.
Which was being faithful to the President of the United States' intent.
Time
I was being faithful to his intent, Senator.
Yeah, you're a liar. You violated the chain of command. We have a crazy president who probably was thinking of attacking China. It's not up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to get on the horn and call China and say, settle down. And here was what was so revealing in that testimony. I wish we had time. I would play it again, because he spoke a truth. He said, if there's going to be a war, there's going to be intelligence. There's going to be a run up to the war. They're going to know. And what that tells us is that the decision to go to war is never a ticking clock. We were sold on giving the president the decision to declare war and not Congress because of this proverbial ticking clock that doesn't exist. In the nuclear age, the president has to make this split-second decision as to whether or not we need to go to war. That's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit, and General Milley just said it's bullshit. China's a nuclear power. We're a nuclear power. If there's going to be a war, it takes months of planning. And if it takes months of planning, that means a democracy can vote as to whether or not we go to war. But we don't do that anymore. We haven't voted to go to war since December 8th. 1941. Every war we have fought has not been a war declared by Congress. And the reason we've taken the war-making decision away from Congress is you wouldn't get the war vote because the American people don't want to go to war. So they've taken it away from us. We don't get to decide whether or not we go to war. We've given it to the president, which means that the only person who gets to be president is vetted by the military-industrial complex. The questioning continued.
Where's Bob Woodward lying to us?
This is Jim Banks, who Nancy Pelosi would not allow to sit on the Capitol Hill Select Committee on the invasion of the Capitol. Jim Banks is up there with Jim Jordan. He's, a crazy guy from Indiana, Republican. Real crazy. Listen to the questioning.
Where's Bob Woodward lying to us in the book?
I don't know.
You don't know whether or not Bob Woodward was lying about what you said? I don't know. That's a lie. Here we go.
You said in a phone call with Speaker Pelosi, she said, quote, Republicans are enablers of President Trump's behavior. You know he's crazy. He's been crazy for a long time. You replied, I agree with you on everything. That was repeated 3 times in the prologue of the book Peril, that you told Speaker Pelosi that you agree with her on everything. Is that an accurate portrayal of your recounting to Bob Woodward about those conversations?
Not exactly, no. In fact, I know what I said.
Woodward wrong? Is that portrayal wrong?
In fact, I know what I said, which was, Madam Speaker, I am not qualified to determine the mental health or assess the mental health of this president or any president.
Did you tell the Speaker that you agreed with her on everything?
And what I was referring to when I said that was I agree that we need to have the processes and procedures in place to make sure that we don't have an accidental, illegal, or unauthorized use of nuclear weapons. And I do agree with that. And we do have those procedures.
You said you agree with her. According to Bob Woodward,
I'm not agreeing with her.
Bob Woodward is right or you're right.
I am not agreeing with her assessment of the president.
The lies. First of all, it's not up to General Milley to decide if there's an authorized use of nuclear weapons. What if you're crazy, General Milley? What if you're Burt Lancaster in 7 Days in May? You don't get to decide.
You told Bob Woodward that you wrote in a list in your notebook of groups that you personally believe were responsible for the attack and that you associated with it. Quote, and you called these groups, quote, domestic terrorist or this domestic terrorism. That list included in your notebook, according to Bob Woodward and from your conversations with him, Nazis and Oath Keepers, but it also included 2 conservative media outlets that you listed in your notebook, including the Epoch Times, which, by the way, is a news outlet that was founded by critics of the Chinese Communist Party, and Newsmax, which is the second most watched conservative media outlet in the country today. Do your notes about January 6th reference both Epoch Times and Newsmax as on a list of domestic terrorists?
I'm not recalling this conversation at all.
It's in the book.
It may be in the book. I haven't read the book. I'm not recalling a conversation about Newsmax, Epoch Times.
Do you have a notebook that lists Newsmax and Epoch Times as domestic terrorists as recounted by the Bob Woodward book Peril? Where's Bob Woodward lying to us in the book?
I don't know. I don't recall any conversation about Epoch Times.
You're a liar. You said that to Nancy Pelosi, Milley. You said that. We all know. How could you not tell Nancy Pelosi that you agree with her when you say that Donald Trump is insane? Of course you said that. He's insane. That's why you picked up a phone and called China and said, we're not invading you. You're lying. And you did say Newsmax is a neo-Nazi news organization, because it is. You said that. Epoch Times is funded by Chinese nationalists who want you to invade China. Of course you said that. You're a liar, and you'll never be held accountable for your lies before the House Armed Services Committee, because nobody ever gets arrested for lying, for perjuring themselves before Congress. That's why you're chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because you lack the conscience to feel bad about lying before Congress. But you're lying before Congress. The only Republican who came to your defense was Mary Cheney, whose father lied us into a war. So out of professional courtesy, Mary Cheney is going to call you a brave soldier, because her father lied and got us into Iraq. and lied about Afghanistan. You're a liar. You cannot get to where you got in the Pentagon without being a liar. Newsmax, as Woodward points out in his book, is, and what you said to Nancy Pelosi, they are a neo-Nazi news gathering operation. And you were asked about this and you lied.
And Newsmax, which is the second most watched conservative media outlet in the country today, do your notes about January 6th reference both Epoch Times and Newsmax as on a list of domestic terrorists?
And he says no. He says no. He says no. Well, Newsmax, let me play you Greg Kelly. I keep playing this. This is just a clip from Newsmax.
Now, we went looking for this white supremacy stuff that they're talking about, right? The violence and the danger that's posed. We actually did find some evidence from 1923. This is the last substantial turnout we could see or we could find of white supremacy. Look, it's a boogeyman. It's a false boogeyman.
Anybody who says white supremacy hasn't existed since 1923 is a white supremacist. And you know that, General Milley. You told Nancy Pelosi and you told Bob Woodward that Newsmax is a white supremacist organization. You know that. And you said it, and you're lying. And it took a congressman who's going to be arrested for violating the Mann Act to man up.
You know, General Milley, you kind of gave up the game earlier when you said you wanted to address elements of your personal conduct that were in question. We're not questioning your personal conduct. We're questioning in your official capacity going and undermining the chain of command, which is obviously what you did. You've created this whole chain.
Did not undermine the chain of command in
yeah,
any
you
manner,
did.
shape, or form.
You absolutely did. And it
not.
You did.
Not.
You did.
Not.
Yes, you did.
Not.
Yes, you did.
Not.
All right. You're such a good liar. Well, we have to wrap it up. And I can't think of a better person to listen to than the new congressman from Texas, their 13th congressional district, Ronny Jackson. Dr. Ronny Jackson is the new congressman from Texas. I don't know if you remember Ronny Jackson. He almost became our Surgeon General because he was Donald Trump's personal physician. And he used to issue these reports like, this guy's going to live to be 1,000. Remember Ronny Jackson? He was the personal physician. Then he became Donald Trump's chief medical advisor. They couldn't nominate him. He wanted to be Surgeon General. He had a little problem. The Office of the Inspector General discovered that Ronny Jackson was, giving out prescriptions to anybody in the White House who wanted it, and for any drug they wanted. He made sexual and denigrating statements about women. He was abusive towards medical subordinates. He drank alcohol with subordinates in Manila. He was supposed to be keeping an eye on the president on a trip to Manila, but he was busy drinking, getting drunk. He engaged in behavior, according to the Office of the Inspector General, that involved screaming and yelling at women. He woke the president because he was drunk and screaming. This is according to the Inspector General. He was loose with the Ambien. He was taking Ambien, handing it out, and they were worried that he was not providing proper medical care to Donald Trump. That was the Office of the Inspector General. Well, he found a home in the Republican Party, Ronny Jackson, and now he's a congressman. Here are his questions.
Well, I submit to you, sir, that you should resign because of your dereliction of duty to this country and your inability to do your job and protect this country. It has become abundantly clear that the American people have completely lost confidence in your ability to do your job. General Milley, will you now resign?
I serve at the pleasure of the president, Mr. Jackson.
I yield back my time.
I like that last, like, you're asking me to resign. You, Ronnie Jackson. Well, Senator Tom Cotton, this will be the last clip, and then we have our guest. Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas. You might remember that he got the editorial editor of the New York Times fired because Senator Tom Cotton last year was published in the New York Times saying that the military should just take the streets in response to the BLM protests. That's who Republican Senator Tom Cotton is. He is a fascist in the true sense of the word. He's a fascist and a lawyer. Well, there was one brief moment. I want to end on an upbeat note about General Milley, because one of the things I always say is, why don't you quit? Why don't you resign if you're in the military? Why didn't Colin Powell resign? And I started this segment by talking about suicides on the rise among our active duty and our veterans. This is the conundrum they face. And this was a sad moment where I had sympathy for General Milley and everybody who has to wear the uniform in the United States. This is the corner we've put all our soldiers in. It's probably General Milley's best moment. And it's hopefully this is the end of empire, and the American people will wake up and finally decide to take the war-making powers away from the president, give it back to Congress the way our founding fathers intended, so that our soldiers aren't forced to lie before Congress, and most importantly, lie to themselves and stay at these jobs that are killing their souls. Here's Senator Tom Cotton.
But if all this is true, General Milley, why haven't you resigned?
Senator, as a senior military officer, resigning is a really serious thing. It's a political act if I'm resigning in protest. My job is to provide advice. My statutory responsibility is to provide legal advice or best military advice to the president, and that's my legal requirement. That's what the law is. The president doesn't have to agree with that advice. He doesn't have to make those decisions just because we're generals. And it would be an incredible political defiance for a commissioned officer to just resign because my advice is not taken. This country doesn't want generals figuring out what orders we are going to accept and do or not. That's not our job. The principle of civilian control in the military is absolute. It's critical to this republic. In addition to that, just from a personal standpoint, my dad didn't get a choice to resign at Iwo Jima, and those kids there at Abbey Gate, they don't get a choice to resign. And I'm not going to turn my back on them. I'm not going to resign. They can't resign, so I'm not going to resign. There's no way. If the orders are illegal, we're in a different place. But if the orders are legal from civilian authority, I intend to carry them out.
Thank you, Senator Cotton.
Well, those orders aren't legal. The airstrikes, the drone strikes aren't legal. This is why the suicide rates are so high, because our soldiers feel trapped. All of them, including General Milley, trapped in a lie. And it's got to stop. It's got to stop. The fact that we can't pass Bernie's reconciliation bill, we don't have the money, but we have the money to perpetuate a lie that the Taliban are still terrorists. We're expected to believe that the Taliban attacked us on 9/11. This has to stop. This has to stop. We will be back to talk about Peter Thiel right after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. We have a lot of new music to play of Professor Mike Steinel's, and we'll start next week. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook. Please follow me on Twitter. Office Hours and Hours, Friday night. It's 24 hours of office hours. It's the first Friday of every month. That means we go 24 straight hours. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com. Hit office hours. It'll take you right to the page and you're in. Well, time to talk about Peter Thiel. Joining us is the author of a brand new book about Peter Thiel. It's called The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. Please welcome Max Chafkin. Did I pronounce your last name properly?
You nailed it. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you for doing this. You are also a writer and an editor over at Bloomberg Business Week?
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah, so, Bloomberg Business Week. So I edit magazine features as my day job.
Right. This book is getting a lot of notice. It's all over the news.
Yeah. Yeah, so Thiel is this really controversial figure, and so my background, my kind of how I got into this is as a tech reporter covering the tech industry and kind of watching over the last 15 years as Thiel just this guy's kind of everywhere in tech. So he was the co-founder of PayPal, the first outside investor in Facebook, and really kind of, I'd say, the most important figure in Facebook's history besides Mark Zuckerberg. He's kind of the guy who set Zuck up in the way that he's currently set up as this authoritarian over this, enormous, media empire. Thiel's also, the co-founder of Palantir, which is this big, defense contractor that does data mining. He's in tons of startups that people have heard of. And I think all that I think would be really interesting for a book. But of course, he's also this kind of political figure who played a role in the Trump election and has, I think post-Trump is trying to really set himself up as like a patron to the Trump wing of the Republican Party.
Kind of like a Mercer, like the Mercer family, that kind of.
Yeah, I think that's a great analogy. When I was working on the book, I was reading Cokeland, which is this Christopher Leonard book that it's the history of Coke Industries, a portrait of Coke Industries, and I think there's a good parallel there with the Cokes, because the Cokes have this kind of business project that feeds into an ideological project, and then the ideological project is kind of aligned with the business project, and it's this virtuous or vicious, depending on your point of view, cycle. And I think the same thing with Thiel, except we're talking about kind of post-industrial businesses, tech businesses, and we're talking about not the kind of mainstream Republican Party. We're talking about this kind of insurgent wing, or however you want to describe it, the Trump Party.
Right. In my reading of him, he's a bad guy. I'm a lefty, and he is, in my book, evil. What's he worth?
Well, it's not entirely clear because he's been super successful. I'm sure this will,
his what's his Roth IRA?
Is it good or bad?
What's his Roth IRA worth?
So he's got, I would guess, he's in the ballpark of $10 billion, maybe a bit higher. If you look at the estimates, they're a little bit lower than that, but I sort of argue in the book that it's probably higher. his Roth IRA, which people don't know, like that's an investment account that was created in the 90s, basically for middle class and lower middle class taxpayers, super low income caps. You can't contribute to a Roth if your income is over about $100,000. And back when Thiel started putting money in, the limit that you could put in per year was $2,000. And all that money is tax free. And he had $5 billion in the Roth as of 2019. Now, the stock market's gone up a ton since then. So it's probably, like that Roth IRA, I don't know if I had to guess, something like $8 billion or something at this point. So that's $8 billion, no capital gains, no taxes at all on that.
Right. And my listeners should know about a Roth IRA because they probably qualify for one. If you're 22, 23 starting out, if you could put any money into a Roth IRA now, by the time you're 71, you will not have anything to worry about. Pretty close to that being the truth. Somehow the idea is you don't have to pay taxes when you take money out of the Roth IRA. Right. It grows tax free. And then when you retire, you can remove it tax free.
Yeah, exactly.
And somehow he is able to, he put some stock options in his Roth IRA. I guess it's legal. But
it's super aggressive. I mean, it's legal. It's one of these things where, like, probably the legal stuff is like more scandalous than the illegal stuff.
Right.
But like, so the rules are written very carefully when they were set up so that you couldn't invest in your own. You couldn't put your own company stock into your Roth IRA. So like if you owned a store, you couldn't like put the stock in your small business into your Roth IRA because it creates problems with self-dealing and things like that. Now, Thiel, when he got the PayPal stock, which he purchased, it's something like, a 1/1000th of a penny per share. So we're talking, basically for free. He did not technically control PayPal because, the company was set up, as a I can't remember, as a corporation or an LLC or whatever, but it's set up with a board of directors and Thiel only owned, I don't know, like 15, 20% of the company. But so in a legal sense, he didn't control it. But in a practical sense and in the kind of normal sense of how normal people talk about what control means, he did. He was a CEO, the founder, at various points in the company's history, he was able to kind of demand more shares by threatening to quit. And that's the kind of thing that, I think to a normal person, that sounds like control. Of course, as the IRS interprets it and has interpreted it, that is not control. So it's totally legal, but it's very aggressive.
Right.
And it's kind of interesting. I think a lot of stuff with Peter Thiel's like this, where the guy, if you think he's evil, you kind of have to respect the kind of brilliance of this. And because like he's been a pioneer of this kind of super aggressive tax thing. Lots of other Silicon Valley rich guys have done the exact same thing. And you can find like ProPublica. This was kind of heartbreaking to me, but like ProPublica broke this story, while my book was like in galley. So like, anyway, it broke my heart. But like the Wall Street Journal editorial page did a response to it. And the response is basically, and you can too. It's not like, oh, this is a big scandal. It's like, hey, this is a great way to get one over on the tax man. And so he's been really influential in that department. And there are lots of areas where he's done these things that I think, are seen pretty questionable. And but like there's a large cohort of people who look at them as like, awesome lessons in, how to get one over on the world or the regulators or something like that.
How old is Peter Thiel?
He is 53 years old, I believe.
And he was in the closet. He was not openly gay.
Yeah. He came out, as far as I understand it, in the early 2000s.
Did he come out, or did Gawker make him come out?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's kind of a complicated. I guess it depends on what you mean exactly. When the Gawker post happened, he was out to friends and family and to his employees and things like that. He was not out publicly. I think the Gawker post, the Gawker post outed him publicly.
And is that why he financed Hulk Hogan's lawsuit against Gawker?
Well, it's like a long and complicated story, and there are different interpretations. Thiel has said, yes, that's the reason, and he's more or less insisted it's the only reason, although he has at times dropped little hints. I kind of think, having like dug into this pretty deeply and, talked to people who are involved and also talk to people on all sides of this, I think that if Gawker had not published that post, he would never have pursued he would never have done what he did, which was secretly fund this litigation, destroy the media company. But it's pretty important to say that in addition to this post that I think most journalists, especially today, and even then, look at as kind of like not an acceptable kind of journalism, was also doing a lot of really good journalism and were, investigating. He had a huge hedge fund at the time. They were running critical stories of his hedge fund. They were running stories that were, critical of, aspects of his venture capital fund. It wasn't, and I think some of those pieces may have contributed to his sense that he was being persecuted.
Well, he did something that chills the First Amendment. He funded a lawsuit against a news gathering operation. Gawker, as you say, had questionable journalistic practices, but they're still reporters, and he put them out of business.
Yep.
That's chilling.
I think 100% chilling. I mean, I think
is that because of is the judge to blame for that? Who's to blame for that?
I mean, I think you could blame Peter Thiel. I think is one.
Well, what was the settlement
candidate? I mean,
Hulk
Hogan,
but also
the judge, yeah.
Hulk Hogan, Bubba the Love Sponge, the wife, a video, something. It ended up. Who cares? It's garbage people, and I mean that. So there was a lawsuit. What was the settlement?
So it was a jury verdict, and so there's no settlement. And that's kind of like the whole thing. I mean, a jury ruled that Gawker had violated Hulk Hogan's privacy. Normally these cases don't make it to jury trial because normally you don't have a vindictive billionaire paying the legal bills, and somebody like Hulk Hogan. Normally like the
what was the
it was I believe off the top of my head I think it's 140 million when you add in all of the there's like compensatory and all the damage is something like 140
and
billion.
Gawker can't go to the judge because the judge can overrule a jury's decision. Can't you say you want this Gawker to go out of business because of this?
Yeah. So I'm not a legal scholar, but I'll summarize best I can. The judge basically put Gawker into receivership as soon as this happened, and that's something that definitely accelerated the and people who are familiar with the law can probably get
Nick Denton
better than I am off the top of my head.
Is it Nick Denton who ran Gawker?
Yeah, Nick Denton's the founder.
Is he to blame for Gawker going out of business? Could he have saved Gawker?
I think there's some question in my mind if he had made some. At least when I went into this, I thought if he had made some kind of big public gesture, apologized publicly for the post, that maybe he could have saved Gawker.
Don't they have insurance? I would assume Bloomberg.
No, that's the kind of that's the kind of evil genius behind it. So Thiel specifically targeted this lawsuit because it's a privacy violation lawsuit, and that normally news organizations have like libel insurance or for defamation, but it wasn't a defamation case, and so it's kind of like very devious and sort of brilliant thing. They also there were actually two allegations of wrongdoing. One of which was this invasion of privacy, and the other was involving some sort of emotional harm. And Hogan actually dropped the emotional harm part of this case after Gawker was trying to get its insurance to cover that the legal bills under a sort of slip and fall policy, right? Because in addition to having libel insurance, most news organizations have, and all companies, right, have insurance, just general business liability insurance. And they dropped this other allegation basically, as I understand it, right? Of course, maybe there's another story, but my understanding is they dropped it, and they dropped it because it takes the insurance out of play, and at that point, Gawker's on its own. And then the thing is, maybe Gawker could have survived if Peter Thiel hadn't first been exposed by Forbes. Forbes did a story saying it's Peter Thiel, and then Peter Thiel comes out, gives an interview to the New York Times where
Forbes
he says,
Forbes outed Peter Thiel
as the guy behind the Gawker thing.
Oh, they didn't out him as being gay.
No, not as being gay. Excuse me. Yeah. So Florida jury makes the judgment. And not long after, Forbes does a story and says, hey, this Hulk Hogan case, the guy who's paying the bills is a guy named Peter Thiel. He's a billionaire. Thiel immediately goes to the New York Times and says, yup, it's me. Not only is it me, but like, I am proud of this. It's my greatest philanthropic act ever. There may be other, I'd have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure he says there may be other lawsuits in play. And that sends a signal to any investor, any other insurance company, anybody else that like Gawker, you're basically going to war.
Well, how many lawyers vetted your book?
It was vetted in like the normal, legal process.
I would assume he didn't. I would assume Peter Thiel did not cooperate with you.
No, he didn't cooperate, and I approached.
Did he threaten you?
He didn't. At least, and I'll say further, like nobody who seemed in any way to be speaking for Peter Thiel threatened me. Now they didn't help me. They didn't make my life easy, but I was able to do my job as a journalist. And,
does he want publicity? Is he one of those people who wants to be behind the scenes, or he's not?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think he's kind of, he definitely is somebody who I think is like probably secretly a really great marketer and has, through a combination of writing, speaking, maybe some relationships with the press, and also relationships with other sort of powerful people, created this image of himself. And the image of himself is of this like really powerful guy who, depending on your political take, is either like, a Ayn Randian superhero or like some kind of supervillain or whatever. And I think to some extent Thiel has helped like engineer that and done so somewhat deliberately. And I think he enjoys that. And so,
so we're talking with Max Chafkin. He's the author of the new book, The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. We haven't talked about Silicon Valley's pursuit of power. As a side note, until I read about Peter Thiel financing Hulk Hogan's suit against Gawker, I didn't know that you could go out and get funding for a lawsuit. Now I'm reading that hedge funds, they have so much money and they have to invest it. Money is a cancer. You cannot hold on to cash. So this money, like a cancer, has to go somewhere, and it infects everything, including our legal system. I am now reading that hedge funds are investing in lawsuits. Is that a new thing? Did this start before Peter Thiel?
Yeah, I think this has been around kind of low key going on for a long time. And there is like, you can make an ethical argument for it in the sense that like, if you're, if you're somebody who is a single person going up against a large corporation, right, they've wronged you in a big way, maybe it should be okay for you to find somebody to pay your legal bills, and maybe you should be able to pay them back. But of course it's, or pay them back with interest, right? But of course, when it's like a billionaire going after, an American, media outlet, I don't know. I think like really smart people can disagree on how good or bad Gawker was, but like the implications, the chilling effect that you brought up earlier, like I think that's really bad.
We have a Seventh Amendment. The Seventh Amendment to the Constitution guarantees your right to a civil trial. If somebody is suing you and they're being financed by, a hedge fund company, that's got to be a violation of the Seventh Amendment. How can that be fair if you're up against, unlimited pockets? So Silicon Valley, they are marketing geniuses. They portray themselves as hip and cool. But there's not only a libertarian streak in the ethos of Silicon Valley. there's a right-wing streak from the very beginnings of Silicon Valley, dating back to Hewlett Packard, right? There would be no Silicon Valley if there weren't a military-industrial complex, correct?
Yeah, 100% agree. And it's been completely lost in the kind of, sort of Steve Jobs, like counterculture, tech as counterculture.
Amazon and Microsoft are fighting over defense contracts. I think that Microsoft got a $10 billion deal with the Pentagon last year, and Amazon challenged it because they felt that Donald Trump was going after Jeff Bezos to get even with him for the Washington Post. Microsoft and Amazon, they do a lot of business with the military.
Yeah, 100%. And Google as well does a lot of they all do. And like you said, it totally goes back to the original roots of the place. It's pretty funny. Silicon Valley was the military industrial complex. Like that's what, when people were talking about that in the 50s and 60s, that's kind of what they meant. And as you said, and I don't think it's just that, it's connected to the military. There was also this kind of strain of like right-wing thought that, goes back even further, back to the earliest days of Stanford, and remember, Stanford's first president, I talk about this book, Stanford's first president, David Starr Jordan was a eugenicist, and like the eugenicist. Obviously the Hoover Institution became this like defining, it's like the landmark at Stanford.
Shockley? Do you talk about Shockley?
Yeah, Shockley, exactly.
Tell us about Shockley. Go ahead. Tell me about Shockley. He invented the transistor, right?
Yeah, and won the Nobel Prize as well, and then just kind of went off the deep end and became like the in-house eugenicist at Stanford. It's his legacy is weird because this is one of these people I want to like learn more about, just because his legacy is weird. He was involved with this like really important seminal discovery, but then like the guys who founded Intel, they broke away from him. It's like a legend in Silicon Valley. They quit the company, and he was sort of cast out and kind of found a home at Stanford. But again, like there was just a lot of both kind of conservative and ultra conservative, but also like super ultra libertarian thought going on.
What's the Grateful Dead connection to all this? It kind of exposes the Grateful Dead's. Maybe the Grateful Dead wasn't as hippie as I thought it was. What is the Grateful Dead connection to all this?
That I don't know. Actually, I'm only vaguely familiar with what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, hopefully you'll come back and we'll explore that.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to talk about that.
Does Apple do business with the military? Does Facebook?
Probably. I would guess that if they have Defense Department money, it's like pretty small. I mean, like I'm sure Apple sells devices to the military, just like, and same thing with Microsoft. So like Microsoft has that JEDI contract, right? That's the one you're talking about, the $10 billion thing. But they also, of course, sell a lot of Word, Microsoft Word, and like just their basic software, of course, is sold to the military. Military is a huge buyer of everything. So like in that sense, I'm sure that they're buying Apple products, Apple devices, and Facebook. Like there are probably some ads that the Army or the military probably buy some ads, but I think probably it's not as significant for either of those businesses as it is for Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, because all three of those operate these like cloud computing services that like the military, like everybody really needs, but the military, of course, has a lot of data needs, and so that's where that money's going.
Why the contrarian? Why is it called the contrarian?
Well, that's Thiel's like investment philosophy, which I think, and it's I don't know. I mean, I struggle with the title a little bit, but he has talked about this like thinking different, right, as being a key to how he's made money over the years. You can go down like long rabbit holes where Thiel fans talk about like the philosophy behind this. But I also think it raises there's a question inherent in like being a contrarian, being a self-proclaimed contrarian. And I say this as somebody who, like, I probably have my own contrarian tendencies, but like there's a question about whether you believe anything, right? Like, do you actually believe, because contrarianism isn't really like a belief system. It's just a set of bets, basically. And I do think one of the central questions, and some people disagree with me on this, that about Thiel is, does he actually believe in anything, or is he just like a rich guy who's, managed to, gather an insane amount of power and a sizable amount of wealth by making smart and often selfish, bets. And
did he grow up wealthy? Does he come from a rich family?
No. He grew up middle class.
Where?
His parents are German immigrants. His dad was an engineer. Kind of the history is really weird and fascinating. His dad was a project manager at nuclear mines, or uranium mines, excuse me, and spent time in mining in the U.S., but also there was a period of Peter Thiel's life where they were living in South Africa. This was in the 1970s, where they spent a couple years, I think a year in South Africa and then 2 years in Southwest Africa, which is Namibia, but back then was like a colony, an apartheid state colony of South Africa. And of course, if you know anything about the history, right, like being involved in the nuclear industry of South Africa in the 1970s, you are very bought into the apartheid system. And I don't think, like, Thiel was a kid. Like, I don't think he, whatever. I don't think you blame him for that. But I do think him kind of developing these like kind of reactionary politics in college, he became this famous as kind of a right-wing conservative activist. Probably has to do with kind of
where did he go to college?
And then Stanford.
Oh, Peter Thiel went to Stanford. Yeah.
Yeah. He went to Stanford. And started this newspaper, the Stanford Review, which was kind of like modeled after the Dartmouth Review, Dinesh D'Souza's paper, the Cornell Review, the Ann Coulter's paper. And he and Ann Coulter are like are friends to this day.
Right. The infamous Dartmouth Laura Ingraham, who there's some rumors about her and Dinesh D'Souza, which we won't get into, maybe at office hours. We're talking with Max Chafkin. He's the author of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. We have some questions. Joe in Norway wants to know about Peter Thiel's relationship to Palantir. You touched on what Palantir is. And do you know what the nature of Palantir's business relations are with various government agencies around the world?
Yeah. So Palantir, it's a data mining company. Basically, they make software. It's gone through a bunch of different iterations, but they make software that makes it easier for big organizations, primarily or largely anyway, government organizations, but also some big banks to kind of garner insights. Now, those insights could mean like how to allocate your supply chain or something like that. But of course, they're used at times for intelligence gathering and stuff like that. They have a lot of contracts with the U.S. government. They have some contracts with allied countries, the British government, and I actually haven't looked closely at how deep in they are with European countries. Like, I don't know off the top of my head if they have a deal with anyone in Norway, right. But it wouldn't surprise me. One thing about Palantir, I think the company, there are a lot of things about the company that I think are ethically questionable, and they have a long track record of sort of getting into doing things that do not suggest that they should be allowed to be custodians of large quantities of data. I think most famously, there was a leaked presentation, I think around 2012, where they were planning like an information op against Glenn Greenwald, the journalist, on behalf of a large bank. They apologized, backed away, but there's been a series of these things. But I think you also have to understand that like the company has at times kind of used this reputation to hype itself. And I think that it's not so much that Palantir is like this scary big brother thing, but it's that Palantir, is involved with is involved in an area that is ripe for abuse. They've at times showed themselves not particularly good, ethically. They've behaved unethically at times, or seem to behave unethically at times, and Yeah, and like I think it creates a permission structure also that allows other people to do other bad things. Sorry, that's kind of complicated.
Yeah, no, it's great. We have one more question. Hopefully, you'll come back.
Absolutely.
Please buy this book, The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. It's authored by Max Chafkin, and buy the book so he'll come back. We have to sell books in order for him to come back. The last question we have from our virtual studio audience who are attending in our Zoom room is people who don't understand where the value is in Facebook, Microsoft, and Google's customer list. It comes from, I'm trying to read this for the first time. People who don't understand where the value in Facebook, Microsoft, and Google's customer list comes from keep talking about splitting them up through antitrust. Have you heard of any smarter way to take their power away without creating 10 of each?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think, and unfortunately, like I'm not an antitrust expert, so I don't really know. I don't really have any good ideas there, but I think the point that you raise is a smart one, and that's part of the reason why we've had such a hard time contending with these companies is that Facebook has competitors, right? And so that's why kind of like there's Twitter, TikTok, there are a bunch of competitors sort of, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have like tons of power and tons of power over thought and over our speech. And so I don't know. I know that people have floated these like really extreme things like, considering them utilities. That's something that's come up on the right, but I think also at times on the left. I haven't really looked closely at it. I'm not sure how workable it is, but it does seem like trying to bring new thinking to antitrust is probably the way to go.
Yeah. I would love you to come back. In the past, we're out of time and I kept you waiting 10 minutes. I apologize. There is a problem in this country of financial illiteracy when people don't read the Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg. Unfortunately, if you can't understand the financial pages, the business pages, you're not qualified to discuss the issues facing our country because one side, the 1%, that's the first place they turn to every day. Bloomberg, the Wall Street Journal, the business pages. And if my people, the left, don't understand finance, we're at a severe disadvantage. We can't make the argument. So I would love you to come back and just help explain to me and my listeners how all this stuff works. I'm always stunned by people who have these deep-seated convictions on the left and the right. And then when you ask them, well, how will this affect something in the finance? I don't understand that. Well, then you're not really equipped. We have senators and Congress people who don't understand finance, and yet they have these deeply held convictions. They don't even understand what breaking up Google means. I mean, breaking up Google and Facebook, the only people who suffer if you break up Facebook and Google are, Mark Zuckerberg is the only person who suffers if you break up Facebook. The people who own stock in Facebook do incredibly better. The employees do incredibly better, but it's the language. Break it up. Sounds like you're going to destroy it. No, you're going to create 10 companies out of one. And whenever they look at these companies, their breakup value is usually worth way more than it is whole.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think I would love to have a conversation about this. And I totally agree. It's really important. And it's like something that people don't talk about enough. So thanks again for having me.
I'd love to have you back. Max Chafkin writes for Bloomberg. He's also author of the new book, The Contrarian, Peter Thiel, and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. We'll try to get you back next week. Thank you, Max.
Sounds great.
Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please buy the book, The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power by Max Chafkin. Arjun, are you there?
I am here, David.
Deep Into History has a brand new episode. I don't see you, though.
Oh, it says you have to start my video?
I have to start your video. Oh, you know what?
The host must start.
Oh, I have power now. I have so much power.
You are the elite.
Yeah, here we go. Ask to start video. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours and hours, Friday night, starting at 8. It's the first Friday of the month, which means we go 24 straight hours. And one of the people I met at office hours is Arjun, and he's the host of Deep Into History. And am I pronouncing your first name properly?
Absolutely correctly. Arjun.
Good. Okay, thank you. So Deep Into History, last time you were on, you put out a new episode how many times a year?
It ranges, but usually I try to do at least 3 or 4. The reason that it takes so long is that I triangulate the facts and I make a narrative so that history is explained to you as a story, as opposed the way a lore master of old would tell it, as opposed to just kind of a dry conversation. There's a time and place for that. But when I started my podcast, I had a mission to give a future to the past, because I noticed that there's been this assault on the humanities. And if we don't make it enchanting, how are we going to get people interested in saving them? So
right.
That was the kind of philosophy behind it.
Do you focus mostly on ancient Rome? That seemed to be what you were talking about last time. What's your scope?
My scope is everything. I have an episode that will be coming out next year that is about Tony Accardo, called Boss of Bosses, literally about the greatest powerful mafia boss we had, who lived right up until the 90s, all the way back to ancient Rome. Tony Accardo. He was the boss of Chicago. So he outlived everyone. He kicked Sam Giancana out of town. He was the reason Sam Giancana had to go to Mexico. Tony Accardo, the boss, the guy who sat behind and just was the Dawn of Dawns.
Did he work with Capone? I mean, did he go?
He did. He did.
Was he part of the same family?
Yeah, he got his name Big Tuna because he saved Capone's life, and part of the tuna sandwich splattered on him. So he was called Big Tuna by Al Capone.
Wow.
Fascinating story of a Don who never wanted you to know about him, and nobody does. It's fascinating.
That's kind of interesting, because I was talking to Max about Peter Thiel, and I said, does he want to be out front? Does he want all the publicity? Max said that not quite sure, because we always assume that CEOs, the movers and the shakers, want all the credit for it. But in the mafia, there were people behind the scenes who didn't want to get shot. They just wanted the money and the power, but not the fame.
Right. His genius was putting out someone in front. So Sam Giancana dated the actresses, hanged out with Frank Sinatra, got all the press, got called to Senate committees and things like that. Meanwhile, in the background is Tony Accardo, and nobody knew about it.
Right.
It's a fascinating story. He's one of the very few mob bosses who never spent a day in jail and ended up dying peacefully with his family all around him in the early 90s, and kept all his wealth.
How old?
I believe he was in his 80s.
Yeah.
He lived an entire life.
Mentally healthy. The mentally healthy mobster. Whenever I look at a politician, maybe not Bernie, there's something lacking. They need to feed that ego, and you just know that there's somebody, they're fronting for somebody.
Absolutely. If you want to take the mafia analogy and turn it into politics, then we don't look at when we talk about the major donors, we have to kind of look behind the people who are
the major domo,
the bundlers.
You need to know who the major domo is.
Are major donors. Exactly.
Well, what is the topic of, I believe your next topic is ancient Rome.
Yes. So
and that's linked to the mafia. The mafia built its structure At least according to Frankie Five Angels and 2. I call it 2. It's Godfather 2, but
it is 2. No, all you have to say is 2.
Frankie Five Angels explains that the mafia was set up like a Roman army.
Well, there's varying different accounts like that. I don't buy Frankie Angels. I don't think he was a well-read man. Let's put it that way.
No, he was. Frankie Five Angels was he was. Tom Hagen said to him, we always used to turn to you because you were so well. Remember, he visits him when he's in.
Right.
He turns state's evidence, and Tom visits him and was, you were always the well-read one.
Well, there's something beautiful about the way that he commits suicide, because that is an ancient way of committing suicide.
Yes.
You would have a party, celebrate, and then go open your veins in literally a Roman bath. So many politicians that happen to about the era that I'm talking about.
Right. So what are we talking about on Deep into History, the latest episode?
Okay. So we are continuing the story. The series is called Versus, and it allows you to experience the epic class struggle that led the Republic of Rome to fall to the Empire. This is an incredibly important story for every leftist.
What years are we talking about?
Circa 100 BC. So the generation before Caesar and Pompey. It's personified by Marius and Sulla. The reason that it's so important for everyone to know this story is that it's the only true example we can point to and learn from and relate to our time in so many ways. So tell me, David, if any of this sounds familiar. False populace, wealth inequality on a vast scale, a small but ultra-powerful ruling elite crushing the hopes of even modest reforms to lessen the suffering of the masses, the resources of the state being used to further enrich the elite, people blaming foreign immigrants for the social ills of their society, endless wars abroad. Could that not describe the last 20 years?
So what is it? Is that just human nature then?
This is, I think it's basically what happened was when a republic becomes so decadent and so controlled and so obsessed with wealth above all other things, these tendencies come out. And like I said, it's very important to point to this and learn this story, because I've been noticing many prominent leftist personalities saying that it's impossible to pinpoint where we are in history in terms of the fall of American empire versus the fall of the Roman Empire. I got in a thing with David Sirota on this on Twitter. Their reasoning is that it took hundreds of years for the Roman Empire to fall. This is a false comparison, and it is dangerous because it leads to doomerism. Doomerism is the idea that nothing can be done to change our circumstances and that the fate of the world is already decided. Mind you, every major doomer that I know claims to be an atheist, so it's kind of rich for them to frame things fatalistically. The reason that it's a false comparison is that while it might look like America is an empire, is in fact an overextended republic in decline. Therefore, we can pinpoint where we are. In historical terms, the analog is circa 100 BCE, the Republic of Rome, that generation before Marius and Sulla. And I'll tell you why, because then as now, and I'll give you examples, I'll walk you through this. Modest reforms have been rejected. Think Medicare for all, a small wealth tax. The elite uniting, showing their awesome power to crush a true populist movement. We witnessed it last year firsthand during the primaries. South Carolina, a phone call is made causing the unprecedented act of having frontrunners to drop out and endorse Biden right before Super Tuesday. I mean, I hate that too, but we have to respect the game and understand what we're up against. Endless wars. The major networks after covering Afghanistan for a combined total of 5 minutes in the previous year. That's true. You can look it up. And then subjecting us to nonstop fake outrage at the withdrawal, not because of the suffering of the Afghan people as they would have us believe, but because that particular pipeline of public wealth being transferred to private hands was turned off.
Right.
Okay. We are not living in the fall of the American empire, but we are witnessing the rise of it, because the path we're on leads to dictatorship. There can be no empire without an emperor.
Right.
Okay. That's why framing it as the American empire leads to doomerism. It makes you think that it's a fait accompli. It isn't. We can learn from the fall of the Republic of Rome to save the Republic of the United States of America. Learn from their mistakes and use that knowledge to not repeat those same patterns of behavior. We don't have time to go into the specifics, so please listen to my series Versus, and you'll gain an understanding of our time through the past in the most delightfully imaginable way possible. Gain an understanding of how populism was used and the class struggle that ensued, because that class struggle is happening right now. We're witnessing it.
Wow. Very thoughtful. Very thoughtful. And that's explosive. The idea of, I'm so used to Christopher Hedges telling me that it's the decline of empire, and I buy into it. And you have a counter narrative. I'm just processing what you just told me. That is, you can't have an empire without an emperor, and these are the beginning stages of empire.
Right. Everything is moving faster now because we're in the internet age and all that kind of thing. Last time I was here, I was telling you about this war that happened called the Jugurthian War, where the face was kind of ripped off and showed the Republic of Rome, how utterly corrupt the system was. Our exact analog to that is Afghanistan, Iraq. Look at Dick Cheney got away with literally giving no bid contracts to his own company. Okay, so everybody knows that, but everything is happening quicker now because of our technology and things like that. But we absolutely can pinpoint there is a historical analog. There are things we can do, and if we learn from their mistakes, we can avoid them. I wanted to go into a bit about like conspiratorial thinking, because that ties into our kind of the doomerism that I'm noticing on the left. And we all know conspiratorial thinking is all around us. It infects every single person to one degree or another. It defines our time, and it should. We are victims of conspiracy every time a lobbyist sways a politician, every time a major move is made on Wall Street, every time you turn on the news and they're making a conscious decision to cover a story from a certain angle. Understand that people who think conspiratorially have a right to think this way, okay? We do not combat that way of thinking by writing it off or calling them lunatics. We combat these insane conspiracies with real ones from our recent past, from our history. Like Professor Harvey J.K. always says every week on the show, take hold of our history, and if you aren't talking about labor, you're full of it.
Right.
So I'm gonna give you a conspiracy that I've used to deprogram everyone from boomers to zoomers. And I want everyone who's listening to try it, okay?
Okay.
David, J. Edgar Hoover, what springs to mind when you hear that name?
His shoes never matched his dress.
Precisely. There was that's to the point. I want everyone to know that beyond being the FBI director for almost his entire life, he was above all else an anti-communist and anti-socialist. Okay, that painted everything he did. His lifelong goal was to strangle the power of labor and undo as many gains of the New Deal as he possibly could. Now, the common narrative is that he denied the existence of the mafia because they had pictures of him cross-dressing, as you just said. This may or may not be true. We don't literally have the pictures. We don't have proof. It's immaterial in that it allowed him to execute his masterpiece that didn't bear fruit until a decade after his death. You might be wondering what I'm talking about, and you should, because this aspect is never covered in mainstream documentaries. Because once the FBI was free of him and they began to use the RICO statute to take down the mafia families across the countries in the 80s, they also took down large parts of every union they had infiltrated.
Right.
In fact, many made men were leaders and members of major unions. This infiltration of the mafia to the unions began as early as the 1940s and was a
Bobby
stranglehold
Kennedy
by the 80s. Yes, precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely. And we know from publicly available documents from Hoover's Top Hoodlum program that he knew exactly what was happening. Instead of stepping in and protecting labor unions, he allowed them to be utterly corrupted by the mob. The untold story of the fall of the mafia in the 80s is the hundreds of union halls that were federalized across the country. A blow that labor as a movement has never recovered from.
The Teamsters were under a consent decree.
Exactly. Yeah. This was Hoover's masterpiece. The conspiracy to end all conspiracies executed from beyond the grave. There's a nod to this in season 2 of The Wire, and point that out to people when you describe this to people. And use their own terminology. Tell them to do their own research. I promise you, it will lead them down a leftist rabbit hole that will give them the beginnings of an understanding of the New Deal and the elite's 60-year quest to dismantle it. In short, with your guidance, you will gift them class consciousness and create an ally.
Great. Wow. Arjun Hundal, host of Deep into History, brand new episode. You're doing, John Ross, who does the show a lot, talked about working on something for a long stretch of time and perfecting it, something I don't get to do. And I can't wait to listen to your latest episode. How many months in the making?
6 months.
Wow.
Yeah, they're long, but I think they're worth it. The response has been just tremendous. I'm in a position where I'm about to be able to knock corporate podcasts off the charts, and that gives me great hope and joy in that. And they're long. They run like movies. You guys enjoy them and play them for your friends. Tell your friends to listen. My friends play them for their children. It's accessible to all ages. Everyone will find it interesting. So yeah, definitely check it out.
Deep into history, deep into history, deep into history, deep into history. Everybody subscribe to Deep into History and go for a drive. Go look at the leaves changing.
Yeah, indeed. Go for a walk. If one of my
go for a walk and go for a drive.
He hates walking his dog because the dog is wild. Because I put on your podcast and the walk just goes by. So that's my advice. Just go take a walk.
Yes. And Kelly Kay in our virtual studio audience writes, Arjun spins history into a fine art. What a great way to end this. Thank you so much, Arjun. I'll see you at office hours.
Absolutely.
Are you teaching? Are you going to be doing anything?
I think if I have time this weekend, I'm going to sign up for one, definitely.
Good. Thank you, Arjun. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you. Let us now go, looks like, to New York, where Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is standing by. Hello, doctor. I don't see Ethan. Usually,
well, I'm sure he'll be here. He said he was going to be here.
There he is.
There he is.
Looking.
If anything, he is reliable.
Oh, he just disappeared. Just as you said that. I wanted. I have a clip for you, but I want Ethan to see it first as well. You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. There's Ethan. Hello, Ethan.
Oh, hello.
It's good to see you. Where are you today?
No. It's good to see you.
No, it's good to see you. Where are you? Your father is in New York. It's hard to tell where you are.
I'm in an undisclosed location.
Where are you?
A witness protection program.
No, I'm sitting in my apartment, but I have this very weird setup here for, hey, Fafi, stop that. She's scratching the carpet.
Is that your girlfriend?
Why is she?
That's how you talk to your girlfriend?
Yeah, we just made the exact same joke at the exact same time. I feel blessed.
Okay.
No, I have this setup here with all sorts of lights and like there's lights on a ladder. My computer is on a dictionary. I have lamps just to create for all these self-tape auditions. So that's where I am. I'm in that little corner of the apartment.
Feel free to bring the dog into the shot.
Fafi, get over here. Stop misbehaving.
Right. So I played this earlier.
A news story. Once you're done, there's a news story we have to discuss today, but I want to.
Well, go ahead, please.
All right. So there's this 96-year-old woman was Did you see this in Germany? She was she was a secretary
right
in the Holocaust, and she was arrested. She's the first person to ever use the defense. I'm too young. I'm too old, and I screwed that up. Okay, got to find my jokes.
Well, hang on. I'm working on a joke.
Yeah.
She was a secretary to the Nazis.
Yeah.
And the memos read dictated to, not read. Right? Isn't that when you get a memo from the boss, it says dictated to, not.
Oh.
No. Okay.
I don't know.
So she was a secretary to the Holocaust.
Yeah. So well, anyway, the reason I wanted to discuss it was that she, it said that she jumped in a taxi instead of getting. She was supposed to get in a taxi to go to court, but instead she jumped on the subway. I just think, that's the silver lining in the story, that a 96-year-old can jump on a subway. I felt like that was also. And
she jumped on the roof, actually.
Yeah. I was also thinking it's a terrible gig to be a secretary anyway. Just even to be a secretary like at IBM, that's just a bad job. But to be a secretary in the Holocaust, like you can imagine, your boss he's not a nice boss. You probably don't have casual Fridays. They did a lot of record keeping. So she must have been taking tons of dictation
from the dictators.
So I feel bad for her.
Yeah. I notice your father's not laughing.
No. He's. I'm not bringing my. Hey, did you get a haircut? I got a haircut too. Look at that.
I got a haircut too.
Wow, that's a coincidence.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had
the Holocaust. The Holocaust.
Yeah.
There was a documentary around the time of Downfall where they interviewed Hitler's secretary. Did you ever see this?
And I didn't. I loved that movie, Downfall. That was great.
Yeah. They interviewed his secretary, who ended up living a quiet life. I don't think she did time. There was something sympathetic. You could be in the bunker with Adolf Hitler and be that close to evil and not be aware of it. You could be that naive.
Yeah.
I think. Or she must have written some letters that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to be. It's hard to get on their team. But yeah, a lot of these people. She was probably. I mean, if this woman, she's 96 now. Any mathematicians in the audience? But she must have been like 12 at the time. She was a 12-year-old secretary. I'm not great at subtraction, but you can't really.
The guy who's great at calculus.
Yeah.
I disagree with the formulation. I think when you are face to face with somebody, where you're in close quarters with somebody, when you have a relationship with somebody, of necessity, you dismiss certain things that you'd rather not know because they're uncomfortable and you don't want them messing up whatever else is going on. So you just dismiss it.
Is that what love is? Do we not see things? If we love somebody, we just block everything out. Their imperfections, their character flaws.
Maybe that's not real love. Maybe real love is recognizing the flaws and accepting them because the other person's human and you've got flaws too. And I love you, and maybe even love your flaws a little bit.
That sounds more like an interview for a job in a company. That I don't know. That sort of forgiveness. I don't know.
Is there such a thing as unconditional? Well, there is such a thing as unconditional love, but is it healthy? Is it healthy to love someone unconditionally, with just no matter what? You're Jeffrey Dahmer, you're my son, and I love you anyway. Is it okay not to have conditions?
The thing with conditioning is you have to rinse and repeat. So if you're going to do it, if you're in for a single one, you got to just keep doing it forever and ever. It isn't infinite. That's what they mean when they say love is eternal. You have to just keep conditioning.
Otherwise, it becomes brittle. The love becomes brittle.
It does. Conditioning is weird because I remember that back in the day of shampooing and conditioning, like in my 20s, because you wash your hair with shampoo, it feels clean. Then you condition it, it feels a little greasy.
Right.
Then you want to shampoo it. And then it's such a scam. That's how Procter and Gamble makes all their money.
Right.
Total scam. Yeah.
Right.
Finally caught on.
Yeah. Then I just had it all shaved off. I had one other important thing to say about our friend, the secretary.
Yes.
Of course she's guilty because she was a secretary in the Holocaust. But my feeling is like being a secretary in the Holocaust, that's like being a bat boy for the '96 Yankees. You were there, but you didn't win the World Series. Like they would have done it without you. Yes, you had the uniform. Yes, you were, but you really can't claim any of the glory. Also, the other good thing about the story is that she broke. She broke a glass ceiling. I mean, yes. Although it was a ceiling, she broke a ceiling that was already made of broken glass. That's a
Kristallnacht reference. Yeah,
feminist observation. Anyway, all right. Enough of that.
They're running out of people. It's the last gasp of Nazis.
Yeah, that's the joke that I tried to make at the beginning. She was the first person who, in this whole situation of Nazis on trial, whoever was able to use the defense, I'm too old to have been in the Holocaust.
Right.
It still doesn't make sense.
Dr. Hirschenfeld, I have a general rule of thumb with this show that we should end on the Holocaust. It's always that's you can't top the Holocaust.
You can't start with that.
You can't come out of the gate with the Holocaust. Where do you go? Where do you go from that?
Yeah.
Could we start again?
We could try. We could. Yeah. Well, I wanted to play. Not that I could discuss the Holocaust all night.
You know what? I really stepped in it because you were about to cue up some other story, and I interrupted with that.
It's my favorite. But it is my favorite subject. The Holocaust.
All right, well, then I have one other real killer joke on the subject.
Good. What is it?
I said, it's going from the bat boy on the '96 Yankees. I said, she wasn't even, people say I was just a cog in the machine. She wasn't even a cog in the machine. She was more like a secretary at the cog factory. Now that's actually a solipsism wrapped in a metaphor. That's a very confusing way to try to.
A solipsism or a syllogism?
I don't know.
What do you prefer, solipsisms or syllogisms? If you had
I prefer to see the damn clip. I've been sitting there forever waiting for your clip.
This is something I don't understand that I need to have explained to me.
Speaking of explanations, today I was talking. Someone has to explain the difference between calumny and contumely. Calumny versus contumely. Play the clip, and then people can think.
Well, I'm just like contumely means handsome.
No. Contumely is speaking in an insulting way towards someone.
Really?
Yeah.
And
I know it's weird. Yeah.
Calumny is.
You're thinking of comely.
Calumny, I think, is saying bad things
about someone else.
About somebody else.
It's gossip. Yeah.
And contumely is what?
Contumely it's weird. It's a noun. It sounds like an adverb, but it means speaking. It's like aggressive speech towards someone, insolent speech towards someone, rude.
Like I speak to you, David.
I'd enjoy your contumely.
Okay, me too.
Contumely, actually, in Elizabethan England, contumely was the C word. They shortened it because it just took so long to get it. Anyway,
all right. I like the idea of my never being able to play the clip. You just keep.
That way people would have to tune in next week.
All right. I don't understand this for many reasons. Grown men, older than I, Mo Brooks, the congressman from Alabama, with all that's going on in the world right now. The debt ceiling, the government shutdown, the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan one, and Bernie's, everything that's going on. They staged a Republican-Democrat baseball game in the middle of all this, and they all showed up. And I know that there are people who play Little League as senior citizens, but let me play you Mo Brooks.
Now Mo Brooks will be the batter. Mo Brooks swings and sends one down to third. Ossoff picks it up, throws it first. The ball gets away from Huffman, and Brooks is going to head down to second. If he hustles, he could have third as well.
He could go to third.
And he is. Huffman over to pick it up. Will get the ball back into the infield. Brooks gets to third base standing up.
This is a joke, right, David? That's not real.
No.
Is that real?
That's real. That's Congressman Mo Brooks. He's pushing 70. He's playing in the congressional baseball game that took place on Wednesday evening in the middle of all that's going.
It's so disgusting. It's just a disgrace. That thing should not exist. These guys are not willing to.
I would rather see them playing baseball than in Congress.
Less damage. You're right.
I'd rather see them in some gladiatorial thing. Just beating the crap out of each other. I mean, it seems so hypocritical.
They take it very seriously, and not to make light of this, they had, I don't know if you remember, but 4 years ago, Steve Scalise, the Republicans were training for the big game, and then a shooter showed up. They injured a lot of Congress people, and I remember seeing the coverage, and they were Republican congressmen coming back in their Little League outfits, crying, not introducing gun control legislation because they're Republicans. And I looked at them and I thought, I mean, anytime there's a shooting, I feel bad, but they were weeping openly. These are these Republican men in their Little League outfits.
Yeah, that's the thing is, once you put on a Little League outfit, you're gonna start weeping no matter what's going on. Just brings you back to that weepy time of life.
There's something seriously wrong with grown men dressing up in Little League outfits and holding practices. I mean, these are men who don't spend they're away from their family, but they have time to go to Little League practice and not fly home to see their family and their constituents. Am I wrong for looking down on these people and thinking they're less than?
No, you're right. And it goes back to your last guess, Arjun, and decadence. This is the height of decadence. These guys have actual things to be doing that are life and death for millions of people.
So what is Dr. Hirschenfeld? I'll ask your colleague Ethan and see if he gets it right. What is your diagnosis of a grown man married with kids who has a job that takes
You could have stopped right there, married with kids. I would diagnose him as having made a mistake. So, grown man. There's no reason to saddle yourself with either of those situations, but go on.
You have a family. Mm-hmm. You're already away from them.
Right.
And somehow you have time to play children's games. Forget the country going down the crapper. I'm just talking about allocation of time, priorities, and values.
Yeah.
There's something.
They could have like a congressional basketball game that's like 60 minutes, or any of these other sports is 60 minutes, but they chose baseball, which can take 7 hours. So that also goes to show they're really desperate for some time away from the family.
Yeah.
That's not what's desperate. I don't agree with that. Your previous guest, I forget what he's referring to, but he asked, what do these politicians want, or what do the Silicon Valley people want, or what do they want, whatever it was. And my answer inside my head was power. They want power. The people in Congress want power. They want more power. So that's why they won't vote for a gun bill, because they think the way to continue in power is to vote against a gun bill. And why do they participate in this baseball game? Because they or their staff said, this is going to help you stay in power. You're going to look like a regular, average Joe American. Somebody's going to vote for you because of it.
If power is their priority, then the real key question here is who was batting cleanup for the Democrats? you need the. Yeah.
I see it as weakness, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
Say what?
I see it as a sign of weakness, that they're trying to prove to their respective leadership that they're team players, that they're willing to wait their turn, that they're not a threat, that they're really not doing it for the benefit of their constituents. They're doing it for the benefit of, Nancy Pelosi, who was there just to say, hey, I'm a team player. I don't make waves. I wait for my turn at bat. If I have my moment in the sun, good. If not, I'll wait patiently. I find it very defanging participating in that. I don't know why grown adults would do that. Wanting power in and of itself is human nature, but isn't pursuing power? I'll ask your colleague first. Isn't the pursuit of power an indication of something wrong with you mentally, to want power over another human being?
Get the bell ready, please.
Okay.
Yes.
And okay, I have the bell. And is that correct, Dr. Hirschenfeld?
In part.
Oh boy, there's no.
That's our bell. It's a cash register.
I know, it sounded very much like I just bought lunch.
I can't find it.
I don't know if it's a sign of something wrong with someone mentally, but it's certainly a sign of being a real pain in the ass of a person. I'm not in. Those kind of people are not the kind of people I want to spend any time with. They're not interesting. They're not fun. They're full of themselves. People with too much ego. They're a bore. It's just a very boring group of people. I mean, you could be absolutely certain. You spend an hour, spend 15 minutes with any of these Congress people. It's a giant bore. They want to talk about themselves. They're obsessed with themselves. They're convinced of their own glory and intelligence and power. It's extremely boring. That's my main problem with those types.
Dr. Hirschenfeld?
I would say that anything you can point to in practically any human being, we all have a little bit of. Oh, God.
I'm sorry, I don't speak medicalese. What does mean?
It's just fence sitting. I feel like, I feel like you're running for office.
So I want power. Who doesn't want power?
What do you want? You want power? What are you talking about? What power do you want?
When I was elected president of something or other, that power, at least in my own mind. But it's a problem when it becomes a driving force in your life. Then it's indicative of serious problems. Then it makes you into a total asshole. It makes you non-human. But so any of these things, it depends how much.
All right. A friend of mine about a year and a half ago was trying to rent an apartment near White Plains, let's say, and it was a condo. She was going to rent a condo. So she had to go through the condo board. And there was a president of the condo board who had power.
That's right.
And it was very apparent that this person, her identity was she was president of the condo board.
Yes, this is not well known to all real estate agents in New York City that many of the people who are presidents of these boards used to be genuinely powerful people. in industry, in wherever. Now they are no longer powerful in any which way. If they get on a board like this, and they can say, "We're not accepting you. Get out of my sight."
That's what my friend was. She was being put through these paces by this Yenta. I hate to use the expression, but this was a Yenta who wanted all her financials. She wanted all the documents for every bank statement. I wouldn't be surprised if she asked for her diary. And I'm going, this is just about power. And what will you give me? That's sick, right?
Yes, it is.
It's sick.
I was the executor for an estate of an old friend who died. So we had to sell his apartment. So it was in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. So two married to each other, two doctors from Mount Sinai Hospital wanted to buy the apartment.
Well, I would have rejected them too, because it's Mount Sinai. I mean,
when you go to Mount Sinai, do they give you tablets? Like, take these tablets? For half a joke. I was almost there.
It was good.
We're off a little, but
Yeah.
take 10 tablets and go home. So, all right, so two doctors from Mount Sinai. How could you not want to sell to them, right?
They didn't. They refused to allow the sale to go through.
What color were they?
Purple. They were regular, you know.
Watch it.
Doctors. Army issue doctors.
That's wanting power over other people.
That's correct.
So in LA,
Sorry, in defense of the board, Upper East Side. Honestly, what do these doctors make? They're looking at a few potential buyers, and the competitors are lawyers and bankers. The doctors are paupers by comparison. If this board member was obsessed with the bottom line, maybe that was the concern. I don't know. Also, there's a fear, it's like socialized medicine that could be right around the corner when the doctors are just civil servants. So I have to side with the president of the board. Please ring the bell.
Oh, hang on. I hit the wrong one. I'm not getting here.
Right, that's close enough.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
What are you reading?
Me?
Yes. I'm going to turn Michael off.
Do you know Isaac Bashevis Singer won the Nobel Prize?
Yes.
He had an older brother, Israel Joshua Singer, who was, by all accounts, a better writer than Isaac Bashevis Singer.
But he made his living as an auto mechanic.
Close, not exactly. But he made the mistake of dying, I think, in his 40s. So he produced one masterpiece. It truly is a masterpiece, called The Brothers Ashkenazi. It's a book about history, socialism, communism, the state of Europe in during the First World War and before, the rise of unions, the fall of unions. I think any decent socialist should absolutely read this book. You'd learn a lot from it. Anyway, that's what I'm reading.
What happened to Guy de Maupassant?
Yeah, they cut his head off?
No, well, your father was reading, not Guy, Marcel Proust.
Oh, Marcel Proust. Yes.
I thought you had decided you were.
I had decided.
I'm sorry?
I did decide that.
That you weren't going to read anything other than Marcel Proust.
The best laid plans of mice and men. Lost the
I have to I'm on the same page as far as the reading goes. I also had a great plan. There was a little volume of Turgenev that I spotted on my bookshelf I'd never read. Took it up to my bed. I have it next to my bed for, I think, going on 3 nights now. Haven't cracked it yet. So I've been stuck in the New York Times on my phone. It's not healthy, but
right. Is the answer to me, other than, was that an earthquake?
That was my knee hitting the table.
Say it was an earthquake. We're trying to get people to say that.
Oh, God.
To me, my mental health, if I'm reading, I'm exactly where I need to be. But is that healthy? I've tuned out the world and I'm reading, and how do you, what is it?
You know, Vonnegut has a really good thing. He has a book of his essays, and in one of them he talks about the movement of meditation and all this talk about meditation, and he says that he's been doing that all his life, and that for him reading is that state. So what you're describing, that mental state where you're feeling at peace and you're feeling good vibes,
right?
That people say they get from meditation. He's saying he gets it from reading. So you're doing it right, David.
I'll share this with Dr. Hirschenfeld. One of my sons was a wild beast. And again, I hope this isn't bragging, because I know that there are some people who have dyslexia and they listen to my show and they watch documentaries, and not everybody can read. And I hope I'm not misunderstood. But my son didn't have dyslexia. He could read, but he couldn't sit still. He just could not, just spinning out of control. And one day I looked over and he was reading a book. And I just thought, as bad as humans are, and they are bad, the fact that a soon-to-be adult male can sit still and stare at a book and not use the book as a weapon or a gun. Like, everything was a gun with him, and he's sitting and reading. It reminded me that humans, there's hope yet to see a boy read, because there's such a pain in the ass, boys.
I completely agree with that. And that was me as a kid. I had a little bit of dyslexia, not a terrible amount, but I had a lot of ADHD, a really lot. And I was always getting in trouble and getting in fights and this and that. Fortunately, television did not exist in the wilds of Pennsylvania in those days. And at some point I discovered books, I think because my mother would read to me a lot. And I then buried myself in books for years. And that's what saved my life.
Right. Well, next time, let's end on the Holocaust.
Yeah.
There's no place to go after the Holocaust in terms of.
Yeah, we learned something about the comedic arc.
Where do you?
Oh, tomorrow night I'm closing out the 6 p.m. show at Westside Comedy Club on West 75th. So it's an early show, and send me a message. I'll give you details.
Okay, how do people contact you?
Oh yeah, through my website, ethanherschenfeld.com. Oh, can I say one other thing really quickly? So Thug Thug Jew, the comedy special on YouTube, has started to get a lot of views. Something's going on. Like, I don't know if it's viral, if it's bacterial, something's happening. And what I learned about the finances of this thing is that, so I asked the record company, so at what point does it say, turn into like a real, so she explained at 1 million views, so now it's at around 20,000, but at 1 million views, that equals around $3,000. So if you do the math, I think that's 1/3 of a penny per view. So what I'm saying is, please watch it, but don't just watch it once. You gotta watch it 3 times for it to be a penny. So that's what I'm saying. Okay.
That's great.
That's how you Google and YouTube and their ad revenue model works. That's a lot of spins.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hirschenfeld. Thank you, Ethan Hirschenfeld. Both of you are beloved. You are listening to The David Feldman Show. davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter. And when we come back, we will talk with David Cohen. He wrote for the Boston Globe, and I think he has a new newsletter on Substack that we'll be talking about.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say.
Little technical, you can hear me, right? Hang on. Welcome back. Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel, and it's Michael Cohen, not not David Cohen. Hello there, Michael Cohen. You have a new newsletter, I believe, over at Substack. Is that correct?
Yep. Newsletter is called Truth and Consequences, truthandcons.com. Can get you there. Also columnist for MSNBC, formerly at the Boston Globe.
Formerly at the Boston Globe, now you're over at MSNBC. And let's talk Manchin, cinema.
Yeah.
It is my understanding that you believe that Manchin is going to come around, that there's no way he would hold up this monumental piece of legislation.
Well, my position on this for a while has been that there's going to get the deal is going to get done at some point, because it just the price of failure is just too great. Democrats will pay a huge price, and every Democrat, not just Joe Biden and progressive Democrats, but Joe Manchin as well. I'm going to be honest. My faith in that prediction has been tested over the past 48 hours. I just find what Manchin and particularly Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona are doing makes no sense. I wrote a piece about this today that I think it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in American politics. Not ever, I shouldn't. No, it's up there. Top 10 dumbest things I've seen in American politics. Because this is a situation in which Democrats are basically in consensus. They on a policy agenda, they basically agree. And they want an infrastructure bill. They want lots of money for social programs. They want to raise taxes. They want to repeal parts of the Trump tax cut. And they seem to be caught up in this, legislative sausage making that looks bad from the outside, looks bad to Americans who don't pay attention to politics, and I don't think serve any real purpose. Joe Manchin can talk $2 trillion if he wants off the bill. I don't see how that really helps him politically. I don't see how it helps Sinema politically. I don't see how it helps Democrats politically to do that. My thing is just pass a damn bill as soon as you possibly can and run on that. These games they're playing just make Democrats look bad, make them look dysfunctional, make government look dysfunctional, and it's kind of pointless.
Yeah. Has Manchin said what he's for and what he's against? He just calls it fiscal insanity. But Bernie says that Manchin hasn't spelled out what he wants to cut from the $3.5 trillion.
Yes, and it's not fiscal insanity. And I think that point needs to be made really clearly. This is not fiscal insanity. This is $350 billion a year in spending. It's about I think 50 or 60 billion more than we usually spend on some of these programs. It's not a huge investment. It really isn't. And it's paid for, unlike, for example, the defense budget that passed last week in the House at a cost of $760 billion. There actually are paid fors in this bill, tax cuts that pay for this, or tax increases that pay for this bill. So, and it's a long-term investment in America, an investment in having a paid family leave, having subsidized childcare, having universal pre-K, having better access to broadband. I mean, I can go on and on and on.
Well, but hang on for 1 second.
Obvious.
That's one of my criticisms of the Democratic Party. You're saying I can go on and on and on. We talk, all the American people really get is that there's a $3.5 trillion bill. Joe Biden isn't out on the stump telling us what's in it.
Well, that's fair. I mean, I think he has done some of that, but I think what's happened over the past couple of days, the past week or two, is that all the coverage is about, is it $3.5 trillion? Is it $1.5 trillion? You know, is it the moderates versus the liberals? Instead of, it means X, Y, and Z.
So what does it mean? So let's slow this down and try to do better than most people. What's in it? There would be possibly universal preschool.
Universal pre-K for grades 4 and 5, age 4 and 5, $200 billion toward a paid family leave. I think it's 10 weeks or 12 weeks of paid family leave for every American, and not just maternity leave, but basically medical leave. It could be for any number.
All right, let's stop that for what. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Because I never understand why anybody would be against these things. So I'm with the Chamber of Commerce, and the federal government is saying to me, you're with the Chamber of Commerce, you run a company, and I don't have to pay for the paid family leave. The government's going to pick up the tab there.
I believe it's paid by both, as I believe the case. I don't think it's fully paid for by the federal government.
Okay, but so
contribution by employers.
And I would be against that because on the
cost me money. It's going to mean I have employees that are not in the. I have less control over them, right? I can't force them to come back as quickly as possible. They can take 12 weeks off, which is bad for me. I mean, it basically shifts the balance that in this country toward labor and away from business, business owners. I mean, I think that's a big part of the complaint about that. But keep in mind, we're the only country in the developed world that doesn't have a paid family leave program. The only one. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think this is something where, you have, again, pretty broad support for this.
What is family leave?
What is family? I mean, now as the way it works is that everybody has to be given unpaid leave. If they have a child, they can get, I think it's 12 weeks as it is now. It might be longer. Don't quote me on that. 12 weeks of family leave that the employer has to let them take time off. It doesn't have to pay them. And it could be for a medical emergency. It could be anything. If you have
and you can't be fired when you return.
Take care of your mother or your father or something.
And you can't be. You get 12 weeks off, and your job is waiting for you.
Exactly.
Supposedly,
you can't be fired for that.
Supposedly.
No, well, I mean, it's the law. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm sure employers can find some way around it, but It has been the law since 1993 or 92, I believe.
Right.
93, I think it is. So that's not, at the time that was a big deal, even though it was unpaid leave. I mean, imagine that before 93, that you weren't guaranteed to have time off for maternity leave. Now, of course, a lot of companies now do offer maternity leave or offer leave to fathers to take care of their kids when they're born. I mean, a lot of companies do that, but it's not mandated by the government. This would mandate it. Right. It would also, by the way, mandate that people don't have to pay more than 7% of their income for childcare, which is kind of a big deal. If you've got young kids, my kids are pretty young. They're not young enough for childcare anymore. But when they were, it cost a lot of money. And I say I live in New York City, having universal pre-K was a huge benefit and a huge benefit for working parents.
How did that work? That's one of the things I always say about Mayor de Blasio. Absolutely. He's my favorite mayor. He ran on universal pre-K. Governor Cuomo tried to sabotage it because he's as sick as
Bill de Blasio. Yeah,
he was just threatened by de Blasio, but we have universal pre-K in New York City. How much of a game changer is that?
I mean, for me personally, it was a huge game changer. And I'll say for the record that pre-COVID, I'd be the one guy at the party who would defend Bill de Blasio for that reason alone.
Yeah, me too.
I saved thousands of dollars by having universal pre-K.
And what does that mean? Where do you take the kid?
So first of all, it was different for both my kids. My older daughter, her daycare took universal pre-K, so we got basically a subsidy on coverage. And then when my youngest was old enough for it, the school where I live, they offered a pre-K program. So I dropped her off every day at 8:30 for basically what was school. I mean, it was pre-K, but it was basically like school. And look, I think a lot of parents would acknowledge this. That's maybe not popularly known. School is childcare, especially for young kids.
And especially for people who are living on the margins when it comes to food.
Absolutely.
And in this bill, they would expand SNAP food
stamps program. Yeah.
It's EBT. What is it called?
It's called SNAP now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the school children could get fed during the summer because a lot of our children, their best meal.
They rely on school lunch or school breakfast. They would go hungry without it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you've got tons of things in this legislation that, like every other developed country has, right? Every other developed country has family leave. They have, childcare programs, subsidies.
So what is the thinking when Nancy Pelosi is walking through the halls and they ask her about the bill? She's horse racing it. Schumer's horse race. Instead of using that opportunity to say to the press, this is what's in the bill. They talk about we're working, we're negotiating. Why aren't they giving a full-throated endorsement of the bill and bragging about what's in it and embarrassing Sinema and embarrassing Manchin? Who wants to go down in history as being the senator who blocked kids from being fed?
Listen, I will tell you honestly that's why I think this is going to pass. Because it's more than just what you just said. I mean, that should be the reason why you do it.
But I'm not so sure, because I understand that you think this is all showboating, but I'm not so sure, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but say what you were going to say and then tack on at the end an answer to this. Maybe if it isn't Sinema or Manchin, it would have to be somebody else in the Democratic Party. Maybe Schumer, Pelosi, and Biden really don't want to provide these things.
No, I don't think that's true. I mean, first of all, forget the policy element for a second, okay? Just think about the politics of this. If this bill fails, both bills, the infrastructure bill, which is very popular also, and the budget package, that is basically a fatal blow to Joe Biden's presidency. He ran on getting things done. He ran on breaking through the dysfunction in Washington. He needs this accomplishment. Nancy Pelosi needs it. Chuck Schumer needs it. Their only hope of holding on to their majorities in the Senate and the House next November, or November 20th, 2022, is passing this bill. Now, I don't think they're going to hold those majorities anyway. Senate might, House probably won't. But this is the best hope they have, is to run on whatever they can accomplish in the next several weeks. They need this politically. And frankly, so does Joe Manchin, and so does Kyrsten Sinema. Because, and so do all the moderate Democrats out there. Because let me tell you something. If there's a wave election against Democrats, the ones who are caught in the wave first are the moderate centrist Democrats who are in vulnerable seats. It's not the liberals. AOC ain't going to lose her seat. I can assure you of that.
Right.
She is in one of the safest districts in America for a Democrat. But in the swing districts, they're in danger. And I was struck by the way, today, very interesting development. I thought Third Way, which is a moderate Democratic organization, basically put out a letter today to moderate Democrats saying, you need to vote for this. Because if you don't, you're the ones who are going to lose. And they're right.
Third Way, this is the Tony Blair, this is the Bill Clinton, the problem-solving.
Yes, but look, and I think, and they have their issues, and I respect that. I mean, people like Josh Gottheimer in New Jersey, his big issue is the SALT cap, which really hurts, which is the state and local tax deduction. That really hurts his constituents. It's true for members from California, from New York, in Illinois, Oregon, all over the place where they're in wealthier districts. So that matters to them. They want this in, and I get playing, let's say politics or brinkmanship to get that. It's important to them. Okay, that's how this process works. But what's happened with Manchin and Sinema is they are holding up this bill And they're not saying what they want.
Right.
They're not saying how much money they want to spend. They're not saying what their priorities are. They're just saying, we don't agree. Why? We're not going to say. And I think, progressives, who usually are the ones who torpedo these things, to be honest, I think are absolutely justified in saying, what the hell are you doing? What is it that you want? And they're not giving them an answer.
Right.
So, tonight there's going to be a vote on infrastructure bill that was Manchin and Sinema's baby. This is the thing they pushed through. It was bipartisan bill, got Republican votes in the Senate. They want it to pass. But Democrats are saying, okay, we'll vote for this. You want this, we'll vote for it. But you need to tell us what's going to happen on the budget package. And they're not doing it.
And Bernie,
we have Joe Manchin saying $1.5 trillion, which is $2 trillion lower than what we discussed.
Right. And Bernie has said to the progressives in the House not to vote for the infrastructure bill unless there's a guarantee that the $3.5 trillion bill is also going to be passed.
That's right. And I don't think, and it's hard for me to criticize that. I mean, yesterday I said I tweeted something out that was bad for Democrats, but in retrospect, he's got a point. Now, here's the thing that's interesting. I mean, if any of you are political junkies, this is going to be a great night because we don't know what's going to happen tonight when this vote comes to the House floor. We don't know. Pelosi, it's hard to believe she'd bring this bill to the floor. She didn't have the votes for it. It's also hard to see how she has the votes for it because progressives have made very clear they're not going to support this. And, there's a very thin majority in the House. So I don't think this is going to pass. Now, I don't think this kills the bill at all. I still think this is going to pass. But it does, it creates a lot more drama unnecessarily for Democrats and makes them, frankly, look bad.
Does she introduce a bill unless she knows it's going to pass?
So this is an interesting question that usually you don't bring a bill to the floor unless you know you have the votes for it. And if you don't have the votes for it, you pull the bill. So, and that has actually been Pelosi's standard approach to this from the beginning. She doesn't really bring votes to the floor that they're not going to pass. The thing is here that it doesn't appear that it's going to pass. And so one theory I've heard, I think there is something to this, is that she almost wants it to fail as a way of saying to the moderates, we tried, but you didn't meet us halfway. And now your bill failed. So we need you to actually negotiate with us. So it may be a way of trying to light a fire in a Sinema and Manchin. I'm not sure that's going to work, but that may be what's happening here. But I will say this, if for somehow this bill passes today, it will be an extraordinary accomplishment. And I will give Nancy Pelosi all the praise in the world because she will have pulled a rabbit out of a hat if you pull this one off.
This would be the bipartisan bill.
Yes, this is the bipartisan that already passed in the Senate. Exactly.
So if it passes, what we have, I think my listeners are following this. What we have is the Progressive Caucus run by Pramila Jayapal, who has pretty much said if there's no movement on the $3.5 trillion bill, we're going to tank the $1.5 trillion bill.
Infrastructure bill. Yes.
Yeah, the infrastructure bill. I've never seen progressives act this way. When I was younger, I suspect Tip O'Neill did this with Jimmy Carter. I think the Ted Kennedy wing of the Democratic Party stood up to Jimmy Carter's fiscal austerity. But in my lifetime, I've never seen progressives. Can you think of a time when?
Well, in the Clinton era, there was the crime bill was the progressives basically killed it, and then they had to renegotiate and came back to the floor. On TARP, which was in September or October of 2008. I remember correctly, it was mostly Republicans who voted against it, but it was also a lot of liberals who voted against it. Eventually, it did pass in a second vote in which Democrats mostly supported it. But
that wasn't a progressive. In other words, with TARP in 2008, the Toxic Asset Relief package to bail out the banks.
Right.
If you were a progressive, and the Republicans and Democrats, it was bipartisan. They were opposed to it.
Right. It was there's bipartisan opposition. But at the end of the day, I think if I remember correctly, because it was Democrats controlled Democrats controlled the House then. So they brought the bill to the floor and it failed. mainly because Republicans didn't deliver their votes. And so they had to do it again, and Democrats delivered the votes to get it to pass.
Right.
But it was Pelosi bringing it to the floor. And I think, in her defense, I think she thought it was going to pass because Boehner, who was majority leader at the time, had told her that he had the votes and he didn't have the votes.
Right.
Now, this used to happen, by the way, to Boehner and Republicans all the time. This happened consistently through the Obama years and even into the Trump years, where they would bring bills to the floor and they would fail to pass, or they would just have to pull them. So it's not unheard of. But you're right. Progressives don't usually get along, and they usually do have to be on to pass bills. I think in this case, had Manchin even shown a little bit of flexibility and, given them at least some reason to trust him, I think they would have voted for this thing. They would vote for this thing tonight.
So
but he really has.
Where do we stand?
Neither is Cinema.
Where do we stand on the debt ceiling?
The other crisis, right? So one piece of good news, government shutdown was averted. They did pass a standalone bill to keep the government funded until December 3rd. The debt limit, honestly, I don't know what's going to happen here because the Democrats in the House, I believe, passed
You're
in the bill.
I'm sorry, you froze a little
Senate,
there.
The Republicans are refusing. Sorry. In the House, they passed something and it goes to the Senate, but the Republicans have made clear they're going to filibuster a debt limit bill. So because of that, I don't know how this ends up. You've got until October 18th to get this thing funded. Now, theoretically, you could fold it into a reconciliation package, but I don't think that's going to get passed before October 18th. It might. It's hard to imagine, frankly.
Hasn't McConnell pretty much said I think I read that he said we're all for passing a debt ceiling bill, but it has to be done through reconciliation. It has to be.
This is okay, let me explain this because this is a real, I can't use the word I like to use right now for it, but it's a pretty low down move what he's doing. He's saying to Schumer, you have one reconciliation bill you can bring to the floor this year. Okay. Which is theoretically the budget package. He's saying, no, use it for the debt limit, and then you'll be able to pass it. Which is, the Democrats aren't going to do that. So they're not going to blow their chance at a budget package to pass on McConnell. Punk asked that someone said in the comments, that's not a bad way to describe it, actually. I had a different term in mind. Here's one possibility. If there's ever a chance to suspend the filibuster, it would be on this. Because if McConnell plays hardball in this one and basically threatens default, Schumer might go to Manchin and Sinema and say, look, it's either default or suspend the filibuster. And he might win that fight. I don't know. I can't imagine they're going to let the country default. It's possible. Possible.
You need unanimous consent to suspend the filibuster. You cannot.
Nope. 50 votes. That's all it takes.
You need 50 votes. Schumer just can't act unilaterally and say, these are the new rules.
Nope. He needs 50 votes. And then Harris break the tie.
Right.
But that's the only way to do it. And that's how they did it with, McConnell did it with, he had 51 votes, I guess. But that's how he did it with breaking the filibuster and Supreme Court justices.
So in your heart of hearts, you feel this is theater and Manchin will succeed in taking it from $3.5 trillion down to what?
Well, so I'm sorry to say this. I did bet a good friend of mine that it would go around $3 trillion, and that was totally wrong. He said 1.5 trillion today. I don't think that's going to be enough. My guess is you probably get somewhere around between 2 and 2.5 trillion, which is a lot of money. Over 10 years, so it's not a one-time expenditure, but it's a lot of money. And when you combine it with the 1.9 trillion that was passed in March for the American Rescue Plan and the 1 trillion on the infrastructure plan, it's a lot of money after. It's like $4.5 trillion. It's not chump change.
Right.
But I think that's probably as good as you're going to get as far as the amount of money.
Right. We're talking with Michael Cohn, and people should subscribe to truthandcons.substack.com. I did today.
Oh, thanks, David.
Yeah, thank you. And
I appreciate that.
What is the most important facet of this bill? I mean, to me, the universal preschool, free college, free tuition would be pretty amazing at community colleges for 2 years. We're not going to get the Dreamers. The parliamentarians said you can't fold the Dreamers into it. But then to possibly lower the age of Medicare to 60 and have it include dental and eye, and you can negotiate the prescription drugs.
Well, that part the House has said they don't want to go along with that. Some moderates in the House have said that, and the age, reducing the age has not. I'm not sure that's been agreed upon.
Right.
It would increase subsidies though from Obamacare, so it would lower people's health care premiums. I mean, it's a lot of things that are very helpful. But your question, I guess, what's the most important thing in the bill?
Yeah.
And to my mind, it's more about changing the way we prioritize in this country. You know, I mean, I wrote a piece today. It's going to come out on Friday, I think, here on MSNBC about we spent $760 billion on the defense budget, and it barely even registered. I mean, it was not even barely even a contentious issue. Right. If you take that over 10 years, that's $7.6 trillion. It's more than double we're talking about spending on this bill.
Right.
What this bill does is it basically says that these domestic priorities are actually important, and we're going to take an effort to fund them. These are things that should have happened in this country 20, 30 years ago and are finally happening. So to my mind, that's the biggest thing. It suggests a change in priorities in Washington, that we are actually going to focus on doing things to help Americans, do things to make their lives easier. And that began, by the way, with the American Rescue Plan, right? I mean, that's a bill that basically cut child poverty in half. It's a bill that basically gave every American with a kid $250 per kid. Right. I mean, and something like subsidized childcare, something like family leave also shifts the balance toward workers and away from business. So to my mind, that's what's important. Symbolically, this bill it suggests that we are sort of getting back to a place which we've very rarely been at in American history, of actually thinking, how do we help Americans? How do we help American workers?
Well, Meghan McCain was on Meet the Press last week, and she said it's not popular. It's not polling well. How is it?
Well, first of all, she should not be on Meet the Press.
I know.
First thing. The second thing is she's wrong. It's actually quite popular.
Was she corrected? Did anybody bother to correct her?
I don't know. You know, honestly, I couldn't even. I was so aggrieved at the fact that Meghan McCain is on Meet the Press that I didn't even watch it. Didn't even watch it. But she's wrong. It is popular. And in fact, I was just struck by, I was reading a poll today that showed that, you know, a majority of by 2 to 1, Americans want to cut the defense budget and redirect resources for domestic priorities. You know, I wrote a book about this a couple of years ago about how it's called Clear and Present Safety, about how we spend so much of our resources and attention on foreign threats, ignore the challenges at home. I mean, you know, this bill is great, by the way. There's nothing to deal with, for example, gun violence. I mean, thankfully, it actually deals with the issue of opioid epidemic, which kills about 90,000 Americans every year.
Yeah.
You know, it's a down payment on dealing with climate change, although nowhere near what the money needs to be to deal with that issue. So it's to my mind, it's a way of redirecting Washington, but really not as much as it should be.
Right.
And the thing is that what I think is frustrating about this is that $3.5 trillion seems like a lot of money. It really isn't in the context of what this country needs.
Right.
Of the priorities that have been unmet for so many years. And you know, I'm on the progressive side. I'm going to hold out for as much money as I can, because you're not going to get many more chances to do something like this in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I played Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, testifying on Capitol Hill earlier this week, telling us that the Taliban they're a terrorist organization and they're a threat to America, because if it's a failed state, once again, the Taliban can attack us on, you know, like they did on 9/11. And I'm thinking, Taliban didn't attack my country on 9/11. We don't even know if we're barely certain that Al-Qaeda attacked us on 9/11. And when he said that, I thought of the Sackler family in Purdue Pharma, who have killed more Americans in 6 months than Al-Qaeda and ISIS combined. But that's not who we are.
Well, no, but I've made the same point. I wrote a piece about this a couple of days ago, weeks ago, for New Republic, making the point that the Taliban a safe haven for Al-Qaeda is not a threat to the United States. You know, I mean, Al-Qaeda is a safe haven in Pakistan. It's had one off and on for 20 years since Afghanistan fell. You know, jihadist terrorists have killed 91 Americans on American soil since 9/11. We're going to lose that many probably the next hour or hour and a half from COVID. This is not a major threat. Terrorists don't need a safe haven to attack us. The two of the deadliest, mass shootings in American history perpetrated by jihadists, the Pulse massacre in Orlando and the San Bernardino shooting, both carried out. They were able to be carried out because of lax U.S. gun laws, not because of a safe haven. Anyway,
right.
The safe haven was that people could buy guns here relatively easily and kill lots of people with them. And buy,
right. If you're on a no-fly list in America, you can still buy a gun.
Of course, yes, you can.
So you've been identified as a potential terrorist. You're not allowed to board an American plane and weaponize it. But you're allowed to buy a weapon.
You're allowed to buy a weapon.
Yeah.
And you know, the point that I was making, and this is again a big part of what we wrote about in our book, was that, you know, we spent like $400 and something million to not billion or trillion, million to strengthen cockpit doors in airplanes. That prevented basically another 9/11 style attack.
Yeah.
We ensured the FBI shared information with the CIA, which meant that had that happened before 9/11, 9/11 probably wouldn't have happened.
Right.
So the thing is, there are lots of easy, relatively cheap ways to keep America safe from terrorism, but they don't include invading, occupying Arab country for 20 years.
It only makes you less safe, actually.
It makes you less safe. It makes you less
when
safe.
you kill 7 children in a drone strike like we did last month, it creates terrorists.
You know what? I wouldn't even go that far. I don't even know if it creates terrorists. What it does is it kills children.
Oh, yes. But I'm talking.
No, of course I know. Yeah. I mean, but the point is, like, people who said we should have stayed in Afghanistan, that's the price of staying in Afghanistan, is that we are going to kill more innocent people unnecessarily.
Before you go, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn is about to join us. Hello, Reverend. Before you go, Michael.
Sure.
Manchin says we're going too quickly with the spending. We have to see what happens. Is something happening? Not that I'm defending Manchin, but are we seeing inflation? And if you're a capitalist, if you're a business owner, is it getting harder to find workers? I was reading about schools coming back. They don't have cafeteria workers, that everybody is understaffed. Can an argument be made that either the American people have decided to stop working, or there aren't enough Americans to sustain our economy? What's going on? Have Americans?
I would argue that what's happening is that Americans are getting pickier about the jobs that they take, because since the government is providing unemployment benefits, and has been since the American Rescue Plan passed in last March, that they're saying, I want to get a better salary. I don't want to just take the first job that I find. I want to actually find a good job.
But if the sword of Damocles, if you're about to be evicted, how do you get picky about jobs? I don't know.
I mean, some people are picky. Some people don't have the luxury of being picky. But a lot of Americans are getting unemployment benefits, have been for a while. Those are going to expire soon. I think they've expired. Yeah, so that's going to probably end at some point soon.
Labor Day.
What has happened? And I mean, this is sort of fascinating that you bring this up, because I keep telling people about this. Like, what's happened is something we're not used to, that our generation can't even imagine, which is that actually the balance has shifted for the first time toward labor, away from capital, and basically labor workers can actually negotiate and leverage the fact that they don't have to take the first job they find, and they can leverage and negotiate for higher wages in a way they couldn't before. That's actually a big deal. And that's one of the things this bill will do. Now, I don't think it goes anywhere far as it should, but we have accepted in this country for a very long time the idea that workers work at the mercy of their employers. And this is a bit of a shift. And that's one of the reasons why they can't find employees. I would say one way you want to find employees is you actually pay them more money. Then you can actually find employees. I don't think it's a question of people don't want to work. I think they don't want to work in jobs that aren't fulfilling and that don't pay them a high enough wage.
Great. Michael Cohen is a columnist for MSNBC, and he is also, you write for the New Republic. I didn't know that.
I've been writing for them. I've been writing for a lot of different places, but maybe writing for them more in the future. But for right now, I'm just a piece, I'm one-off piece from last week.
I just subscribed to the New Republic. They
great magazine. It's really become better to write for them. Actually,
it's become better. It wasn't.
It's become better.
It hasn't always been as good as it is now.
Agreed.
Truth and Cons at Substack.
Truth and Consequences is the name of the newsletter. truthandcons.substack.com. Please check it out. I'd love to have as many subscribers as possible. I'd love to have more voices on the site.
Yes. Thank you, Michael. Please come back.
It'd be my pleasure. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
To be here.
Thank you. Let's go to either Washington, D.C. or Massachusetts, where the Reverend Barry W. Lynn is standing by. For nearly a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for separation of church and state. Besides being an attorney, he's an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. Are you with your grandchildren or are you back?
I'm with the monkeys. I've been kidnapped once again by these monkeys.
Yes.
And it's very disturbing because I can tell you they don't know how to read the New York Times. The jury's still out on the granddaughters, but the monkeys do nothing whatsoever.
So where are you? Are you in Massachusetts or are you?
No, I'm in Washington.
Oh, you're back. Can I do something rude? I haven't eaten enough today. I'm going to take a bite out of my Power Bar. And while I'm chewing, what is happening in Washington, D.C.? I've been so busy talking about what's going on in Washington, D.C. I don't know what's going on. Has Nancy introduced the infrastructure?
At this moment, she claims she's still making phone calls to try to get progressive votes. And, I've thought about this a great deal. And I hope the progressives stand up, do what they say, and just let this physical infrastructure bill just die. Because if they don't, they will prove themselves to be utterly toothless and will have no power going on into next year. None.
I agree with you 100%.
Okay. That's two of us.
Yeah, I'm reading the New York Times, and Thomas Friedman and the centrists are going, can't you get your act together, Democrats? It's all about compromise. It's all about compromise. And I'm thinking, how come our side of the Democratic Party always has to be told it's about compromise, and we end up with nothing?
Right, exactly. And that's where we're headed, because you mentioned when you were talking about Tip O'Neill. I mean, Tip O'Neill was the Speaker of the House when I first got to Washington, and he didn't worry about niceties. For example, it would get into December, everybody would want to go home, and he would say to the Democrats, he'd hand three pieces of paper. He'd say, look, we don't have the tax bill written yet, but this is what it is. Trust me, we'll fill in the details later. And they would just go, sure, why not? Those days are long over. And in fact, if anything, we've gone way too far in the other direction. If you don't spell out, one of the reasons is $3.5 trillion, which is, as your last guest said, $3.5 trillion over 10 years. That should be how it's always described. Mm-hmm. But if you don't know to this day what is in the bill, no wonder people don't know that there's anything worth fighting for. If you say, well, we're going to have pre-K and we're going to have some elder care, but you don't specify what it is. What does it do? What's it mean to the average person? The average person goes, I don't even know what this means. It's all rhetoric and catchphrases and bumper sticker slogans, but what does it really mean? And of course, we got into trouble twice in last year during the early year of the pandemic, because we were giving loans to companies and not specifying in the legislation who was eligible to get it, and more importantly, who was not eligible to get it. So churches got it, and political operatives got it, and huge corporations got it. Members of Congress don't always like to hang around town too much. They love to go on their what they used to call vacations, and then were embarrassed into calling them district work periods. And if you don't, I can't think of a company that has 535 employees that gets virtually nothing done when the board of those companies, or in this case, the voters, don't say, you guys can't do anything. You get nothing accomplished. We're firing all of you. And about 15 years ago, there was a guy who took out newspaper ads that said, throw the rascals out. And he wanted you to throw everybody out and start with an entire new system of 535 people.
What is stunning, and I'm going through my clippings as we're talking, the conversation about these infrastructure bills, it's all about the price tag. There isn't any mention of what is in the bill. It's the 1.5 trillion top line number versus the $3.5 trillion bill, down from an initial $6 trillion. The idea that everything can be reduced to a price. Art, how much is this painting worth? What is this player getting? Everything, the value of everything has been reduced to a number with no conversation about what is in the bills. And Manchin and Sinema are fighting the $3.5 trillion bill, but they won't say what they want taken out of it. It's almost as though, Roosevelt in 1933, in the first 2 years of his presidency, he got that $200 billion bill passed. You mean Social Security? Yeah, that. It was the $200 billion.
Of course.
This is how depraved and decadent this country has gotten. We're talking about free community college for 2 years. We're talking about the possibility of providing dental, eye, hearing aids, maybe negotiating prescription drugs. And it's been reduced to a $3 trillion bill that should have been $6 trillion. Nobody says what's in it. Is that on purpose?
Of course it's on purpose.
But by whom?
Yes, it is.
By whom?
Because members of Congress don't want to explain. Take something like eyeglasses, dental coverage, hearing aids. These are the things elderly people want the most. If you go to a group, as my wife, the doctor, does all the time, and say, what do you really need that you're not getting now? And every time they talk about, we can't hear right, we can't afford glasses, and we need dental coverage. Our teeth are falling out. But you never see a discussion. I'd like to see a discussion on CNN someday instead of having the same political nitwits that they have every day. Just talk about that one issue. What do we need to cover in Medicare that we're not covering now? Just have some people who know what they're talking about, have them on and talk about it. And if Big Pharma wants to come in and explain why they don't want it covered, or somebody else doesn't want it covered, let them come on and debate the issue. That's not so hard. It is maybe rocket science to try to pass a $3.5 trillion over 10 years bill, but it is not rocket science to explain at a minimum who is eligible. Pre-K. Is there a means test for that, or does everybody get it as a guarantee? I think the last version of it I saw, it's pretty much a guarantee that if you've got a kid within a certain age group, you will be eligible, without regard to your income, to send your kid to preschool. That's important. No, I have not heard those words uttered, and neither obviously have you, on any television, on anything that discusses it. It's not even on the late night shows. Colbert doesn't try to make fun of how silly it is that we don't have this and we could have it. It's just not, it's all about the process and the bottom line.
Yeah.
Now, Biden, to his credit, a couple of days ago did say we're not going to focus just on the $3.5 trillion. We're going to look at the programs. But then the last 2 days, there's been nothing except talking about the process and talking about the bottom line cost.
Well, let's talk about something even more important than all this. OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Now, my understanding, OnlyFans started out as a way for celebrities to connect with their fans. But as is always the case, pornography moves the technology, and OnlyFans became a repository of pornographers connecting with people who wanted to have one-on-one sessions with adult entertainers.
Yes.
And
that's what it was.
Right. And I immediately threatened to quit my OnlyFans site. I was going to shut it down, but then OnlyFans assured me we're getting out of the pornography business. And I said, okay, I will keep my site up as long as I'm not a party to pornography. But then OnlyFans reversed their position, and now they are going back to pornography, which is why, before you talk about OnlyFans, I want to get your take on this. I have introduced a new Christian porno site that only features men and women doing it the way nature intended it. It's called NIMBY, Not in My Backyard. NIMBY, Not in My Backyard. It's a new porno site for good religious Orthodox Jews and Christians. NIMBY, Not in My Backyard, only featuring sex the way our Lord intended, in the missionary position.
Yeah.
That's NIMBY, Not in My Backyard. Go to NIMBY.com right now and sign up. Use promo code OUCH. Promo code OUCH. I don't know. It's just anyway. What you wanted to talk about OnlyFans?
Oh, well, here's what I of course heard of what OnlyFans was, but then when they decided to dump porn, not that I have anything against porn.
But by the way, that's my favorite fetish. Dump porn.
Dump a porn.
Dump porn.
That's so. I don't even want to think about that. Okay, but it is related to what I did. So here's what I decided to do. I thought, okay, they're getting out of porn. Now I'm curious about what's going to be there, because it might be a platform where, for example, assuming you're telling the truth by saying you have a site there, but you might be able to tell a couple stories, make a little money. I mean, we all have fans. So I thought, I'm going to sign up as a content creator. So I signed up, and you have to fill out a form. You have to give a reasonable number of details. And then you have to say, is there something that you're promoting? And of course, now that I've finally finished the full first draft of my book, I thought, I'm going to talk about my book. And the name of the book, of course, is Paid to Piss People Off. And they refused my application.
Really?
Yes, they did.
Wow.
Yep. So, and of course, what they said, it's the same thing that marijuana companies are starting to realize. There are banks, big banks, who don't want to deal with this at all. It's kind of one of the sub stories of the Showtime series Billions, where they're trying to get banks involved in the lawful sale of marijuana. But banks just continue to say, no, we're not going to touch it. It's too controversial. So that was ostensibly the reason why OnlyFans went the no porn route. But then they realized if there's no porn, there are no people. because they ain't going to listen to me talk or you talk and pay $3 a minute.
Well, are you closed? Are you wearing clothes while you're talking?
I never got that far because they wouldn't accept my membership. This is very irritating. I feel like I've been canceled before I even begin.
Yeah.
I should, I used to do Hannity's show every once in a while. Maybe I should call them and say, I've got a great example of me being liberal, canceled, just because I used the P word.
Right.
Not that P word.
Right. Banned Books Week. What is Banned Books Week?
Yeah, back in 1982, there was a wonderful woman at the American Library Association, Judith Krug, and she ran something called the Office for Intellectual Freedom. And she thought, wouldn't it be a great idea if we had a week dedicated where we could get all kinds of organizations dedicated to focusing attention on books that are being banned. And all of these books are not actually banned, but they're all challenged. Thousands of books every year in school districts around the country are the subject of complaints. They're challenged usually by parents, sometimes by parents whose kids aren't even in the school where the offensive material is. And they challenge them and they ask that they be removed from the curriculum. And then I think it was just the year after that she decided to do this top 10 banned books. Every year they come up with a list of the top 10 banned books. And in the old days, they used to be banned mainly because religious people would come in and go, this is not Christian. This book somehow denigrates or delegitimizes Christianity. Sometimes back when it started in the 80s, people were worried about occultism, Satanism, getting into the curriculum through books or into the libraries. Now things have shifted fairly dramatically. And now most of the books, in fact, in 2020, half of the books were challenged because of race, discussions about race.
Amazing.
And in most of those cases, it was because there was a book that talked about police and didn't talk about them in a very positive way. Therefore, they should be banned. And these are extraordinary books. I mean, these are books. I was on something Sunday night at the Kurt Vonnegut Library and Museum, Indianapolis. They have a whole series of banned books and week events, and I was on the first one with a couple of young people who were writing about banned books or writing stories in books themselves. And it's just extraordinary. These are people, one African-American high school student who does reviews of books, not just banned books, but reviews of books on a website, and then writes her own stories. I mean, there was enormous eloquence to what she was saying in her own writings. But let me just tell you two of these books. This is the first year they've had an ambassador for Banned Books Week, and it's an African-American author named Jason Reynolds. And Jason Reynolds has not just one, but two books out of the 10 most challenged books in 2020. One's called All American Boys. This was criticized because it has some profanity and drug use. It's anti-police. What it's about is a black teenager killed by a white cop. And, say the critics of the book, it is too much about a sensitive matter right now. Like, you don't want young people to think about it challenges them. Why they get upset if they heard about it, become depressed about it. And then the second book that he wrote, along with Ibram X. Kendi, who just 2 days ago won one of those prestigious MacArthur Genius Awards. And this is a book that examines racism. The book's called Stamped: Racism, Anti-Racism, and You. This has been criticized by the people that are challenging it because it makes children feel guilty.
Right.
Presumably white children feel guilty.
And they should only feel guilty for masturbating, not for how their ancestors treated African Americans.
Yeah, it's a little bit like the Boy Scouts. Remember, the Boy Scouts used to have, I'm sure they still do it, presumably it's updated a little bit, a manual of how to be a good scout. One of the things you were not supposed to do, of course, is what you just mentioned, masturbate.
And they called it they called it a manual, but they're against masturbation.
Yeah. Well,
and anti-bash.
Some pundit back in the day said, well, if that was true, you'd have to throw 95% of the people out of the Boy Scouts for doing it and the other 5% out for lying about it.
Right. Right. It's kind of like the Catholic Church. They don't want you to masturbate, but their leaders are busy masturbating the young boys. I mean, that's the Boy Scouts are going out of. Aren't they going out of business because of the
lots of lawsuits?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're potentially could go into bankruptcy.
Yeah, without ever knowing anything about the Boy Scouts, I used to refer to the Boy Scouts in my nightclub act as the National Man-Boy Love Association, and people would get so pissed off at me.
Yeah.
And because there were never any stories about troop leaders, and when I got challenged, I kept doing the joke, and I said, I just don't think it's normal for grown men to take young boys into the woods. You know, I understand taking them into the woods. I was going to make a bad joke, but nothing good comes of grown men taking little boys into the woods on an overnight. It's just nothing good can come of that.
Well,
I don't.
I have a son, and he was interested in the Scouts, and we went to, I would say, a half a dozen troops in the Washington, D.C. area to find one that was called a boy-led troop. In other words, they had adults, but the major decisions, what are we going to do, what projects are we going to do, were all developed by the Scouts themselves. They had no religious test. Because, of course, for a long time, the Boy Scouts National, if you were an atheist, couldn't be a Boy Scout. Girl Scouts got rid of that a long time. Or if you were gay, you couldn't be a Boy Scout. So I think if you looked for one that didn't have those rigid rules, you could find them. And my son actually had a very good experience. He became an Eagle Scout. And so I have a certain fondness for the Boy Scouts in principle. But brother, they got a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah, I read last time I looked, there was an article in the New York Times of the Boy Scouts that they're being sued for billions of dollars, and that the lawyers are getting all the money. Like lawyers fresh out of law school are charging like $1,500 an hour to work for the Boy Scouts.
You mean not to work for the Boy Scouts?
To defend the Boy Scouts.
To defend the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, to unravel their holdings.
Yeah.
It's
terrible.
You know, institutions, they say that the primary purpose of an institution is to self-perpetuate, that the Red Cross only cares about the Red Cross. If they help people along the way, that's an accidental byproduct. But the Red Cross is in the business of being the Red Cross. Well, a couple of years ago, the Boy Scouts started allowing girls into the Boy Scouts. That's a positive step forward.
Yep.
One would think. Who is opposed to the Boy Scouts allowing girls? The Girl Scouts.
The Girl Scouts, of course.
The Girl Scouts, I believe they took the Boy Scouts to court because this step on the evolutionary rung towards enlightenment jeopardizes our institution. There's no need for the Girl Scouts if Am I showing décolletage tonight? I apologize.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, I thought it was on OnlyFans.
Yeah, I apologize for showing too much cleavage tonight. I didn't realize that. I try not to look at myself. I'm sorry?
Lawyers, I mean, the amount of money, we're in the process of, we're developing some charities when my wife and I leave the earth. And
are you part of the Bezos colony?
Yeah, no, he didn't ask.
You said you're leaving the earth.
Yeah. And then when we pass away, or as I like to call it, die.
You're not going to leave the earth. You're going to become Earth.
Only if the worms help. See, that's the only way they can do it. But so we're setting up some instruments to create some fairly substantial charities in other countries. And but the lawyers' fees, because I can set you up as a church, which I was going to do last week, but I forgot.
Yeah.
But you can't know everything about every kind of law. So when we hire estate planners to set these things up and get the bills, I mean, they won't even talk to you until they have a retainer of $5,000. And then you eat away with that and they always want to explain on the one side this, on the other hand this. It's an embarrassment. As a lawyer, I get embarrassed by the entire profession when I just talk to these lawyers who are charging. I don't know that any of them charge $1,500 an hour, $450 an hour. If you just get out of law school, that's a going rate here in Washington and in New York and Los Angeles.
And they know nothing other than how to bill.
How to bill.
I'm just beginning to forget the divorce. I'm just beginning. I went through 5 divorce lawyers. They were so I couldn't control myself. And it got to the point when I would call them and I would just say, you say hello.
Yeah.
No, say hello to me. Yeah. I'm calling. I'm returning your call.
Yeah. Hi.
I don't want you saying hello to me. That's eating into my time. The lease here, the lease on the car. How much? Well, you don't have an answer? Goodbye. Click.
Bye. Exactly.
They used to call me. There was this one, Christina Royce was her name, and I hope she sues me. She would call me from the car in LA in traffic. Hey, how you doing? I have some stuff to go over. Okay, what about this and that? Well, I don't have the paperwork in front of me. Then why did you call me? Why did you call me? Well, I just wanted to make sure you were aware that you called me because you were sitting in traffic and you figured, you know what? Why not turn a negative into a positive and bill somebody for this traffic jam? So you call me to sit, and she goes, I see why your wife doesn't like you.
Oh, gee.
Yeah. I said, no.
15 minutes every 15 minutes. You don't have to be on the phone or talking to these people for an hour. 15-minute increments, that's what you bill in. That's what they teach you.
They are a disgrace. Lawyers are a disgrace. Every single one of them. I've yet to meet, unless you're a public defender.
Right.
Or you're doing, stuff for Public Citizen, but a corporate lawyer, somebody who goes off and works for a white shoe law firm and spends their life defending corporations. You're not defending corporations. You're covering up a crime. That's what you're doing. You're overpowering the victims of your clients and making it impossible to get a civil judgment for either they're being maimed or killed.
Yeah. And it's kind of like with a prosecutor, nobody that is charged with a crime in a place like the District of Columbia, I mean, a drug crime, an assault, those folks are unlikely to be able to afford $450 an hour. And so they either get somebody who just got out of law school and barely knows where to find the ladies' room or the men's room, but they don't know anything. When you graduate from law school solely with knowledge of enough information so that you can pass the bar exam in whatever your favorite jurisdiction is. And some of them are really easy to get into, some are very difficult. But that's all you know. You can't walk in and see a client and act like, I know what I'm doing here.
Right.
Because you don't know what you do, and you don't tell them. And no, the average person who's desperate to find a lawyer does not know to say, how long have you been out of law school? They don't ask.
And you don't know and you ask them, how'd you do on the bar exam? They don't know.
Oh, no. Well,
isn't it pass fail? Isn't the bar exam
pass fail? It's pass fail. Yeah.
So how am I supposed to shop around for a lawyer if you can't even get their bar exam scores?
Yeah. Well, you have to ask yourself questions like you did with the woman in the car. Like, why are you doing this? What is this going to cost me? How long are you going to have to work on that? But if you're a criminal defendant, you don't have time to ask those questions because they're about to arraign you. You have to go into court. Right. You don't want to go to jail. You want to be left out on bail. You've got to make all these decisions with basically no information about the background, the capabilities, or the conduct of the person you're thinking of hiring.
The other thing that I learned through the divorce, and Trump was about to become president, I gained a lot of insight into Trump. There are no laws. We are a lawless society. As Andrew Jackson said to, was it Taney or some justice, or Marshall, maybe it was Marshall, you issued the ruling, now enforce it.
Right.
I think he said it to Marshall. So that's what I noticed. Like you'd have a lawyer say, well, this is the law. These are the precedents. This is how it's going to work. And then doesn't mean anything. And working in television, you sign these contracts and they mean nothing. They mean absolutely nothing. That's why Trump was, as bad as he was, he knew that. Like real estate law means nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely. I don't care if it's on the lease. Take me to court. Where's my Roy Cohn? Yeah. And that's what these people do for a living. These lawyers are lawless. That's what they're taught, how to help you be lawless, how to disobey the law, not how to enforce it.
Right. The law, decisions of the court, including of the Supreme Court, are not kind of self-actualizing. You have to work at them, or even the best of decisions, we don't really have many of those anymore at the Supreme Court, but when we used to have pretty good decisions, they still needed to be enforced. They needed to be followed up. They don't just, you win a case, it deals with one set of people, one plaintiff, one defendant. But then it's supposed to be something that can be applied to other instances and other people. But that's the hard part, because then you have to hire other lawyers to go and make sure that the good decision somebody got from the Supreme Court is going to be applicable in your case.
So,
that's an expensive proposition.
Let me ask you a spiritual question.
Yes.
I'm being serious because I've been thinking a lot about what I need to survive and what's been going on with fast food companies not being able to find employees. I don't require that much to live. Join a library. Everything you need is at the library. Even ebooks are available through a library. You need a place to live. You need water, peace and quiet. You need food. You need exercise, and you need a podcast.
Yeah.
The things that we're told we need, we don't need. If you don't watch television, then you're not being sold that much.
Right.
You can live a better life by sharing your possessions, right? With your neighbor?
Correct. Well, I mean, I think, see, once again, you're becoming a little too, the principle that you're articulating works for some people. But let's say you're a single mother, you've got 4 kids.
Well, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. And I mean, you can't, you're going to need, you want them to do better. You want your kids to do better than you do. And that means if you have to move to a place that has a better public school system, Money Magazine for a long time was opposed to school vouchers. Well, I mean, they said, if you really want your kid to go to a better school, move to a better neighborhood, and then the public school will be better. But, and that's an interesting argument. And in some cases it actually works. You move from one place, an inner city, to, like in Washington, to Prince George's County, which used to be, I don't know that it still is, majority African American. But you move to a better place, you get better schools. But if you don't have that option, then maybe you do need the money. Maybe you need to find a place to take your child or several of your 4 children and enroll them in a better school, because that's the only chance they're going to have to get ahead of you and your station in life.
But you're jumping ahead.
Yeah.
I talked about this earlier. I watched a speech by Jimmy Carter, the famous Malays speech where he never used the word Malays. And I brought this up on the show last week. It was breathtaking. Jimmy Carter was pounding his fist and saying there's something seriously wrong with the soul of this country, where people define themselves not by what they do, but by what they own. And he was speaking out against consumerism. It was shocking. And Jimmy Carter was a bad president, not because he was ineffectual, because he was effectual in terms of being a fiscal hawk. And,
sure,
he gave us Volcker, and we'll have Professor Harvey J. Kaye come on later to talk about how that Carter ushered in Reaganomics. That being said, he was a scold and he was a Christian, and he lives the life, I think, of a true Christian, which is being quiet, not ostentatious, working every day to help the poor. So looking back at how I was brainwashed and when I had a fight because my kids wanted things and I would say, you don't need it, you don't need it. Shouldn't the American people be taught? Wouldn't that be a good Christian value, Jewish value, Muslim value, to instill in parents you really don't need as much as you think you do? And I know that sounds, coming from my privilege, I know that sounds privileged, because I know, but the revolution, I think, starts with what a lot of people came to realize in the 60s, is that you have a lot of power if you really, at an early age, start sorting out what you need. And you'll end up wasting fewer dollars and time. And I don't think Americans are being taught to sort out what they need. You're not allowed to.
Yeah. It's, I think you're right. And I think here's another issue, though. When you think about how to communicate a value like that, I mean, I want to make a point after I finish this, but you can't tell people. Look at the denial of vaccines. I mean, the headlines the last 2 days, I think everybody's getting vaccinated at United Airlines because they said you have to or we're going to fire you. But in general, people don't believe. I was on a show last night, a guy had called in talking to the host about how great it was to live in South Dakota. And the host said, but your governor, look, she allows the Sturgis motorcycle rallies to go on. There have been 2 super spreader events. And this guy said, I don't, how do you know? Why do you say that? Well, because it's true. Because this is a woman who she's denied that she's having an affair with Corey Lewandowski.
This is Noam, N-O-E.
Noam, yes. And she's widely being assumed to be probably the top of the vice presidential selections if Trump runs again, which it does increasingly look like, unless he collapses, he's going to be the candidate again, and that he might pick her as the vice president. So there's some speculation that maybe this alleged affair was actually, it came from some right-wing website, I forget the name of it, but by some other candidate who wants to be the vice president, maybe a DeSantis, for example. So, but you can't, this guy, if this guy had been on for an hour talking to 3 people who were trying to straighten him out, at the end of the hour, he still would not believe anything. He would not believe that there's any. He kept saying, well, there are a lot of people in South Dakota in the hospital, and maybe there's some that are vaccinated and some who aren't vaccinated. And then somebody said, no, I mean, like 99% of them are unvaccinated. How do you know that? You can't communicate these value-laden ideas or technical ideas or scientific ideas to somebody and expect that they're going to listen to you.
And is that why you've
listen to you?
Is that why you've dedicated so much of your life to a wall between church and state? Because you can't. Once you inject faith into the conversation, it bleeds into things that can be provably false. But when you start bringing in my God into the public square, and there's no way to prove that your God told you to do this, which is
right.
So you can't pass laws because your God has said
no.
Right. Yeah. Well, then that can bleed into what is truth and what is fiction. And everything becomes faith-based. As the world gets more complicated, people have faith in, like Sarah Palin said, I believe in science. She was on Gutfeld the other night, and she said, I believe in science. And I go, yeah, but science doesn't believe in you. Like, what do you mean you believe in science? Science isn't a belief system.
No.
It's a method upon which we arrive at a truth. That's not a belief. That's a fact, you idiot. Jesus.
I would recommend, I went over to the American Film Institute that's just a mile from my house. And I saw The Eyes of Tammy Faye, not the documentary, but this new film with Andrew Garfield playing Jim Baker, Jessica Chastain playing Tammy Faye. There's Falwell's in it, Pat Robertson's in it, and it was a very interesting film. And I know many of those. I didn't know the Bakers, but I certainly knew Falwell and Robertson. And I don't know if you kind of understood what was going on if you just walked in and said, well, this sounds like an interesting movie, and you watched it, because it may not have explained itself well enough to know. But at the end of the movie, just like with the documentary, if you've seen that, the documentary is in some ways better. But
that came out years ago, right?
Yeah, it came out many years ago. But the question, I was just talking to Joanne at dinner about this. It's clear that Jim Baker's a crook. I mean, that he has no beliefs about anything. He's probably just a great con man.
Right.
But Tammy Faye's a more difficult to understand figure. And whether she became kind of a GLBT icon toward the end of her life. And there was a very famous thing that's depicted in this film where she's on television interviewing a patient with AIDS in California over a satellite hookup. And she's crying, and she's talking about what parents ought to care about you. And she seemed legitimately concerned about gay people. It wasn't a show. But she's also buying mink stoles, and she's buying mink coats for her mother, and she's living in opulence. I mean, and does she know that Jim Baker is selling these partnerships, thousands of them more than you could possibly?
Right.
The premise was he had built this water park, Christian water park, and then he sold you timeshares, basically. But he sold so many of them that if everybody wanted to cash in and go there in the same 2-month period, there'd be no availability. And he knew what he was doing. Did she know it? I mean, maybe she's not that bright. Maybe she didn't understand it. But you would think if you're buying cars and mink stoles, that you would say at some point, where are we getting all this money?
Right.
So,
but what happened? Was Jerry Falwell brought in? Did he do like a corporate takeover?
Yes, he did. When Jim Baker was outed as a philanderer with Jessica Hahn, there was a wonderful reporter at the Charlotte newspaper who spent years looking into the financial. And then at some point, the finances of the Baker Praise the Lord ministry. But he took a call from Jessica Hahn. He followed up when it was about to release this information the next day in the newspaper. So Baker did go and admit to Tammy Faye that he had been unfaithful, that he was very troubled, and this all was coming out the next day. So he didn't want to say anything until he knew it was going to be in the newspapers the next day, and then she would see it. And then shortly thereafter, people started to come up and say, you know, he had homosexual tendencies. He flirted with me. And that's when Falwell comes in. And they'd all, Falwell, Robertson, and the Bakers, were all kind of friendly competitors, but they were competitors. And Falwell came in and said, look, this is a terrible thing, but Jim, you can't stay on the air. But what I'm going to do, you should go for a couple months, just get off the air. Don't be pressured by this. You have a new baby. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of this ministry.
Right.
And I'll deal with the financial problems. And he never dealt with it. He just wanted to seize the power because Jerry Falwell truly was a despicable human being. There's nothing good I can ever say about Falwell, not in the hundreds of times that I encountered him. So he basically, he couldn't save it. It went into bankruptcy, and but he stole that ministry away from Jim and Tammy Baker. And that's the kind of stuff that goes on. These are not the fringes of the religious right. This is the core of the religious right. These are the three most powerful. Jim Baker, at the top of his game when he first went on to satellite television, was talking to 20 million people a week. 20 million people.
And what is the denominator? Is it Baptist, Southern Baptist? What is the?
No, Falwell was a Baptist, but he was the Bakers were nominally charismatics.
Right.
I mean, they started out with puppets.
Right.
It's a very interesting story.
Right.
They decided if you're going to get people to come to church, the first thing you have to do is attract their children. So they would go from town to town and have these puppet shows, and the puppets would talk. And then eventually the next time they'd come back, they'd say, bring your mom and dad. That's what happens in a lot of churches. If they can gain your children's attention, then they can lure you, the parents, into their little system of Christianity. They were very good at it.
You know, I worked on Triumph the Incel Comic Dog, covered the 2016 presidential election. One of the best shows I've ever worked on. It's on Hulu. People should check it out. And we did a segment with Mike Huckabee, who is besides being a former governor of Arkansas, he's a minister.
Yes.
I wanted to hate him. And I hate the daughter, and I hate Huckabee. However, one of the funniest, sharpest minds I've ever met. And I realized, he had a hard scrabble life in Arkansas.
Yeah.
Natural talent. He could, he has a rock band. He's sharp.
Yep.
The first thing that was open to him was a ministry. That had he grown up in New York, he would have gone down a different path. But he had an appetite for attention, so he turned to the church. But no idiot he. And his tweets are vicious.
Nope.
They're not Christian.
No.
They're borderline comedically funny. I mean, the guy has
Yeah, no, I mean, he's a very bright guy. I would go so far as to say he almost has a kind of charm to him.
Yeah.
You talk with him or you interview him. He's you could even think he's a kind of a normal person, but he isn't. But he sure plays it well.
Yeah, but he's a bright guy who. One thing, I'll let you go. But this is how I knew he was brilliant. I have a test when people are working with Triumph the Incel Comic Dog. You have two choices. To either look at Robert Smigel, who has his hand up the dog's ass, or you can look at the puppet. And this is just my litmus test, a little way I test people. The lesser people look at Robert Smigel. The really sharp people know to look at the dog and make eye contact. And Huckabee, the minute we started, zeroed right in, was in a relationship with the puppet. And I thought, this guy is one of the sharper ones, because there were I've seen people like trained actors who could not take their eyes off Smigel. Triumph the Incel Comic Dog.
Yeah.
So funny.
Is he coming back to Washington? I think my understanding is that next time you come to Washington, you're going to take Emil. He's not even in Washington.
No, a meal. I'm going to buy a meal for you and
for me
and
Joanne.
Right.
And then
Mark Savasco.
Yeah, and that's right. That's
right.
Mark's.
Yeah.
Well, that would be good because
Duke's. I'm taking it to Duke Zebert's. That was the promise that I made. Is Duke Zebert's still open?
I don't think so.
Oh, I guess I can't.
You can't do that.
I can't do.
Let me close it with one thing. Speaking of puppets, so I was on the Today Show once when Katie Couric, who's written a new book.
Oh yes.
And it's pretty clear. She had a lot of problems with other women at the networks because they might take her job. Anyway, she's interviewing me about.
But hang on for 1 second. In her defense, She said, like, Ashley Banfield was a threat to me, so I shut her down. I mean, that you have to give her some credit for being honest about that.
Oh, yeah, I certainly do. So I'm there with a woman named Diane Killery, who was the general counsel of the Federal Communications Commission. And it was right at the time that the FCC was starting to crack down on radio people, including Howard Stern. And so this FCC counsel was talking about, it's really terrible stuff. The children should not be exposed to this. So we're in Washington, and Katie Couric's in New York, and I said, Katie, I just think we have to be more transparent here. I want to tell you exactly what the FCC is complaining about Howard Stern. And this is what he was talking with Robin Quivers, his sidekick, about Lamb Chop, the puppet, the Sherry Lewis puppet. And they were talking about what is the gender of Lamb Chop. And Howard Stern says, well, you know, Sherry Lewis is always sticking her hand up it and doesn't hit anything, so I guess we can assume it's a girl. That was all it was.
Really?
So here, yeah, and it reminds me of a very famous cartoon. I was a huge fan of the realist, Paul Krasner's magazine. Yes. And he had a funny cartoon where there's a bunch of people sitting around a television set, and they're watching TV, and it's a talk show. And one of the people in the little message bubble says, you know, I don't give a damn about that. And then you see the next panel, they bleep damn. And then you look at the bubbles above everybody's head who's watching. And they're all words I shouldn't even speak here. Mm-hmm. The S word, the F word, the MF word. So, I mean, this is what censors, like the people who want to censor books, are. It's really easy for them to get upset about something. Right. And if you look hard enough for something, and this is occasionally true on the left too, but more on the right, if you want to be offended, you're going to find something to be offended about. And then if you want to cause a major ruckus in your community, you protest in a very public way, and you hope that you prevail. Because if you prevail once, then it teaches people in your community and people all over the rest of the country to go, maybe we can do that too.
Maybe we can get attention. Yeah.
And that is really the heart of what's wrong with censorship.
Well said. Well, this portion of the David Feldman Show has been brought to you by NIMBY, the porn site for good Christians and Orthodox Jews who only like pornography the way nature intended it to be, in the missionary position. If you're looking for porn that is godly, go to NIMBY.com and sign up now. NIMBY, not in my backyard, porn that God approves of. Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you.
NIMBY.
NIMBY. I will sadly not be able to join you next Thursday.
Why?
Because
you know my abandonment issues.
I know. Well, maybe I could just like tape a couple of words.
Is this grandkid nonsense?
No. We're going to see Liz Winstead next Thursday.
Lady Justice League?
Yeah, she's changed the name from Lady Parts Justice, but she'll have a lot to talk about.
Where you sing her?
She's in Arlington, the Arlington Cinema and Draft House in Arlington, Virginia.
Tell her I said hello.
I will do that, and I'm seeing Lewis Friday, and I will say hello to Lewis Black from you also.
No, don't say hello. Tell Lewis specifically I did not say hello. Say to him.
I'll definitely tell him.
Tell him that David Feldman specifically instructed me
to say, don't say anything.
Don't say hello to Lewis.
All right.
Thank you, Reverend. Stay out of trouble.
Thank you. Only good trouble.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to the David Feldman Show. Office Hours and Hours. Friday night, the first Friday of every month, we do 24 hours of office hours, and everybody looks so happy. There's Professor Ann Lee. There's Professor Jonathan Bick. There's Professor Marianne Cummings. Let's start with Professor Ann Lee. What is on your mind tonight?
Oh, lots. Actually, Richard Blumenthal got himself into trouble today by sort of not knowing what fake Instagram accounts were. So that was sort of Twitter is making fun of him because he's acting like a boomer. And
is he the senator from Connecticut?
He's my senator from Connecticut.
Is he the one who lied about his Vietnam record? Is that the same one?
Yes, and Trump always makes fun of him for being able to cry quickly or something. I don't know. He probably confided in anyway. I just thought it was just funny, that it was just bizarre that he sort of didn't know what the slang expression for fake Instagram account was, which is Finsta, as in Instagram, and fake Instagram is Finsta. And so people are making fun of him, and he asked the Facebook representative, well, how can you get rid of or control Finsta? And since no one knew what Finsta meant, it was just going,
Wow.
The Facebook person, well, it's just fake accounts. We can't sort of get rid of them, but actually they could. But anyway, I just thought it was just weird that more of these kinds of strange things are going on that are kind of peripheral. Anyway, that's what's on my mind. I have many things on my mind, but that was the.
Now, are these
I just wrote
hearings
something on it because
Instagram is owned by Facebook, and Instagram is opening up Instagram for kids, and we're discovering that Instagram causes body dysmorphia in young girls. Is that what the hearings were about?
Well, they were trying to get at that. I think that this was part of that sort of toxic, and now that sort of, that they're claiming that teenage girls have a toxic upset from it. I think they were really trying to hammer Facebook on that. But I think it's rather peripheral because they're not really going at the real problems, where there's no regulation, there's no self-control over certain things. And we've discovered that, Zuckerberg really didn't give a shit about political interference. And it is, I think, time and again to warn people that Russian money supported the founding of Facebook. And it wouldn't have been all that outrageous to think that there was some collusion going on.
When you say Russian money, you mean investing in Facebook or buying ads on Facebook?
No, both. I mean, aside from the more recent things about ad buying, the initial stake in Facebook is some Russian money. So anyway,
I didn't know that. That's
yeah.
And is that rampant?
Part of the front end stake. It's not.
Is that?
It seemed like about 40%, but I can't.
40% of the.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
40% of the financing for Facebook came from Russian money.
Yeah. That's what I recall. But anyway, that was just peripheral. My real worry is having just joined the Democratic Socialists, whether it makes you a good or a bad Democrat. I just thinking about that, and I just want to urge people that they should think about, maybe joining DSA, because I have discovered that they do lots of interesting things, at least in my state.
My understanding is that if you join the DSA, Jacobin, from what I read, everybody should read Jacobin, that you can be DSA, but be a a virus inside the Democratic Party, as you just said. It makes you a better Democrat if you're DSA. Is that what?
Yes, I think it does. I mean, there's eco-socialism, there's Green New Deal, there's all kinds of things that I think help clarify what Democrats are trying to do, and I think that's incredibly useful. On the other hand, I know that some different chapters of DSA are a little bit more radical. I understand that some of the New York borough DSAs are actually a lot more radical. So anyway,
well, they gave us AOC, who is
yes, but they also did some real good street action to embarrass a variety of right-wing nuts. So that, you sort of take the good with the bad.
And the DSA is an international party as opposed to the Democratic Party, right?
Yes.
What is the value to
elsewhere?
Yeah, what is the value to? Because earlier in the show we were talking about I mispronounced it, Correa, the Ecuadorian president, who I believe he was a democratic socialist, the economist.
Yes.
What is the value of a political party that's international? We don't have that in America, right? The Democrats and the Republicans are self-contained.
More or less, except that, there is that the GOP does that Institute for Democracy that happens to be in Russia. So
what is the Institute for Democracy?
They have a little think tank thing that the GOP spends a lot of time on, and they help sponsor those congressmen going over to Russia. So
is Orban part of
that? No, I have no idea. Right. But to go back to your original comment, the fact is, democratic socialists do commune internationally, and I think that's important.
Right.
Personally.
What are your thoughts?
But I am a registered Democrat, so.
Right. Okay. Professor Jonathan Bick, how are you tonight?
Very well. How are you, David?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Just to let you know, Adnan Hussein, Professor Hussein, is here.
Oh.
He doesn't have a link, so if you could elevate him.
Somebody screwed up. Somebody screwed up, which allows me to always looking for reasons to. Is Professor Hussein here?
Yes.
Hello, Professor Hussein. Did you not get a link? I
didn't get a panelist link, so I just joined the webinar and was having a ball in the chat.
Somebody screwed up, which is always good. Hannah screwed up. It's so rare. It's like finally. Now I know
there were rumors that I was canceled, and so I said, "What? Me canceled? I'm off the hook."
I should be so lucky. Now, Professor Bick, I noticed a cat that looks healthy. What is that?
Yeah, we're trying to overfeed her, but she just won't take the extra food.
Right.
I don't know.
So what is on your mind tonight?
So I just want to say about the DSA. I mean, it could be argued that the DSA is more of a political party than the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party, is different than other political parties around the world and democracies. It's sort of a loose association. It doesn't. You don't have to pay dues to be a member of it, and which is different from the DSA, for example. You do need to do that. And in the DSA, you would have a direct vote on many issues as a member of that. The same would be true of the Labour Party in Britain. So it's an interesting point. But I wanted to see what the panel of professors here thought of what they think Senator Kyrsten Sinema's game is vis-a-vis the Build Back Better Act, also known as the $3.5 trillion reconciliation infrastructure package. She seems to be going against the wishes of her constituents. Majorities of Arizonans support the individual provisions within that bill and support the bill itself by pretty wide margins in most cases, depending on the particular provision in it. And just to remind people what is in it, we're talking about free community college for everyone, free preschool, expanded child tax credits, which have made a significant dent in child poverty, paid family leave, as well as clean energy and other climate provisions within this important bill. And, one has to wonder, what is she thinking? Some people said, well, she's going to become a Republican. I think that's very unlikely, given that she is a openly bisexual woman, and that doesn't play well among Arizonan Republican primary voters. So I don't think that's likely to happen. And certainly if she blocks this bill, which is extremely important to the Democratic Party, and I would argue the country, she's going to be hated by not only, Democrats in Arizona, but independents and some Republicans. And across the entire country, she's going to be demonized. So I'm not sure what her thinking is, unless she's been offered a particularly lucrative consulting job at some pharmaceutical company or other corporation. I just wanted to see what the rest of the panel thought about.
Well, you're presupposing that the American people would hate somebody for doing something horrible to them. I don't think we're capable of that. We have Mary Cheney, who's, being deified, even though she's the daughter of Dick Cheney. I don't think people pay. The Clintons didn't pay a price for their welfare reform, which destroyed the lives of millions of kids. I'm sure it can be spun. So I'm sure there will be people. I'm already seeing it in the New York Times. They're blaming the progressives for being children and not willing to compromise. She'll spin it.
I don't think she'll be successful. I think if she opposes this, her career as a politician is over. And, maybe she, as I said, maybe she does have a plan to go into the corporate sector afterward. But I don't think she will get away with this. And I'm not real clear as to why she's doing it. I don't think she has any deep convictions about opposing free community college or, expanding Medicare to include dental and hearing and vision coverage. I don't think it's that. I think she's just an opportunist and somebody that likes attention.
Right. I think you can be fluffed by a group of people who can convince you that you're doing good. I think they're fluffers in the higher echelons of the 1% who get on the phone and tell people like Manchin and Sinema, don't let them get you down. Don't let the bums get you down. You're the adult. You're right. It's fiscal insanity. You're willing to take a stand here, and it's righteous. I think there are enough fluffers out there that convince them that they're honorable people.
Maybe. But I mean, it's quite easy to point out that this is not fiscally irresponsible. This is less than half of what we spend on the military budget every year. And you know, this is $350 billion a year in a $21 trillion economy. It's just not that much. And we're talking about at least doing something to address the climate crisis. You know, I don't know what it's going to take to convince the good people of West Virginia, you know, that we have to move away from coal. You know, if it's going to take a hurricane, if it's going to take fires, if it's going to take a drought, if it's going to take flooding that wipes out a number of cities in West Virginia. I don't know how long we have to wait for that. I hope we don't have to.
It is sound economics. If you look at the people who promote supply side economics, that's not sound. It's never been proven to be correct. If you lower taxes for the wealthy, we've never balanced a budget by lowering taxes for the wealthy because they hoard their money. If you pump a lot of money into the 99%, there's they spend it, and that creates a windfall for the government because every time you spend $1, it gets passed around, and it's the government takes their cut every time the 99% spends $1. That $1 gets passed around. It's the multiplier effect. Keynes talks about this, so that $1 becomes $1,000, and the government gets a percentage of every dollar that's spent. So you're going to balance the budget. You're going to get more tax revenue coming in. It's sound economic policy, but it's a redistribution of wealth. It's helping us and not them. That's why you get these full-throated arguments against this $3.5 trillion program, because they, the richest 1%, they want to keep their money and they don't want us content. They don't want us. They want us worried at all times. And it's never been more apparent than now when you see all these restaurants that can't find employees, fast food workers, when you see all these strikes that are popping up. I would assume that the richest 1%, the people who run our economy, are terrified right now of workers suddenly having power over them.
I'm sure they are. But I think they should be more terrified of what's happening with the climate and our utter inability to do anything significant to address it. I'm reminded of that scene in James Cameron's Titanic when it's apparent that the ship is going down and there are only a couple of lifeboats left, and a wealthy person, pulls out this wad of money and tries to bribe one of the crew members. And the crew members looking at him like, are you crazy? What is that worth to me?
Right.
It's worthless. And that's going to be the case when we're running out of food, when, the ocean is dying, when when there's so much smoke in the air that you're choking. We need to do something here, and these people need to get back to reality. And this bill is just a small step in that direction. What we really needed, I think, was the Thrive Act, which was a bill introduced by Ed Markey of Massachusetts in the Senate and AOC in the House. That would have spent about $1 trillion a year for 10 years. Most of it aimed at addressing the climate crisis. And that's the kind of scale, at least, that we need. But at least this Build Back Better plan is a step in that direction.
By the way, Senator Joe Manchin's phone number is 304-368-0567. Call Joe Manchin at 304-368-0567. Be polite. 304-368-0567, and ask him to sign on to Build Back Better and not try to cut from it. He doesn't want to go down in history. I guess he doesn't care. I mean, is there somebody who on his deathbed said, the Civil Rights Act was signed in 64 and 65, but, when I was in the Senate, they tried to pass that 10 years earlier. I slowed it down. That's my legacy. Medicare. Originally, they wanted Medicare to be folded into Social Security. I kept that from happening, kids, for 10 years. I delayed Medicare for 10 years as a United States congressperson. That's my legacy.
It's hard for me to comprehend their thinking there.
We really need to get his phone number on the houseboat, though.
On the what?
On the houseboat. On Manchin's houseboat. There's an article, I can't remember whether it was the Post or...
the Almost Heaven.
We're talking
about Almost Heaven?
Yes. We need that phone number.
Right.
Well, I understand there are kayaktivists. So people...
yes, kayakers.
Kayaks surrounding his boat. Protesting him. Great idea.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little partial. I have a warm place in my heart for Almost Heaven because it is the place where Lindsey Graham contracted COVID. So something good came out of Almost Heaven. Professor Marianne Cummings, what's on your mind tonight?
Well, I can clear up a few things for Professor Dick. I mean, first and foremost, and we've read this several places, the donors to the Democratic Party do not want this reconciliation bill. Do not want it. And the donors usually get what they want. So, of course, we're kind of like almost buying into this nonsense that it's just two senators that are holding things up. I mean, if the Democratic leadership really wanted this passed, it would be passed. There would be a lot of, there would have been a lot of strong arming behind the scenes and threats and everything else, and they would have gotten it passed. I don't think Nancy Pelosi ever wanted this passed. I don't think Chuck Schumer wants this passed, and whatever's left of Biden's frontal lobes, I don't think he cares about. He just wants a bipartisan deal. That's what he wants. That's what he's always wanted.
He wants to run on something that's okay.
Well, he's just, he's whatever is left functioning in his brain is back about 30 or 40 years ago, right? Sort of as these when you start sinking into senescence, then it's usually the oldest things in your brain are the last to go. And the guy that brags about being the author of the crime bill and also brags about the Patriot Act and all of these things. What is Biden's legacy? That he turned this into a police state, that hundreds of thousands of poor and black and brown people's lives were ruined because of the 3 strikes you're out in this just hideous crime bill. I mean, I think Biden just thinks that's fine. What's left of him to think? So, the idea, so this is just a lot of theater because Nancy Pelosi doesn't have the votes. She's got a meeting tonight with Senators Joe Manchin and at Sinema. And I just saw on the CNN webpage, it was posted a minute ago, Bernie Sanders, standing outside the Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's office, told CNN that the infrastructure deal should be defeated. It's an absurd way to do business, to be negotiating a multi-trillion-dollar bill a few minutes before a major vote with virtually nobody know what's going on. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Anyway, so, okay, Bernie, yeah, of course it's unacceptable. They don't want to pass your bill because it really is your bill, even though he's, being a politician, he calls it Biden's bill. This has been Bernie Sanders' big initiative all along. And, he's trying to finagle some very, very minimal things that absolutely need to be done if we're going to have a reasonable society. By the way, I did tune in a little earlier. Who is the person that runs the history podcast? Arjun is his name?
Yes.
I caught a little bit of it.
It was
He's
great.
Absolutely right. I'd never heard somebody explain the decline of Rome the way he did. It wasn't the empire. It was the republic. That's what we're in, the decline of the republic.
Right.
Because we have gotten ourselves backed into corners legislatively and as a society that we can no longer solve problems. And
Right.
there is a big reluctance on the part of people to call that out because I think it would mean that all of us would have responsibility then. We just wanted to elect Democrats and somehow we could push them left and things would self-correct. It ain't self-correcting. And who cares about West Virginia? It's people like Dr. Bill Foster, Dr. Sean Casten, my congressman, the congressman next door, who claim to be scientists, who claim to care about the environment, who are not on board at all with this big infrastructure, with the reconciliation bill, who were dead set against Green New Deal, who thinks that the only things that are viable are quote unquote market-based solutions to into existential crisis on this planet. They're not dumb people. But they think that they are not going to be affected by the worst of climate change. And maybe if I can imagine them being dark, that, hey, half the world's population dying may work out for them.
We like to think that they're not that dark and evil.
But they
are.
allowed dark and evil things to go on. We like to think that everybody isn't dark and evil up in Washington, but just these small, reasonable policy changes that they refuse to make are responsible for tens of millions of people dying or millions being homeless. And they don't care.
Right.
Well,
They really
Professor-
don't care. They're all... Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Cummings. If they lose half the world population, they're going to be losing a lot of their customers and a lot of their source of very cheap labor. So I'm not sure that makes sense for them.
There's, like 500 million Chinese coming online to quasi-feudalistic middle class that want to buy gizmos. I mean, it's like, I don't... They are not behaving. All I'm saying is that their actions are completely incongruous with what their stated principles are whenever they state them. Because they all say, of course, we want universal health care. Of course, we want to deal with the climate change. And they do nothing. The people in a position of power do nothing.
Right.
As I said, they're not dumb, ignorant people.
Well, I'm sure you'd agree that's a recipe for disaster. I mean,
Mm-hmm. Well, disaster for whom? It's going to be disaster for the bottom 50% first. The Titanic sinking was a disaster for most of the people in steerage. the upper class, at least the ladies, were able to get to the lifeboats.
Well, what about Martha's Vineyard? That's could be in a path of a hurricane.
It's certainly in the path of rising ocean water.
Yeah, Florida, parts of.
And as Mark Blythe has pointed out, low-lying beaches are historically have been undefensible positions, and he's referring to the Hamptons when things really get bad and there are food riots. So, but again, we wouldn't be having all this nonsense if the Democratic leadership really wanted to do something, really wanted these bills passed.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't always agree with you.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't always agree with you. I'm
Somebody in the chat is saying what Professor Harvey Kaye told me earlier today, but you're both wrong. Anyway, curses.
What did Professor Harvey J. Kaye say?
What Saul just said in the.
Well,
basically, to paraphrase, nonsense. And I say, well, Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin are not exactly self-made people. I mean, Sinema is like one of the least popular politicians in her state.
Well, she did grow up poor. Manchin didn't, but I think Sinema grew up almost homeless.
Oh, no, well, obviously he's not looking back, isn't she? Is she?
No.
I mean, so I don't know why people do the things they do. That would be mind reading ultimately. I'm just looking at what they're actually doing and who they actually are and what they revealed about themselves.
I'm a broken record on this, and I apologize, but it's why I agree with you on this about if Biden, Schumer, and Pelosi wanted Bernie's Build Back Better, or whatever they're calling it now, they could get it. They are not fighting for it. It's almost like the New Deal being sold as Roosevelt's, $400 billion plan. It would go down in history instead of thinking about, it's like Medicare and Medicaid in the 60s being billed as Lyndon Johnson's $1 trillion plan. Not Medicare. They haven't given it a name. They haven't, painted a policy, a landmark policy on it. Obamacare at least was Obamacare, or the ACA. This is this nebulous spending bill, and they're debating a number as opposed to the morality behind it. If they really wanted to sell Bernie's bill to the American people, they would put a couple of ounces of morality behind it, the same kind of morality that sold Medicare and Social Security.
Look, I mean,
it's mind-boggling how poorly they're selling this.
Because they're not interested in the reconciliation part with this Bernie's bill. And I hope that neither passes, unless both pass. I don't want either. I don't want the infrastructure bill to pass. That's a horrible bill. That's a minus. That is a privatization bill that just kind of digs us in because they pulled out all of the climate stuff out of there. I mean, originally that was Biden's bill. That was Biden's infrastructure bill. It was about $2 billion.
And I will tell you this, Professor Marianne, I will tell you this. I voted for Biden, but I wanted Bernie. I was willing to compromise. I'm not willing to compromise on this Build Back Better. I agree with Bernie. Do not pass the bipartisan bill if you're not going to pass Build Back Better. And if it means nothing, then so be it. Then let the record show that the Progressive Caucus destroyed both bills.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to put blood on our hands? Go ahead. and take it all the way to 2022 and then the convention in 2024 and let the fighting begin, because the clock is ticking, and I was willing to compromise on Biden and vote for him and hope for the best, but if they can't get behind Build Back Better, destroy the whole party over this.
Well, you wouldn't be destroying anything. This would be real politics. This would not be this kind of fake media-driven sort of consensus nonsense that has been just developing over the last 20 years or so, maybe 30. I mean, politics never was pretty up close. Politics was always a bloody frickin' fight. I mean, often a literally bloody fight. But this is not blowing anything up. This is basically finally calling out decades of bullcrap. We have been ignoring a problem we've known about at least since Al Gore damaged his political career over insisting on it. I mean, that's the one thing I will give Al Gore. He pushed this way before he could have ever gotten any political credit for it. But we've known this. The scientists have known that. Oh, hell. I mean, the oil companies have known this for 40 years. They have really smart physicists working for them. One of them's my former student working for Chevron. They know what's going on. They've known about this. But there's been no political will, and we've allowed not just money in our politics, but just money for money's sake to just dominate our culture and as well as our politics. I mean, we have no idea what led up to the 1929 collapse. If you want to know, read. John Kenneth Galbraith wrote a book called 1929. I judge a book by its thickness these days. It's only about a half-inch thick. You can read it. And they figured out how to deal with the aftermath of the Great Depression years before they actually understood why this depression was so persistent, why we didn't just why the business cycle didn't just rev itself back up. And it's because of the leveraging and the money for money's sake. And it features a sort of backwater bank at the time called Goldman Sachs.
Really?
And it's holding company, and it's out of the box thinking, and it's the invention of holding companies. It reached Shenandoah Corporation. That's a fascinating little tale. But we thought, and I remember in the late 1990s where people in this house at my famous Halloween parties, physicists were telling me about how, the stock market is fundamentally different now. Everything is structurally set up that it can never fail. And I'm going, wait a minute, somebody's buying, somebody's selling.
Right.
And then there's a whole bunch of marketing in there. What's different? But I mean, people really believe this, and we've allowed ourselves to believe it. People will not only allow themselves to believe things that benefit them, but people will always also believe things which leaves them morally off the hook.
Right.
So if you can just say, well, it's, the law of nature, economics, we can't fight it. But in fact, we have not fought it when we knew better. And now we're reaping what we've sown all these years from our inaction. So it looks like at long last, for now, there is a group of progressives that are finally holding the line. And they're not just, they've got more than progressives. I mean, they've got a lot of people who are not even part of the congressional political caucus in the House, which is full of people who are not really progressive. So anyway, we'll see what happens tonight. Bernie Sanders pissed, and he's talking to Anderson Cooper. And he's outside of Chuck Schumer's office, and maybe Bernie will. I mean, Bernie's been absolutely adamant, more adamant than I've seen him be ever since he started running for president.
Yeah.
He's been always conceding to the Democrats, deferring to them. driving all of us nuts, but better man than I am, I suppose. But tonight, he is pretty much unambiguous about where he stands.
When I talk to conservatives and Republicans, they speak of leftists as being vicious on the social issues when it comes to cancel culture. We've been described as dangerous, terrifying. You don't want to cross the leftists on the social issues. Well, I'd like to see it expand to the economic issues now. It will be really nice for the right and the Mansions and the Gottheimers and the cinemas to see just how vicious we can be. And we will, the same way Tip O'Neill and Teddy Kennedy destroyed Jimmy Carter's presidency. Partly they were responsible for destroying Jimmy Carter's presidency because he was a fiscal hawk who wanted to deregulate. He ushered in Reaganomics, and Teddy Kennedy almost beat him in 1980 in the primaries, had he been a better candidate and a less flawed human being. Tip O'Neill, they showed how vicious the left of center can be. And it may not be the worst thing if Pelosi, Schumer, and Biden wake up in the next couple of days kicking the can down the road with nothing. You got nothing from the left in this party. You get nothing. And we'll be scolded by Thomas Friedman again in the New York Times. I'm saying it, where the left is being called childish. It's all about compromise. It's all about compromise when the left is being intransigent. It's never compromise when we're subsidizing the oil industry. Professor Adnan Hussein, I'm going to throw you a curveball. It's good to see you, sir. Nice shirt. It's the talk of the chat room.
Thank you. Yes, it's National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. That's been called. Historically, it's been marked on September 30th, and now it's actually an official recognized holiday of sorts. People are wearing orange shirts to commemorate it and to remember the victims of the indigenous children who were victims of the residential school system, and to encourage the Canadian state and society to actually undergo the difficult path of acknowledging the truth of what settler colonialism has wrought and trying to make people, or at least the state, more accountable and develop a real path to reconciliation and repairing and remedying some of those harms. I think it's a very fruitful symbolic gesture. It needs to be backed up with more action, but it's really raising consciousness and improving the national dialogue. I think the U.S. could really use something like this as well, given our terrible history that is really quite parallel to Canada's. There were some schools like the residential school system that also were boarding schools to separate Indigenous children from their families, to remove them from their Indigenous culture, identity, and also to convert them to, a form of Orthodox Christianity, and so on. So I think it's a positive development, and right. This shirt is.
How old is the holiday?
Well, the holiday is just this year that it was officially declared, but people had worn orange since, I think, at least about 6 or 7 years ago, when the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report came out that made some effort towards documenting the history of the residential schools. So it had informally been observed on September 30th, but now it's officially declared the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation.
What does Truth and Reconciliation mean?
Well, I mean, as I said, it's first investigating to really document and establish the legacies and consequences of settler colonial policies, the harms that were wrought on indigenous communities. So to really do that work of investigation, accept that history, tell that history, and incorporate that in the narrative of the nation, rather than as just some exceptional set of actions for which we might apologize, but actually engage the truth of the matter, which is that the whole society has been built on the dispossession of another people. That's something that needs to be central in the narrative of the country. And then reconciliation. Now, I think, there's been a lot of discussion about this because the report came out 2014, I think it was. And of course, not that much other than a few symbolic gestures has really been accomplished. And then earlier this year, there were the discovery of all of these unmarked graves. You might characterize some of them almost as mass graves. Of the thousands of children who died and were whose whereabouts and fate had been unknown, unreported, undocumented. And so that has spurred some greater national self-reflection. And so there's been some critique of can you really have reconciliation if you haven't gone through some of the steps, not only truth, but perhaps there are other things that should be mentioned in this, like accountability. You can't, consequences and accountability. You can't just jump to reconciliation and skip actually attempts to repair the harm, because how can these groups reconcile if nothing has been done, to meet the demands of justice and to repair this harmful legacy? So I think this is a big question. I think I understand what truth is, and some people think about it in a much more narrower way. I have an expansive idea of it being incorporated in the central narrative of the country. But I think there's a lot of debate about what reconciliation should mean, what it can look like, because for a lot of people, it's just a symbolic gesture of saying, let's now forget about that past and be reconciled to the situation as it exists now, with a few, symbolic recognitions, incorporating some rituals at the opening of the House of Parliament, these land acknowledgements, which when I first came to Canada, they were rare. I hadn't really come across them ever in the US, but in Canada, occasionally someone would do something called a land acknowledgement at the start of any particular event or meeting, which was to acknowledge that this had been traditional territories of Indigenous peoples, to name those Indigenous peoples, and then move on to the rest of the meeting. Now, these acknowledgements became much more common, and they also became very pro forma. It's it didn't mean anything to say it. You were saying, yes, this is the land of the Haudenosaunee or the Anishinaabe peoples, but mere acknowledgement didn't really do justice to what was involved in those processes, nor did it remedy it. And so I think that's the stage where we're at, where there's been some symbolic gestures, there's increasing acknowledgement of this history, but whether it leads to giving, making sure that there is clean, potable water on all the reservations, the reserves that were established, there still isn't potable water. Right. Many of them have been polluted by uranium mining and other mining on Indigenous land that has polluted the water. There's still so many missing and murdered Indigenous women whose cases have not been fully investigated or the perpetrators brought to justice. And of course, there's been no reparations paid to the families and the communities whose children were taken from them and who often died and were disposed of in these unmarked graves.
In the Seattle Times, there was a story. I'm probably going to mispronounce the last name, Petito, Gabby Petito. This is the missing white girl syndrome. Very sad story. I haven't been following it because I do emotional triage. Very sad. My heart goes out to her parents. Very, very sad. In terms of my interests, I don't follow these crimes, and I don't understand these fixations. In the Seattle Times, I pulled this up. I'm going to read from the Seattle Times. In Wyoming, the state in which Petito was found dead, a report released this year by Wyoming's Task Force on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons found over 700 Native American people went missing in the state alone between 2011 and 2020. In 9 years, 700 Native Americans have gone missing in Wyoming, near where Gabby Petito's body was found. Abigail Echo Hawk, an enrolled citizen of the Pawnee National of Oklahoma, is the director of the Seattle-based Urban Indian Health Institute and executive vice president of the Seattle Indian Health Board. Echo Hawk helped Wyoming with the MMIP report and was instrumental in creating groundbreaking research-based reports on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and sexual violence against Indigenous women in Seattle. Yeah, I mean, we don't pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a basic
missing white girl syndrome.
We have to recognize that it's clear that some people's lives are valued far more than others. I mean, that's the legacies that we're dealing with. And this is the case when we talk about, that's why it had to be asserted that Black Lives Matter. And it's so odd and strange how white victimhood, managed to rise out of this desperate attempt to establish that Black people's lives are equally important and must be valued as human beings. That was turned into, an attempt to suggest that we were ignoring, blue lives or, this angry, resentful kind of, why are you just, pointing out that Black Lives Matter as if no one else's does, which is just exactly how we find this psychology operating, is that it constantly makes some sort of a complaint about your attempt to have justice and equality. It's just so perverse, but it's the same kind of thing that happens clearly in the reporting about interest. Missing and murdered Indigenous women really are ignored. It's when you look at the numbers, that's outrageous.
700 in
so many people? Yeah.
700 in 9 years, just in Wyoming, near where Gabby Petito was found.
I mean, if this was happening in a foreign country and the U.S. was interested, I don't know, say in their uranium mines and thought that they had a corrupt dictator that they needed to get rid of, this 700 would be characterized as ethnic cleansing and genocide. There would be Human Rights Watch being sent and funded to go there, write reports, and make a huge deal about it. I mean, this is scandalous. When we look at this is absolutely scandalous.
And if you said to Anderson Cooper, why are you covering Gabby Petito? I'm probably mispronouncing her name. And she doesn't deserve to be vilified in any way. But why are you fixating on this one life when you should be fixating on the 900 Indigenous women who've gone missing? Wanted to ask you a question. There were hearings on Capitol Hill this week, House and Senate. We had the top brass from the Pentagon, General Lloyd Austin, our defense secretary, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, and CENTCOM leader McKenzie all testified, and they got raked over the coals by Republicans, specifically the worst of the worst. Matt Gaetz, Jim Banks talked to the generals in a way that they can get away with because they're Republicans. If Democrats talked to the military brass the way Republicans did, it would be called, treasonous. I don't like the Pentagon. I support our troops. I don't support the people, any of the generals who work in the Pentagon and then go on to take jobs at Raytheon. This is what General Mark Milley said. If I have to find it first. This is what General Mark Milley, Professor Hussein, said, I think it was on Tuesday, about the Taliban. This is what he said.
We must remember that the Taliban was and remains a terrorist organization, and they still have not broken ties with al-Qaeda. I have no illusions who we are dealing with. It remains to be seen whether or not the Taliban can consolidate power or if the country will further fracture into civil war. But we must continue to protect the United States of America and its people from terrorist attacks coming from Afghanistan. A reconstituted al-Qaeda or ISIS with aspirations to attack the United States is a very real possibility. And those conditions, to include activity in ungoverned spaces, could present themselves in the next 12 to 36 months. That mission will be much harder now, but not impossible, and we will continue to protect the American people. Strategically, we must remember that the Taliban was and
That's General Mark Milley lying once again for the military-industrial complex. Professor Hussein, was there anything in that statement that was truthful?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to assess because it's such a narrative that has been embedded in, our political culture, that the threat of terror, I'm thinking a little bit about this Gabby Petito to the missing and murdered Indigenous women analogy, is that, the actual threat and danger of terrorism, I'm not saying it doesn't exist at all, but in comparison with some of the other more pressing global problems we face, to health, to the environment, even, the deregulation of occupational safety, regulations has contributed to more deaths, than terrorism has. But it is such a powerful narrative for American political culture after 9/11 that it doesn't even have to be true. It just needs to be stated by somebody wearing, a uniform with a lot of medals and a sober and serious voice to convince people that this is a danger that we need to throw billions upon billions of dollars at. I mean, and that's essentially what the point here is. I mean, I wonder how he can actually claim that this is a reasonable kind of way to frame the analysis when we've just lost the whole war. I mean, it thinks that you can just reset, let's just reset and go back to 2001 and say this is like a present danger. We have to watch out for these kinds of groups operating in the absence of political power in these stateless kinds of environments. And also, of course, he's eliding very much the situation. He's very eliding the internationalist movements like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, that really do have the objective of, bringing down, U.S. empire. Typically, however, their greatest concern is U.S. occupation of or support for oppressive governments in the region. And it was just a particular tactic of Al-Qaeda to try and take the, war to the far enemy rather than the near enemy, which are the corrupt regimes that were oppressing, in their view, the Muslim people of the region. So the more the U.S. is involved, the more it enables or creates the kind of reaction that could bring about what he's talking about. So that's why it's hard to evaluate the truth of what he's saying. is because if he initiates, and if the U.S. initiates more of these kinds of interventions, of course it will create a greater and re-energized internationalist sort of threat. But the Taliban are clearly a very different kind of movement.
Yeah, well, we have to wrap it up. I don't want to keep Professor Hardy J.K. waiting. Very quickly, General Milley was lying. I'm not going to put you on the spot here, but I'm going to tell my listeners that everything General Milley said was a lie. And he was lying. He's auditioning for a job either at Raytheon or Boeing to keep the engines of industry geared towards armaments. Did the Taliban attack the United States on 9/11?
No.
Do we know if bin Laden was in Afghanistan or Pakistan on 9/11?
I think we believe that he was in Afghanistan, but it isn't absolutely.
Where is Tora Bora in relationship to Pakistan?
Not very far. Not very far over the border.
Right. So it is conceivable that he was. Where was he killed? Was he killed in Afghanistan or Pakistan?
In Pakistan. Yes.
So let me just get this straight, General Milley. General Milley, Osama bin Laden, who we're told orchestrated 9/11, died in Pakistan. Why are we not attacking Pakistan? Why are we going after Afghanistan? Where was Professor Hussein? Osama bin Laden, who ran Al-Qaeda, where was he born?
Well, he's from a Yemeni family, I believe. Right. But
so shouldn't we be attacking Yemen? Oh, we are. We are attacking.
Yeah, we are. Don't worry, David. We got that going.
Okay,
covered.
Thank you, General. I believe
Saudi Arabia is where he built his career and fortune, and his family's fortune.
Why didn't we bomb? Why aren't we attacking Saudi Arabia, General Milley? Since most of the financing behind 9/11 was through Saudi Arabia, General Milley. Shouldn't we be bombing Saudi Arabia? He is a liar. I'm not going to put anybody on the spot here, but David Swanson wrote a book called War is a Lie. You cannot fight a war telling the truth. You cannot tell the truth to the American people, otherwise they will not sign off on the Gulf of Tonkin resolution or the war authorization to go into Afghanistan or Iraq, which was based on a catastrophic lie. And one lie builds off another lie until an entire country no longer knows the truth. Every conversation about terrorism, our budget, and our military is built on building blocks of lies. And you have an entire generation of Americans who are living a lie because these blocks are made of salt and they're crumbling, and it's a lie. And that's why the suicide rates are tragically going up in the military. It's why this country is diseased and all relationships are based on lies. The fish rots from the head down. When you spend this much money pumping money into armaments based on a lie, it trickles down on every facet of our society. The fact that there wasn't one congressperson or senator who challenged him on these lies speaks to how corrupt and craven this entire country and every American has become. What we did in Afghanistan, what we did in Iraq, what we're doing elsewhere is based on a lie. And we are lying to ourselves. And we're lying to the soldiers, putting them in harm's way. And then when they come back, we lie to them. And that's why there's suicide rates, nearly 2 a day, because they're being lied to. And General Milley is auditioning for a job at Boeing. And they should all of them should be tried and arrested. They've destroyed this country. We've lost hundreds of thousands of lives. People have starved to death in this country because they ginned up this war on terror and got us convinced that we were going to be killed by people of color from Pakistan or Afghanistan or Iraq. And we spent all this money so we wouldn't be killed by people of color in the Middle East. And while we were doing that, you were being killed by white domestic terrorists, by Aetna, United Health, by the cops, by malnutrition. This whole country for the past 20 years has been living a lie. And it got perpetuated this week when these liars, Austin, Milley, went before Capitol Hill and perpetuated the lie about Afghanistan having anything to do with 9/11. Afghanistan had as much to do with 9/11 as Iraq did. So if you're wondering why you're miserable, this is why. This is what your country did. Shame on you, America. Shame on you.
I agree completely. And
I didn't ask you, General Milley.
I'm sorry. Milley agrees. You got him. You pressured him. You know, it was like the interrogation on the rack. He's now admitted. Well, the only thing I want to say about any of this is just that that's why I think educating ourselves a little bit more about the situation in the world, so that people are not so susceptible to the misinformation and the quick conclusions that rely on Islamophobia or racism is so important. And October has been declared for the since 2007 in Canada as Islamic History Month. And it's an opportunity to learn more. Muslim Society's Global Perspectives Project at Queen's University is organizing events all throughout the month, educating people starting October 6th next week. So do check out the MSGP Facebook page and website to learn more about public online free events that are open to anyone. So please do check it out. And thanks so much, David.
Thank you, Professor Hussein. Thank you, Professor Ann Lee. Thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick. I hope to see you all at Office Hours and Hours, which starts Friday night at 8 p.m. And it's 24 hours of office hours because it's the first Friday of the month. Professor Harvey J.K., what hath thou wrought? Well, we're waiting for... There you are, Professor. It's been a while since we had the Lennon and McCartney of left of center dialogue. Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Professor Harvey J.K., author of Take Hold of Our History. Are your ears burning, Professor K? You are getting quoted for the past 2 weeks. You've been quoted constantly on this show. You have to unmute yourself.
He's letting others speak for him.
Actually, can I move away a little bit? I just want to tell you that I listened to your conversation with Alicia Brooks on the Michael Brooks legacy.
Oh, did they air that?
Yes, they did. Yeah. And I was listening to it very late at night, and it was interesting to me. Can I comment on your comedic style?
Sure. I'll please.
Okay. This is not a critique at all. Not at all. It was interesting. I was listening, and at first, I could see that she didn't know how to read you Did you get that? She was she couldn't read you at first.
Nobody can. I'm like James Joyce. People pretend they've read me.
So, and it just so happens that yesterday and today we were on the phone. Well, we were on a Zoom thing for about a couple of hours, Leisha and I, because I was doing my week with her, following your week with her. And I said to her, and I want to see your response to this. I said to her, you were a little flustered at first, I sensed, because you didn't know how to respond to David. And she said, well, I guess I was. And I said, well, I'm going to give you an insight, which I haven't mentioned to David, and I hope he takes it the right way. I said, you can't listen to him. He's not being sarcastic.
Sometimes I am.
No, well, but when you do your thing, I said to her, it may well be a generational thing. It may be, okay? Because you're speaking to her in a way that she doesn't know if you're serious or not.
Right.
And that's not sarcasm. Sarcasm has a tone of voice.
Right,
to it. And you're
right.
Nothing sarcastic about it. And she said, yeah, you're right. I hadn't thought of that. I said, but I did. So I said, but you caught up with it. You tuned into it eventually. But I have to tell David, my point about this isn't the point I just made. It's just, I really enjoyed listening to you and Alicia. I didn't hear the whole thing because I fell asleep. But
the truth is, I'm a failure as a comedian. That I never lived up to my potential as a white male. I had every door opened to me, and I consider myself a failure. I didn't have the struggles when I was starting out in San Francisco that the gay comics, the female comics, the Asian and African American comics, and I saw it, and every door was open to me. I walked through every door and I failed at every level. And there is one of the reasons I am a failure as a comedian is I enjoy losing an audience, and I kind of expect them to go with me. It's privilege. It's the white privilege of just come with me and I'm going to smack you around. If you think you're on to me, I'm going to hit you and you're not going to know where I'm coming from.
I wouldn't have believed you, but the participants tonight just dropped from 75 to 2.
And that's my problem. I'll take the 2. I'll take 2.
It's Alan and me, basically.
That's it. Yeah. That has always been my, it's what I think makes me funny. It's what the fact that I'm always pushing the audience away is what makes me funny. But I've succeeded in pushing the audience away.
You were the bridge between the generation ahead of us and the generation behind us, right? Pushing away, like Don Rickles would have literally crapped all over them.
Right.
But you're in the bridge, so to speak.
I expect an audience, a comedy audience, not to make value judgments, not to decide, and I'm wrong. I'm wrong. You can look at my bank account. I'm wrong. But I always expected the audience not to make a value judgment on what I was saying.
Yeah, the real thing was that the mice have vacated your apartment. There's nothing to be had, is what the problem is.
My last vestige of nature was the mice. Well, it's good to see everybody. I got a little revved up.
A little?
Yeah. I'm at an age now where I really can't tolerate these opportunistic social climbers in the military who are willing to kill civilians and our soldiers so they can land jobs at Boeing. And that's considered impolite to call Milley and Austin what they are. They're liars. And they testified before Congress this week. The only people who had the temerity to stand up to them were two of the worst members of Congress, Jim Banks and Matt Gaetz.
Wow.
What's going on in this country where the only voice of reason on the war in Afghanistan is Matt Gaetz, who's, violating the Mann Act, supposedly. So Hey, Emil, we're running behind schedule. Can you give us 20 more minutes, sir? Thank you. Anyway, what's on your mind, Professor Harvey J.K.?
Well, obviously, what's on my mind is the question of these infrastructure plans. But I've sort of thought about. I can't hang on every word right now of what's going on in Washington because who knows?
Right.
But I keep thinking about the utter failure to.
We already talked about my comedy career. The utter failure.
Well, actually, I wish Joe Biden had little. Maybe he should have spoken like you when you're putting people on. Okay, and it might have been more effective than his utterly empty efforts to persuade. I don't think he's even tried to. He probably cajoles at most. But I keep thinking about the what might have been done and the might have been said.
Well, what would FDR have done?
Well, probably he would have told Manchin, it's not just a matter of whether or not you want money for West Virginia. I'll just cut off all the money if you don't.
Right.
Because that basically, I think that's the way he ultimately was going to. He was handling Huey Long.
And would he have called Social Security, Build Back Better? What does Build Back Better mean?
I don't know. Better Business Bureau, maybe.
Bunch of malarkey.
It's a bunch of, yeah. Well, this is a no malarkey zone. So we're going to, Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. You must be proud of the Congressional Caucus, the Progressive Caucus, Pramila Jayapal, right?
I'm very happy with Pramila the past few days. What you're saying about Biden is very true. Today was his best day so far.
Why?
In terms of a public pronouncement. And
what did he do? What did he do?
Oh, he said this thing's going to pass, and this thing's going to pass. It's going to pass big. It's what he has to do as president. Very good interview on Democracy Now! This morning with Reverend Barber from the Poor People's Campaign.
Could you talk closer to the microphone?
Yeah. Yeah, Reverend Barber from the Poor People's Campaign was on Democracy Now! This morning on this subject, and he made a few points. He said, of course, they should put a human face on these programs so that people know what's in there. That's a very well taken point. And that was maybe the point he reiterated most strongly. But he also said Biden should be going to West Virginia. Biden, Bernie would be. Bernie wouldn't have five visits with Sinema. He would have 5 trips to Arizona and 6 trips to West Virginia. And if Manchin was going to meet with President Sanders, it would be on a platform in public in West Virginia or just after that.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and that's what Biden should be doing. I mean, I know he's not as good an orator at this point in his life as Bernie or as good as almost anybody is an orator right now, but still, there's gravitas there for him to go and say what these bills would do for the people of West Virginia. In fact, if he would do that, or if President Sanders would do that, if he were president, because he would, think how much it could transform the politics of West Virginia. I mean, you're talking about a place that is just a hot, god-awful mess. I mean, of course, it's the land is beautiful and everything, but
some of the people are.
The economy is, yeah, of course, but the society and the economy is largely collapsed. To go and talk about the things that this would do for the people of West Virginia could transform the politics of the state. This is a state that still has a very strong sense of intangible sense, from my understanding, what everybody tells me, of working class solidarity in the state of West Virginia. Arizona has a strong progressive undercurrents right now.
Yeah.
Sinema's, I think her prospects as a Democratic senator from Arizona are toast as of 2024 right now. Very happily, PDA led the charge. People heard about the measure that was passed by 80% of the large central committee, which has like 900 people on it, of the Arizona State Democratic Party at 80% support that she will have a vote of no confidence.
And what year is that?
This year, this week.
Sinema runs for re-election when?
Oh, in 2024.
2024. Okay.
Right. Yeah, that's a problem, of course. And but 80% of the Central Committee of the Arizona Democratic Party our state coordinator got up, read the motion, wrote a great piece in Common Dreams about it, that a vote of no confidence if she does not create a filibuster carve-out to pass voting rights, and if she does not support the complete reconciliation bill.
How unusual. We see votes of no confidence in the Republican Party statewide. I've never heard of that happening in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I can't remember when it did. Of course, this was so absent from the Democratic Party. And of course, one of the things about the Arizona Democratic Party, like Nevada next door, is of course Bernie Sanders did very well in Arizona in 2020, and that's reflected. Of course, his campaign, by its very nature, generated a lot of hands-on participation the way other campaigns did, and people were encouraged to stay active in the party. So that's transformed the inner workings of the party, but it's very real. And unlike places that are turning purple elsewhere in the country from red to blue, Arizona's doing it with a pretty strong progressive trajectory. And again, West Virginia, going back to that, though, I think, this guy should get out and make a case. Now, if there's going to be a lull in this, we maybe should maybe Harvey and I should start a campaign for Uncle Joe to get out there and do a set of trips out.
I remember Bobby Kennedy.
Bernie should go with him. Bernie and Biden.
Yeah.
Nice.
Maybe my sense of history is wrong, but I remember reading about Bobby Kennedy as a United States senator, walking around Appalachia, West Virginia, seeing children, American children with bloated stomachs, and his walking into these homes that were made of cardboard and discarded wood, and saying to these families, I'm going to go back to Washington, and I promise you we're going to have a balanced budget. There's going to be fiscal austerity, and we will... Hello?
I'm recording this for Alicia Brooks, so she'll understand.
Son, you with that bloated belly, you have inspired me to make sure we don't spend more than we have coming in.
Neonatal neoliberalism, that's what it was about.
Professor K, what would happen? Think of Josh Gottheimer in the House, even Richie Neal, the chairman of the House Ways and Means. These are pretty bad people. They're Democrats. What if, I mentioned this earlier, the people like Gottheimer, the moderate Democrats, and certainly the Republicans, think you and I and Alan Minsky are vicious. They think people on the left are vicious and that we're the cancel culture. But we cancel people on social issues, on rape, on molestation, sexual assault, and the words they use. And we are vicious. What would happen if we became as vicious on economic issues?
Well, I have a feeling we'd garner more working class votes for a start. Okay. Because, there's during the FDR years, there were folks in the South who couldn't vote, who were white. Okay. It was the poll tax applied and the literacy requirements. These things applied across the board. And in certain places, it would not surprise me if there were more whites who couldn't vote than actually blacks. But it was targeted. It was primarily targeted at blacks, but it was laid out in a class-like way, so it affected both. And basically, rich people in the South didn't want poor people to vote, regardless of color. Right. But but FDR, when he went on radio, he was doing it in good part not only because he was good, he did it also to get around the newspapers. The journalists he trusted, he did not trust editors and publishers. Okay. And he knew on radio he could get around all of that and talk directly into homes, or at least into a community where somebody would have a radio. And there were lots and lots of letters, and I'll never forget reading one of them, which was by, I think, a textile worker from maybe North Carolina, who basically said, he was expressing his admiration and affection for Roosevelt. And he said, and the reason is, you're the only president I could ever imagine who knows my boss is a son of a bitch. Okay? And it is the case that they had good reason to believe that Roosevelt was on their side because because he and the progressive Democrats and the progressive Republicans, in fact, of that day, did those very kinds of things. And these days, I don't know if working people feel any affection for anyone in Washington, D.C. Young people clearly have a certain affection for AOC and various others. But, I mean, Bernie obviously brought that out, too. But when it comes to Biden, he's not – I don't think people love Biden. I think what Alan is talking about is the very fact that he's president and has been vice president to a black president gives him a certain stature. And if he goes out into these areas, I do think he's a lousy orator, but sure as hell, if he doesn't keep saying "Build Back Better" or "Soul of America," he might actually make a difference. But you know what else? I would also I've been watching this unfold. I've been watching this unfold for years. One Democrat, one Republican, and the Democrats just do not trust their fellow citizens. Now, I mean, they just don't trust them, and I don't know if
or they don't care about them. It's not that they don't trust, or they don't care.
Well, in the privacy of their own homes, they may care. Okay, they may care. I don't think Joe Biden is as so dense that he doesn't care. It's a lot of people care about people they don't want to have anything to do with.
I think it's a value thing. I'm going to challenge you on this.
Please do.
I think the Democrats don't respect the middle class. They don't understand the middle class. They don't understand why anybody would want to stay middle class. They believe that America is the land of opportunity and that you haven't realized your full potential until you're part of the richest 1%. That is who the Democrats are, even more so than the Republicans. They are hyper-educated and ambitious. That's who the Democratic leadership is. Ambitious, hyper-educated charlatans who look down on the middle class and can't imagine anybody saying...
Sorry, you know what? I don't disagree with you on that at all. What I'm saying, maybe we're defining caring in a different way.
Yeah.
Okay. Caring, I mean, you can feel sympathy for someone and then walk right past and do nothing about it. I mean, people are more than capable of caring and doing nothing. And the doing nothing part, maybe I wish these people could be better off or more empowered, but what the fuck is wrong with them?
Right.
It's that, that's, you know what I mean?
Well,
so I'm not disagreeing with you in a broader sense. No.
What we need are politicians who are like Lake Walesa, who dress like iron workers and say, you know what? The union was good to me. I don't need a lot of money. I just need stability and a steady paycheck and some health care. And I'm going to stay this way, folks. I'm going to stay middle class. I don't need that much. That's unconscionable in this country to have a political leader say, I get paid $180,000 if I get elected to the House. That's more money than I've ever made in my life. And a lot of free meals, free drinks. I'm going to bank all that money, and that I could live forever if I save some of that money. I can't be bought. And you won't see me at the Met Gala or Martha's Vineyard. I'm middle-class Joe, like Joe Biden. We don't hear people saying that. We don't have that kind of purity test on how the candidates actually live their lives. What are you worth? I always ask the candidates who come on this show, are you a millionaire? The purity test should be how they how they live their lives. Can you be bought? One thing I'll say about the Catholic Church.
Uh-oh.
The vow of poverty.
Well, that's the Franciscans, not the Catholic Church.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Alan?
David?
Are you optimistic?
Optimistic?
How do you see this? Are we going to kick the can down the road? You know, Obamacare didn't get passed until something like March of 2010, you know, in the lead up to the midterms. They're going to need to run on something. Can they muster up the votes for something big, you know, by March of 2022? Are we going to see anything?
There was a very disturbing article that came out yesterday. I remember I went to bed depressed about it. I was heartened today by the way that Pelosi and Biden were messaging. It was better than it was yesterday in terms of getting something positive done. But last night I went to bed depressed. God, I wish I could find that article. Alex Lawson from Social Security Works sent it out late, and it was detailing the ways in which the pharmaceutical lobby is now making inroads in getting more Democrats to not support a really strong regime of Medicare being able to negotiate drug prices down. So only a handful of drugs will be allowed to be negotiated in that way is what they're aiming for.
So this isn't even raising. This is so. It's the utter bullshit in the conversation. How are you going to pay for this?
Right, there you go. Total fucking bullshit, man.
How are you going to pay for it? Well, we're going to negotiate with Big Pharma. Oh, no, you can't do that. You don't even have to raise taxes.
Yeah, no, they raise them on wealthy people, which is good. All they do is reverse 80% of the Trump tax cut for the people who make more than $400,000 a year. There's I think there are adjustments in this package for capital gains. I'm not sure as a part of that. And then corporate tax rates, closing some loopholes. And then, the rest of the money, of course, the largest chunk of the rest of the money comes from negotiating drug prices down, and some from repealing fossil fuel subsidies, which, by the way, the fossil fuel industry is, of course, trying to get reversed and working overtime on that right now. And then I think a small portion of the $3.5 trillion is extra taxes that they assume will be generated by the economic growth sparked by such a large bill. But they're only doing like about $300 billion or $500 billion that way. So it does add up. And by the way, Richie Neal, by the way, he didn't end up being the person who stabbed us in the back, maybe because so many of us were expecting him to be that person. There was actually a poll today. Politico Harvard put out a poll. The very single most popular political proposal on the table in American politics today is for drug price negotiation to take place through Medicare. I mean, it's outrageous. We pay 2.5 times as much, and probably actually more, for drugs than the people in any other country in the world. How the hell can any politician, survive supporting that against the popular will? Well, it's because there isn't, we don't have a national network. We don't have that kind of echo chamber to be able to really organize people to and focus people's outrage on this. Because though there was a demonstration yesterday at Gary Peters' office in San Diego, he's the single largest amount of money coming in for a congressman, a Democrat in San Diego from the pharmaceutical industry. And he was one of the 3 who voted against this in the Energy and Commerce Committee. So, here, I'll put it's from Politico Pro. I don't know that I have the URL here. It's just copied into.
But you have to have the Pro account for Politico.
Oh, I don't have that. Yeah, there you go. Democrats dial back drug pricing plans to win over moderates. This was released late last night, and it talks about how they seem to be making headway with a number of people now to scale this back. But.
I know you're going to have to call call us quits in a moment because I know we've got Guillermo waiting. But two things I want to do. First of all, I got my booster shot today.
Well, I was going to give you an applause.
But
the applause doesn't work.
Right. But I want to go out on a note. I want to quote Lincoln. Okay. This is 1854. And he explained to Americans, or at least this was a draft of a speech he would give, which I don't know if he ever actually gave it anywhere, about what government is supposed to be about. And he says, the legitimate object of government is to do for the people what needs to be done, but which they cannot by individual effort do at all or do so well for themselves. There are many such things. Some of them exist independently of the injustice to the world. Making and maintaining roads, bridges, and the like. Providing for the helpless, the young, and the afflicted. Common schools, meaning public schools. And disposing of deceased men's property are instances. So, I like that last one. Okay?
That was the lawyer.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, the old line, I hate to quote this line, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Here's Lincoln trying to explain to people what government is supposed to be about. Now, why didn't John Meacham or Meekum, whatever the hell his name is, hand this to Biden and say, now go out and talk to the Americans about what government is supposed to be about. Don't tell them it's about restoring the soul of America.
Right. The soul of America. By the way, the Woodward book, because he wrote it with Bob Costa, it's readable.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I find him unreadable, Woodward, but the book is pretty good. But one quick question about Milley. We're discovering that Milley, according to Woodward, saved us from the brink of nuclear holocaust. He got on the phone with the Chinese twice and said, don't worry, if there's going to be a war, we'll let you know. And there's no question.
He lied to Woodward too.
Yeah, that's true. The war-making powers. Why does war-making powers reside in the President of the United States, or apparently Milley has war-making powers? He can decide whether or not he's going to obey an order from the President of the United States. And Schlesinger, Richard Nixon's defense secretary, was going to not obey a command from Richard Nixon in the lead up to his resignation. How did it devolve? How did the war powers devolve to the president or a rogue defense secretary or chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying, I'm not going to obey an order from our commander?
The question of the presidential war powers has to do with the speed at which war can be conducted. That's okay. The question, however, is actually, for a moment, I'm not going to defend Milley in particular, but I do want to say, just as you would not want a soldier to follow the orders of a mad officer, the commander-in-chief is an officer, and you would not want a general to follow the mad orders of a president. I think that's about the only way I can put it. But he has to have been willing to stand trial for having done so. Okay.
Interesting. So Milley should be put on trial.
Well, or at least, but he'll lie there too.
Yeah, he is a liar. And who's to say he isn't Burt Lancaster in 7 Days in May, or Sterling Hayden in Dr. Strangelove?
I did ever tell you I saw 7 Days in May when I was a young teenager in Ecuador. And the Ecuadorians, when I was living there, were under a military junta, a military government. And they were kind of applauding the possibility of a military coup in the United States as a way of sort of giving it to the Americans.
We're going to bring in Emil. There was testimony, I played it earlier, I'll play it for you next week, that Milley gave about the urgency of war. You said the reason we've taken.
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, as soon as we enter the age of air power and submarines and the like, it changed the urgency of orders.
And Milley describes in his testimony the calls to China, and you realize there is no ticking clock with nuclear powers, that they know. I let me see if I can play this. Let me just see here. It's unbelievable. He shows his hand. Let me just see here.
Where's Bob Woodward lying to us in the book?
I don't know.
All right. I can't find it. I'll play. It's on. I played it earlier on the show.
You're muted. Right? I don't hear you.
Most people like it that way, Professor. I'll send you the clip. It's fascinating because Milley shows his hand and says, when two superpowers go to war, you know months in advance through intelligence. We'd be, if we were going to war with China, there would be conversations between the generals. This idea that there's a ticking clock and we have to move at a moment's notice, bless you, is complete horseshit. Anyway, to be continued. Thank you, Professor Harvey J. Kaye.
Good to see you again, David. Alan, good to see you too.
Yes. Take hold of our history, and Alan Minsky will plug some candidates next week.
India Walton up in Buffalo.
Yes.
Buffalo, New York.
Yes. Bring her on.
Enjoy yourself, Emil.
That might be a tough one, but I'll ask. Okay.
Bring her on.
Thank you.
Thanks. You. Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, as well as a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. And you are wearing a yellow vest. Did you just get back from France? Are you a...
It's not yellow, David. It's orange. This is the color of, all those guys who pick up trash on the side.
I'm sorry. I'm colorblind.
Oh, are you really? This is orange.
That's orange?
Yeah, this is National Orange Shirt Day. World Orange Shirt Day, not just national. And it comes from your Canadian folks here. It's a national holiday in Canada. No?
Well, we were just talking about Truth and Reconciliation Day in Canada.
Well, yeah, it's part of that. World Orange Shirt Day was started by a First Nations person there in Canada. I just heard about it, this week, and I said, "Well, darn it, I'm going to wear an orange shirt." She wore it. She had to go to one of those schools, right, run by the Catholic Church that you talked about earlier. That I think Harvey was wrong. Priests take a vow of poverty. The Catholic Church does not take a vow of poverty because they have all that wealth and real estate. Right? But priests they take a vow of poverty and then they have sex with young boys. But that's sort of like a
Were you raised Catholic?
Of course I was. I'm Filipino.
Okay,
right?
So I defend the Catholic Church.
I know. I don't know why. I'm becoming more and more Asian and less Catholic. I'm trying to reconcile my Catholicism with my
but there is
Buddhistic tendencies.
When you look at the corruption in Washington, our temple it's a temple of democracy.
Yes.
Shouldn't our lawmakers, our Supreme Court justices, take vows of poverty?
Look, I think anyone who's on the good team must take a vow of poverty, including the journalists I mean, how ridiculous it is that people like to watch, all those shows, Morning Joe and whatnot, and CNN, and they're all making $1 million. MSNBC, I mean, they're all making at least $1 million.
Rachel's getting $30 million a year.
Yes, of course. Look, I don't begrudge them that, because they're doing a job that is before all these people, and that's what the union says they're going to pay. Look, if they were on the big network and not like the MSNBC or CNN or whatever, right? The small ones, they'd be making even more if they were on the big network.
$30 million a year. I could live on 5 years. I could live on that for 5 years.
I agree with you. Look, when I was at NPR in 89, there were a lot of people making a lot more money, and I was just working on the after scale. Maybe a little above after scale. But when I saw where these people were living, in Chevy Chase, and, it's just the inside, there's inside to everything, politics, journalism, and people on the inside making a ton of money. They get the extra benefits.
Renee LaMontagne, I went over this 2 years ago during a pledge break. I got their tax returns, and I read the salaries of Robert Siegel, the NPR people.
Yeah.
They low end is $400,000 a year.
Yeah.
They're making $500,000-$600,000 a year to read the news.
They did a little more than that. They had to wait 7 minutes for a piece to end, and then actually, this is true.
Hang on for 1 second, and then they get speaking fees.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it's not like Renee LaMontagne.
Oh, just Montaigne.
Whatever. Or Robert Siegel or whomever.
I think he was La Siegel.
Robert La Siegel. It's not like he can go into management and say, hey, you got to hitch yourself to this Robert Siegel wagon, baby. Otherwise, I'm going someplace. I mean, he had no leverage to command a salary like that. But as you said, it's an inside job. It's cronyism. It's you wash my hand, I'll wash your hand. They're not Robert Siegel.
I know. Look, he sounded erudite. I mean, if you recall, he's now been retired, but someone mentioned
one of the great things about on NPR, you can be retired and still be on air. You can just sleepwalk through those jobs.
I guess I should be a guy. One of the few guys I really liked recently passed away. Neil Conan, the former host of Talk of the Nation. He was kind of my boss when I was at All Things Considered. I really liked Neil, and he recently passed away from some kind of cancer.
Is he still on the air?
No, he passed away.
But you can on NPR. I mean, you can be dead and still.
That's true. I know a bunch of people are just hiding in the buildings, just hoping no one's. That's the way it is at the New York Times too. People just unless they did fire one guy, the guy who wrote on AIDS and wrote on
the science guy,
McNeil.
Yeah.
He's from San Francisco.
He's an idiot.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I read about what he said to those kids. He's an idiot.
You got to read what he wrote in Medium to get the full picture of what he said. I think it was taken out of context.
Of course, you got to read his defense to come to his defense.
You didn't get his defense on in the New York Times.
Well,
and you did. And so anyway, look.
Well, hang on. So my listeners know, because I got into it with the publisher of Harper's on another show over this.
Lapham. Louis Lapham?
No, the MacArthur.
Oh, yeah.
And I asked the publisher of Harper's, MacArthur, you think McNeil was unduly fired by the New York Times? Suppose your magazine, you had a reporter taking kids on a trip to Central America, and your reporter said the same thing. And he shut up. He was so busy protecting freedom of speech, this guy MacArthur, until I put it on his lap and said, suppose a reporter from Harper's did what McNeil did, and he couldn't answer me.
All right. I just think it's too bad because it overlaps with some good journalism that he did on this virus and previous viruses.
The things he said about African Americans to high school students, you get fired for that.
I saw what he said, and look, I just think that, well, he's out of the New York Times. They retired him, but I think that they probably he deserved better because he did great journalistic
Didn't he
work.
say something to the effect that, didn't he lie and tell these kids that African Americans commit a disproportionate number of crimes? I think it was. I think he said some things about African Americans, and I think he denied there was any such thing as white privilege or systemic racism.
I don't know about that.
You should.
Well, okay. Well, I'm just saying. Let's just wait. We don't know. I haven't read the transcripts of what he said. I know what some people said he said. I know what he said in his defense. I just think that, okay, look, the Times got their man. They pushed him out. He was about ready to retire. It's unfortunate because he was a good journo. That's all I want to say about that. Meanwhile,
maybe he wasn't a good journalist.
In talking to these kids, he maybe was a little.
Well, if you exercise that kind of judgment around kids, what kind of judgment?
Look at his work on the virus. Look at his work. He was nominated for the Pulitzer by the paper right before this incident, and then they jerked it off. They took away this nomination. Anyway, look, hey, a couple of things. Orange Shirt Day. This is for the First Nation families and the First Nation peoples. I'm wearing it because I realize how much I don't know about First Nation Indigenous people of Canada or the United States. And I say this.
And so by wearing the shirt,
I say, I'm remembering.
So instead of reading up about Indigenous Americans.
I'm reading up on it.
Oh, I thought just wearing the shirt. Is it just not good enough to wear the shirt?
No. You got to know something. You got to know that they were forced into these schools that were run by Catholics.
Uh-huh.
And that they were that they took these kids, they took their orange shirts away, in the case of this one woman who founded this movement, and they essentially tried to brainwash them and colonize them and teach them how to be good white people in the First Nation,
right,
or in the Canadian nation. And then in America had the same thing, with the Carlisle School in Pennsylvania, and from the 1880s to the 1919, I think. But the only thing that was different was, I think now they found that people were abused in Canada. I think they were abused too in America, but not to the extent that they were abused in Canada. They found bodies, buried. They have people now talking about how they felt they were lucky when they escaped. They got away from the schools, but there were some kids who weren't as lucky. I just think that I'm going through a lot of, how people, when they say, well, where are you? What Indian lands are you on? What native lands are you on? And do you begin your show by saying, hi, I'm David Feldman. I'm here on the land of the Manhattan Indian. Do you say anything like that?
I think the Manhattoes.
Manhattan. See, I'm in the land of the Miwok and the Yokuts. In San Francisco are the Ohlonies. And, I don't resist that. I think that it's good that we begin to start recognizing and acknowledging the Native peoples, because, we use the term BIPOC. I've been in the couple.
So would it be appropriate if I say, this is David Feldman coming to you from the Molinari's old apartment?
Well,
I'm in 3B. I'm in apartment 3B where the Molinaris used to live, and now.
And the salami scent that they know.
Some of their stains are still in this. They were the first people in this apartment.
Let's get the Molinaris. Well, that's good, David. The good Italian family. I'm I mean, actually, I'm in a house. I think we were the first residents of this house. I'm back in my gong closet because I have better sound, and also because I wanted to stay away from the riffraff in the house. I'm up here closeted where I belong.
Right.
But anyway, Orange Shirt Day.
Okay.
The children buried. They're finding, and now you're hearing a lot about missing Native women. A friend of mine started a Native American network out of the University of Arizona. Used to be the editor of Indian Country Today. I was one of the first subscribers because we need to know more of their stories. I was in this thing yesterday. This international launch for this book, Bigotry on Broadway, Ishmael Reed's anthology. I write about South Pacific because South Pacific is, part of our national.
Where can we buy Bigotry on Broadway?
You can buy Bigotry on Broadway on Amazon. It's published by Baraka Books out of Canada.
Right.
So the Canadians, they're out front. I mean, Ishmael was saying yesterday that he could not write a book that was critical of Broadway. He couldn't publish this in America. He said it has an essay by a guy named by a guy who lays out why the problems with Hamilton being a slave owner, Schuyler family, all his hypocrisies, and here
we should mention. Hang on for 1 second. We should mention. You're talking about the book Bigotry on Broadway, not the one-man show starring Shane Gillis at the Helen Hayes Theater entitled Bigotry on Broadway. That was a show that Shane Gillis.
Did Shane Gillis do a one-man show like that?
Yes, it was called Bigotry on Broadway, and he made fun of Asians.
Oh, forgive me for not acknowledging that there was a kind of a homonymal kind of thing going on.
Bigotry on Broadway, Shane Gillis's one-man show.
Oh,
not to be confused with your book, Bigotry on Broadway. How many people contributed?
There are about a dozen contributors. I write about South Pacific, and I write about how they always say, "Oh, that song, carefully taught." It shows that Rodgers and Hammerstein really, you're not born a racist, you're taught a racist. You got to be carefully taught, and that is supposed to be the cleansing song that makes it all okay, right? That South Pacific is a good piece, but yet the Tonkinese woman, Bloody Mary, pimps out her daughter to an Ivy League Navy guy. This guy, Lieutenant Joe Cable. And in the dueling coupling, there's Nellie Forbush she's from a white person from Arkansas, and she connects with a Frenchman, Emile Dubec.
Some enchanted evening. How about
exactly.
How about There's Nothing Like a Skank? Wasn't that the name of it?
I don't know, but
Nothing Like a Dame. I'm sorry, I saw.
But you knew Some Enchanted Evening. Now here's
I'm going to wash that man right out of my hair plugs. My hair plugs.
Yes. Show tunes. Look, and here's the thing. It's in
Valley High may call you. Is that
exactly? David.
Yeah, it's a great musical.
But racist as hell. First of all, the libretto is filled with the J word. The shortened version of Japanese. By the time it got to the movie, they lengthened it. They put in all the syllables, so it wasn't the N word.
It was James Michener.
It was James Michener. Yeah, it was a short story, won a Pulitzer, and then later the movie or the Broadway play won a Pulitzer.
Larry Hagman's mother was in that.
Mary Martin was the original Nellie Forbush.
JR's mother was in that.
Peter Pan, the original Peter Pan.
Yes.
But so I take apart here's the thing. It's a historical relic, but there's a song lyric called Happy Talk. Happy
talky, happy talk. Talk about things you like. Got to have a dream. If you don't have a dream, how you gonna make a dream come true if you don't talk happy?
See, here's the thing. That came out in 1950, right?
Right.
If you don't have a dream. Martin Luther King, March on Washington, 1964.
Right.
He would have been laughed out if he sang Happy Talk, because Happy Talk was BS. It was kind of like acceptable bigotry.
Well, how's it bigotry?
I'm just saying, it's a song they had about dreams, right? So, Martin Luther King, if he could have capitalized on the dream thing and said, what if Martin Luther King was saying, hap, 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 if you got to have a dream, if you don't have a dream.
How are you going to make a dream come true?
He had a different dream.
Well, maybe
it was available.
Maybe the March on Washington in 64 would have still been going on if he had some show tunes.
Here's another test. Would they be singing it at a BLM march somewhere?
But I don't understand what's wrong with Happy Talk.
Happy Talk.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with it?
It mentions a dream, right? You got to have a dream. If you don't have a dream, how you going to make a dream come true? See, Martin Luther King wouldn't sing that.
But is that seriously? Is that a problematic song to tell people?
Yes. I'm just saying that if it wasn't bigoted, they could have used it. But
I don't see the bigotry.
You have problems. I'm talking about the whole South Pacific Songbook from Carefully Taught. Actually, it should be you got to be carefully bought. That would, tie in with the politics of our time, politics in general.
All right. Listen, I'll rewatch South Pacific. I haven't seen it since I was a kid, so
Well, which coupling survives? The colonizers. White Nellie Forbush and Emile Debec, they survive. Lieutenant Joe Cable, who tries to, get this interracial thing going, they tragically don't survive. And the message for me, look, I know what anti-miscegenation it means, because it really destroyed my family. My father came in the 1920s, wasn't able to have a family until the late 1950s because of anti-miscegenation laws. So
once you have found her, never let her go. Once you have found her, never let her go. What's wrong with that?
This is some enchanted evening, David. This is turning out to be some enchanted evening.
So what's wrong with what's wrong with some enchanted evening?
All right,
you might meet a stranger.
Okay.
Across a crowded room.
Interracial? Is it interracial?
And somehow
Hey, did you see where Corey Lewandowski was hitting on this woman?
Not hitting on, hitting.
Right. Trashelle Odom. Now tell me, what were you thinking when you were thinking a woman named Trashelle?
Well,
Odom.
I thought of Lamar Odom.
Yes.
And I thought that maybe he... What were you thinking?
Well, I'm just saying, Lewandowski was talking about the size of his member profusely with this woman. And when I saw Trashelle Odom, the name of the woman, I thought what you're thinking, which is not a good thought.
And is she?
No, she's white.
She's white Trashelle Odom.
She's white trash.
By the way, white trash is racist towards African Americans. That term, white trash.
I'm gonna be equal opportunity. I'm gonna have my black trash, and I'm not gonna separate.
Seriously, the term white trash is a bad word.
Okay, all right. Never.
I said it. I'm guilty.
Oh, you are guilty.
Yeah.
We know that. So David, anyway, I was at this thing, Bigotry on Broadway, the online launch yesterday.
Wait, was that Shane Gillis's one-man show at the Helen Hayes?
Not to be confused with Shane Gillis's thing. This was, and then there's a woman named Betsy Thibault Richards. She's a Native American. She wrote, responding to Bloody Bloody Andrew Jackson and claiming the power of Native voice. And she was an interesting speaker. So a lot of interesting essays in this book. I take down the South Pacific Songbook. Other people take down Oklahoma. Let's see, and Hamilton. If you don't know why Hamilton is as bad as Ishmael Reed says it is, get the book and read the essay on Hamilton. So anyway,
well, the problem with Hamilton, I would assume, not saying it, is they've taken these white men who were horrible, misogynists, and slaveholders.
Right.
And I would assume the criticism of Hamilton is they've made them biblical. They've made the story almost a biblical parable that is available to all colors. The criticism. So what they're saying, you're by making our founding fathers African American. You're saying we're going to make these criminals available to everybody, as opposed to holding them accountable for the crimes they committed.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see it. No, you're wrong, David. Then that is not the criticism.
Well, that's my criticism of it. It's one thing to have black Jesus or a black Santa, but black George Washington or black lets him off the hook.
Oh, it made him okay because we want to let him go because he just had like less than an ounce of marijuana.
No, his teeth were not wooden. They came from a black slave. They ripped out the teeth of a black slave so he could have teeth.
I got that, but the real problem is that you have people like Amanda Gorman who lift up Hamilton and say Hamilton is so great. And they only have half the truth. They don't have the full truth that, hey, wait a minute, Hamilton was a slaveholder. I softened it by saying Hamilton married into some slaveholding family, the Schuyler's up in upstate New York. But in fact, Hamilton was involved in the slave trade. So here is this good guy Hamilton. It's like, finding out that Jussie Smollett was not truthful.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why people have to idealize our founding fathers. And
I don't
understand why we need these sacrosanct figures that must be worshipped. They were horrible men. They were products of their time, and they were unable to rise above them. Now, a constitution. There are parts of the Constitution that are great, but the Electoral College, that's for slaveholders, counting 3/5 black people, 3/5, not outlawing slavery, not allowing women. They were products of their time. They didn't rise above their time. So we celebrate bigotry, the patriarchy, white supremacy,
white privilege, right? I mean, look, we talked about this last week when, as I discovered that I don't have white privilege. When I went to Harvard, I graduated with.
Did you go to Harvard?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I only went to Harvard for just to talk about it.
Oh, I didn't know that you went to Harvard.
For cocktail party fair.
I'm sorry that you went to Harvard.
Hey, look, but this dovetails with the whole Carlisle School thing because my friend, a Filipino guy who now works at the Smithsonian, was saying, Emil, look, the Carlisle School in Pennsylvania, that was like you going to Harvard, learning how to be white, except a little more benign because they didn't force you to go to school. And probably it wasn't federally paid for, although maybe they got some federal money to pay for my scholarship. But the thing is, just like they were hoping to, the motto at the Carlisle School in Pennsylvania was kill the Indian, save the man. So when I went to Harvard, it was like kill the Filipino, save the Olympia. Save the Olympia for, the excess party goers. I don't know, but I now see it because now I understand the Carlisle School. I understand it wasn't just in America, that it was in Canada, and I'm wearing for the First Nation peoples on World Orange Shirt Day. Hey, look, I wanted to mention the Indians or the Native Americans, the Native peoples, because every time I mention Harvard, I try to defend it a little bit. You kept saying, keep bringing it back to you, Emil. This is not about you, because you didn't want to like attack me, but you wanted to attack me sort of passively. So, but now I bring up the Indians because, in fact, it's a similar kind of thing. But I'll say this: when I went to that Harvard People of Color gathering, alumni unity conference, and I told my story, and it went well, by the way. Native Americans were there, and they had there were some interesting people that I met. I met the former Secretary of State of the Navajo Nation, who was one of the storytellers, fascinating woman. And I met the guy who started Ho Chunk Village in Nebraska. And you could look up Ho Chunk Village, and Harvard educated, Harvard Law. He said, I used my education. They didn't need me in the reservation until
Ho Chunk is that a Native American tribe?
Ho Chunk Village is part of the Winnebago tribe, and this guy who was at this reunion was there. And this is what I want to say: that yes, there are people who are badass leverage buyout, MBA, make that billionaire sellouts, right? I was in the same class as Gates. There are a lot of those kind of guys.
All right, but we had this conversation last week.
Okay, we had, but there are people who are trying to do good, like these Native American folks. And I just want to say they used their education well. I try to use my education to not make money and to compete not in the white media, but in the ethnic media. And, we all have our paths to enlightenment. But you're right, David. It doesn't go through the 1%. Enlightenment does not go.
No. And I dedicate my life to exposing pieces of shit. Now, you mentioned the Carlisle School?
The Carlisle School in Pennsylvania.
Any relationship to the Carlisle Group?
I wondered about that when I heard it, and I thought you'd bring it up, but I don't know. But let me just tell you another thing, because you mentioned another group like the Carlisle Group. What's his name? God, another hedge fund that we were talking about and putting him down last week.
Mitt Romney, Bain Capital, Deval Patrick.
Yeah. There were a lot of Bain people there. And, the story goes, I was with Bain for my first million, or, you know how that goes.
Yeah. I do the bad, so eventually I can pretend to do the good.
But David, that's the American philanthropic way, right? Screw everybody. That's the Rockefeller way. That's the Ford way.
And it's wrong. And it's why we have income inequality and starvation and people.
Exactly. And, subsequent to our talk last week, there was a guy who wrote about how there was some survey. UC Berkeley was number one, higher than Harvard, because the criticism was Harvard promoted the income inequality.
Hey, are they divesting themselves of fossil fuels?
They are.
Harvard.
I mean, they didn't back then. We were trying to divest from investment in South Africa.
But I think Harvard announced that their endowment, they're pulling out of.
They are. And here's one other good thing. One other good thing about Harvard this week. And this is kind of related to
there's nothing good about Harvard.
No, this is good. They got
nothing,
money.
Zero.
They got money.
It's like saying Hitler. It's like you saying to me, Hitler built the Autobahn.
Hey, that's something. Hey,
yeah, that's
all you want.
Harvard has destroyed America, and
only parts of America, David.
Along the way, they might have built an Autobahn, but they're still evil.
Look. Here's the semi-good thing Harvard did this week. It took the money of Asian American alumni and started Asian American Studies. There you go. After 50 years, behind San Francisco State, the first university to have a College of Ethnic Studies, Harvard took money from Asian American alums and said, hey, we're going to start an Asian American studies.
Wouldn't it be nice if they did it without taking money from Asian American alums? If they just did it,
would have been good. Yeah.
So
Because,
it proves that they're even more evil.
Yeah, all that
They
money
can be
from
bought.
all that Chinese food they fed the Jews, all that money they made.
Well, it just proves that you can, they can be bought. So the Asian alum purchased.
You got to be carefully bought, right?
You got to be carefully bought.
Yeah. So look, David,
Now, are they offering you a teaching position?
Maybe. I doubt it. I've been an adjunct before. But
now, if Harvard hired you to teach, then I'd be more forgiving.
Well, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But anyway, I get to talk about Harvard and put it down. Hey, look, let me tell you about the American dream.
How about destroying it? How about destroying Harvard?
I'd love to. I thought I was destroying it during my the speech where I was making fun of Harvard, but I didn't destroy it enough. Clearly,
breaking it up. How about breaking Harvard up into 50 separate universities spread out across America?
That would be, actually, that's not a bad idea. If too big to fail kind of thing, that could be kind of fun. We should work on that. But look, I'm going to share this American Dream story because this is true. If you go to my Twitter page, I have this sign that says "Justice for Stefan." Stefan is my cousin who was shot. And, he had the circumstance where there was he went into an apartment that he thought was his. The guy in the apartment had a gun, shot him down. It was a stand your ground kind of thing. And tried to make it a deal so we could change the law, the Castle Doctrine, but we couldn't. Didn't have the.
Was this in Florida?
No, this was in San Francisco, where the Castle Doctrine still rules the murder, the homicide murder laws in California. So anyway, my cousin's, actually my nephew, his sister, right, was like 10 years younger. And she is now grown up. She is now the general manager of a restaurant. This is something. That restaurant won a Michelin star this week.
Wow.
A Michelin effing star. This is not a Filipino American like me. This is a Filipino immigrant who came in the 90s.
When you say her restaurant, what does she do at the restaurant?
She's the general manager of the restaurant.
And where is this restaurant?
It's in San Francisco. And
do they do takeout? Can you get me some
Well,
free?
I think you can. It's one of those high priced. It's a Seiku sushi type of place. Formalistic, ritualistic, ingredients flown in from Japan.
So can you hook me up if I go to San Francisco?
If you come here and look, I don't go there because I am, I'm vegan, right?
Right, me
so
too.
Here I am a vegan, right?
Do you eat seaweed? Will you eat seaweed?
I'll eat seaweed. I told her, look, I'm praising you, and I can't go to your damn restaurant. But I'll talk about you and praise you because what an accomplishment for a kid who comes from the Philippines in the 90s. I meet her when she's a little kid, tragedy in the family.
Right.
Her father died of cancer,
right.
And I was at his deathbed and standing next to her and her brothers. One of those brothers is now dead, but she goes on. And to be general manager, the restaurant is called The Shota, SHOTA in San Francisco. And her restaurant wins a Michelin star this week.
That's amazing. They go as high as 3, right?
I don't know how many they go, but you get 1 and you're like, praising the Lord, because most people get ignored. So here's my my niece, and so I celebrate her. The Shota is the name of the place. If you are in San Francisco and want a high priced sushi experience, it's worth it. It's a Michelin star sushi experience. You're not going to get sushi in little boats going around a little conveyor belt. It's real, honest to God. And by the way, Conan O'Brien's is a real funny takeout on Seiku Sushi on YouTube. Very funny. I just coincidentally happened to be watching it a couple hours before then, I get this thing on Facebook saying that my niece had won.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a sweet story.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Did she go to Harvard?
No, of course not.
Well, there you
Of
go.
course not.
But there you go.
I think she went to, I don't know where she went to college, but here's what I have
Jeremiah Tower went to Harvard.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
I had him on the show.
I know
He's
he
great.
did. Do I love Jeremiah Tower? I don't love. I like him a lot. Is he still around? He's still. He
was
alive,
on my
right?
show like 2 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, I saw them. I saw the documentary.
Yeah, he
did.
took
I-
over Tavern on the Green briefly.
Yes, and I met him when he did Stars in San Francisco. Did a story on him there. I like him, and he bombed at Tavern on the Green, but not because of his doing. I don't know. But
in order to be like a successful chef, it's not just the food; it's the animals in the kitchen that you must control.
It's the ambience. It's Oh well, the animal. Well, yeah, we've read Bourdain's diary. Anyway, look, my cousin. The good thing about my niece, I keep calling her cousin because she is, in terms of relationship, she is a cousin. But because I'm older, she calls me uncle out of respect, and so I say she's my niece.
Yeah.
But the big thing is
so you can get out. You can get out of there at like $25 a couple.
Oh yeah, at the Shota, yeah. No, I think it's like with tip, a couple, like $600 with sake. I mean, come on, David.
Sounds like someplace Gavin Newsom would be eating maskless with some donors.
You save this, David, for some enchanted evening. You will share sushi.
Who would, if you have $600? What was it? $600 a couple?
No, it's like, well, if you want sushi and dessert, I think it's $175 price fix, and you gotta tip people, and you gotta smile. I don't know. I don't.
You know what? I have to say.
Yeah.
20 years ago, I was working for a gentleman who treated the writing staff to dinner at Spago.
Yeah.
And I went kicking and screaming, saying, I can't believe that he's spending this much money on a meal for everybody.
A meal. Okay.
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, a Guillermo for everybody. I'd rather have the cash. I think at the time it was like $200 a head. And sure enough, I had like the greatest time. The food, it was like, Wolfgang Puck came to the table.
He did, yeah.
And I went all the way to the dark side with, this is the greatest meal I've ever had. Will you sign my menu? It was like,
Here, I'm going to steal this napkin. Sign the napkin.
It was unbelievable. I had an apple pie that they prepared at the table with ice cream. I still think about it. Like once a week, I remember this apple pie that I had at Spago.
Yeah.
Remember Bernstein and Citizen Kane? There was a little girl wearing a white sundress on the ferry.
I just
There isn't
remember
a day
Rose
goes
Pie.
by that I don't think of her. I think of apple pie a la mode. We got to wrap it up.
That's a story. I've got some favorite meals.
Did you see the Ali documentary?
I have not seen the Ali documentary yet, but my friend Ishmael Reed has written a bunch of biographical stuff on Ali, and it's right up there.
Well, why don't you bring Ishmael? Can I call him Ishmael? May I call him Ishmael?
Well, it depends on your Moby Dick.
Well, bring him on.
All right, we'll bring him on. I mean, Ishmael is he only comes on my show like once every month or so. But look, I've known him for 40 years, and he's still fighting. Writing is fighting. That's his. And he's always wanted me to write my novel, and that's where I met him. I wanted to be a Jewish writer. I wanted to be Stanley Elkin, who was like, all right, so Saul Bellow is up here. I would put Norman Mailer somewhere there too, but maybe on the ego scale, less on the humor scale. And then Philip Roth is in there, But then there's like Stanley Elkin, Elkin, and he was my guy. And so I went to Wash U to study with Elkin, and then I don't know. He just said take the Filipinos out. He told me to take he said, why don't you write without the Filipinos?
You're frozen.
Ishmael was a visiting writer. Oh, Ishmael was a visiting writer.
You're frozen. Yep. You're frozen.
Yeah.
You froze.
Oh, story of my life. Am I still frozen?
Now
it
you're
says
moving.
I'm unstable. It says I'm unstable.
Yes.
But, now
it's the ghost of Clarence Birdseye.
Oh, yes. Yes, Clarence Birdseye. No, this is like half the eye of T.J. Eckleburg. Remember the eyes of T.J. Eckleburg?
It was a movie. No, from The Great Gatsby.
T.J. Yeah, Gatsby reference. And you're from Jersey, right? Isn't that, I think that's... Anyway.
The eyes of... when you were driving back from West Egg, you would see that's where Daisy... That's where Daisy ran over Tom's mistress.
This is a one-eye T.J. Eckleburg. When I had two...
You're frozen.
The Filipinos looking at me.
You froze. We got to wrap it up.
Oh. All right. I'm sorry about that. I got to go.
I know.
Hey, look, this, David, is the digital divide in action.
Right.
Never apologize for this. Is why we need that infrastructure bill.
Yes.
It's true.
I know. Thank you. I love you, buddy. Emil Guillermo, read him over at ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, and the PETA podcast.
Also, and AMOK.com, you can see the...
I saw you on Twitter last night.
Yeah, Emil Amok's Takeout. Oh, today I do an Emil Amok's Takeout on Kulintang music, published by the Smithsonian Folkways, folks. So now people want us to sing, some enchanted evening, you will meet a stranger. He will have hair plugs. Or hair color. Hair color I think is better than hair plugs, I think.
All right. Thank you. Emil Guillermo. Emil Amok. Thank you, buddy. Well, it's time now. Yes, it's time now for Community Billboard with our very own Dan Frankenberger. Nope, not going to work. Hang on. We did a pre-tape, and I'm going to get this right if I can find it. We did a pre-tape because I've been missing Dan and the Community Billboard. All right. Dan went to sleep. I think he went to sleep. I know I did. I went to sleep 2 hours ago. Hang on for 1 second. Choose file. It is time now for Community Billboard with our very own Dan Frankenberger. Dan Frankenberger's beat is the David Feldman Show. He scours the country looking for news about our community. Please welcome a pretentious douchebag. His name is Dan Frankenberger. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Hello, JAG officer. How are you?
I am a JAG officer.
Before we get into a few pictures.
What happened to you on Tuesday?
I fell asleep.
I tell you not to listen to the show.
I can't help it. The show was going so good. I felt comfortable and I just nodded right off.
You were able to send me a note to tell me you couldn't do community billboard. We have office hours and hours tomorrow, 8 p.m.
Yep, the big 24-hour extravaganza minimum, usually.
I'm going to pour some water. Here we go. Can you hear that?
Oh, yeah. Sounds great.
It's a good show today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I can't believe Ben Burgess, the way you just tear him up every time. Just total destruction.
This is a pre-tape. I don't know if he's on the show today.
I was debating whether or not I had to say, good job destroying him, or how do you think? Are you going to destroy him today?
Right. This is a pre-tape. We decided to pre-tape this. Do we know who's going to be teaching a class for office hours?
I haven't checked out the schedule yet. I'm not sure, but I know it starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, and you can go to davidfeldmanshow.com and click on the office hours button to get your Zoom invite sent to you.
Right.
And before we get into pictures, I have a couple of announcements. The first one is from John Hayes.
Yes.
He says, as my union is about to have its members vote for a strike authorization, he'd like it if you'd sign this petition that they sent to us. The more widespread support we get, the better it will be for our struggle to have better working conditions. So feel free to pass this on. And it is an Action Network link, which is actionnetwork.org/petitions. And the name of the petition is Tell AMPTP to make a deal with behind the scenes workers. And I checked out
crafts workers who make our television and our movies. They've authorized a strike. We want regular civilians to sign this petition. What is the web address?
If you Google Action Network IATSE, it's the best way to get to it. IATSE is IATSE.
Right. Okay.
That's the union. And the whole message of the campaign is to give film and television workers a fair deal.
Yeah, they get exploited. So many of these people would do this work for free, and in many ways they end up doing some of it for free, especially our friends who work in reality television. The abuse, you think the people on a reality show are being abused. Imagine how the people behind the camera are being treated. It's a disgrace.
I've heard stories of 18-hour days and stuff. Yeah, it gets pretty ridiculous. Yeah. Next up, listener and friend of the show, Mila Reeson, has been involved in a project regarding the less fortunate of us that have ended up in this.
I'm sorry?
That's called It's called There But for Fortune. And she says, for those in a position to help individuals in need of housing, she'd like to make a suggestion to donate to the nonprofit organization Poverty Matters. And that is at actblue.com/donate/povertymatters1.
And this is to help our friends who are getting evicted as we speak.
Right. The project Mila worked on, she's been doing it for many years, but it's a good time to bring it up given the current circumstances.
Yeah.
You can follow Mila at Mila Reeson, MYLARESON. And she's been helpful to the show, bringing some guests in that were been awesome too. Yep.
Well, I know who that is.
That is Lane and Coco.
And they're singing.
Yep, they're singing a tune on the patio out at Lane's place, and Coco likes to sing along with Lane.
Yes, she does.
Fine looking duo right there.
Yeah, it's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen and heard. I would love to do it on the show. We haven't done it on the show yet. We haven't seen them sing yet.
Yep. Now we've been doing pre-tapes a little bit. Maybe we can organize that.
Yeah.
A quick little 5-minute song or something. Since the weather has been turning into fall and winterish conditions, it made me look up at the sky and saw the stars. And when I saw all the stars in the sky, I thought of JosephBrintonJewelry.com.
Yes.
Longtime listener Joe Brinton has been listening to the podcast since the very beginning, and he has a business in which he makes his own jewelry. So go check him out and buy some earrings.
Yes, it's time to cuddle up with somebody you love, and that person won't cuddle with you unless you give them gifts. And there's no better gift than jewelry from Joseph Brinton, JosephBrintonJewelry.com. Friend of the show.
Yep.
We love his work. We love him. Some artwork. That would be an eagle?
That is a hawk, and that looks perfect on the screen.
Yes.
It looks like you are a hawkhead.
Yeah.
So this is from Tom Weber. It's the head of a hawk. It's a painting and it's multimedia watercolor, brush pens, digital color, and colored pencil. You can check out his art at tomweberart.com. And he and his wife do concerts on Facebook every week. They do some folk tunes. Their group is called Singers, Songwriters Fair Weber. They do a half-hour show every Tuesday at 8 Eastern. And sometimes on Saturdays, they do an hour and a half long concerts on Facebook at 8. So check them out.
Yes, and buy some art. And we have
our very own Professor Marianne Cummings. She did her first. Yeah, she's bike. She did her first century ride in 3 years.
What is a century ride?
It's a ride in Three Oaks, Michigan, and this is the end of a 100-mile route.
Wow. I thought
it's a lot of biking.
For me, it would be 100 years to go a mile.
Yeah. It's outstanding.
Yeah. And what do we have here?
Oh, look at those handsome fellas.
Yeah. Ralph's proudest day. I'm sure he keeps this on his desk.
So the last several weeks, you've been promoting the Congress Club.
Mm-hmm.
And soon there's going to be a Congress Club Zoom event coming up. So what you want to do is go to ralphnaderradiohour.com, and off to the right, there's a big Congress Club button. If you click on that, you can sign up, and when all that gets set into motion, you'll be notified about it.
Yes, sir. You too can get up close and personal with Ralph, join the Congress Club, and then we'll do, you'll be invited to a Zoom event, a town hall for members of Congress Club, and Ralph Nader will be there. That'll be amazing. How do people contact you?
What you do is you email dentfeldman@gmail.com, and whatever you send in, I'll do my best to get it up on the community billboard. And that Dent Feldman is for dent-headed douchebag.
Thank you.
We haven't mentioned that in a long time.
No, we haven't. Dan Frankenberger scours the neighborhood in black and white looking for the next big story. The David Feldman Show is his beat. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. I don't know. The pre-tape isn't as much fun as having him doing it live, but work has been... Anyway, go to the Ralph Nader Radio Hour website, ralphnaderradiohour.com, and sign up for Congress Club. If you sign up for Congress Club, you will be given letters to write to your Congress people. And we're also doing a special event on, I think it's Sunday, October 18th. We'll talk about it more on Tuesday's show. But I think it's Sunday, October 18th. And if you're a member of Congress Club, you'll get an invitation to attend a Zoom town hall with Ralph Nader and the cast and crew of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, where we will talk about writing to your congressperson. Our last great hope, believe it or not, is the Temple of Democracy in Washington, D.C., which is why you should call Joe Manchin right now at 304-368-0567 and tell him to vote for the Build Back Better Act, the $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill. Leave a polite message with Joe Manchin at 304-368-0567. I want to thank all our guests, starting with, I can't do it. I've had no sleep. I can't remember this show. I swear to you. If Dan were here, my competitive juices would be going and I could list everybody who was on the show, and I can't. So I'm going to read the list here. I'm ashamed. I can't remember anything from today. Max Chafkin. His new book is The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. Please go buy that book. Please. The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. they come back. If we sell books, they come back on the show. Arjun Hundel's new podcast episode of Deep into History is up and ready. You want to listen to this. Subscribe to Deep into History. That's Arjun Hundel's amazing podcast. Deep into History, Deep into History, Deep into History. Subscribe to it right now. This episode that he has is on the fall of the Republic of Rome. The Hirschenfelds, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, and of course, Ethan Hirschenfeld, whose new comedy special, Thug Thug Jew, is streaming on YouTube as we speak. I want to thank Michael A. Cohn. He is the editor of Truth and Consequences. He writes for MSNBC and The New Republic and the Boston Globe. Subscribe to his newsletter on Substack, Truth and Consequences. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn, the professors and Marianne. I want to thank Professor Marianne Cummings, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick, and Professor Adnan Hussein, and Professor Harvey J.K., as well as Alan Minsky. Pick up Professor Harvey J.K.'s book, FDR on Democracy, and Take Hold of Our History. And finally, Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast and columnist for the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, ALDEF. Remember, if you would like to attend a live taping of this show, go to my website and hit attend a live taping, and you'll get to sit in our virtual studio audience and meet the magnificent people who attend virtually and participate in the chat room, ask questions on the show. And office hours. If you'd like to attend office hours, go to my website. We're doing office hours and hours. It's the first Friday of the month, which means we go 24 hours. Meet better people. Trust me, you need to meet better people. They're at office hours. Go to my website and sign up. And while you're over there, please sign up for my newsletter. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for coming to the Zoom room and participating. We have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. To those of you who are watching on YouTube, thank you for doing that. I'm David Feldman. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say.